Yo. What's good? What's goody, everybody? Hope my audio is loud and clear. Welcome to another edition of Heart of the City, where we take you around all New York City area sports. I'm glad to be joined tonight by my two co hosts, the one and only Mr. Coach Ed Gladney, the best X's and O's coach out there on the planet right now, in my humble opinion, and my man, Jeffy T85, who gives you the breaking news, sports, better, faster than Adam Scheffler and Adrian Wojnarowski, in my humble opinion. So we got the coach, and we got the reporter, and we got the fan. That's how we do around the city. Before we get started, as I like to always do, check in on my two co-hosts. How you doing, Coach? How you doing, Jeffy?
Yo, I'm doing good. Glad to be here, part of the dynamic trio, ready to get another Heart of the City going, bringing you the exciting info, great discussion. So let's go. How you, Jeff?
I'm doing well. I hope everybody first had a very happy Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And we're here together. That triple threat is back and back at it every Tuesday, bringing you all the things up to date in the New York City area when it comes to the sports basketball, baseball, hockey, football, whatever you guys want, we're going to give you. College as well. Hope you guys enjoy the show, as always.
Mm-hmm.
Facts, man.
Mm-hmm.
Facts, man. Let's get it, man. I like that, Jeff. Triple threat, man.
Mm-hmm.
Triple threat. So,
Mhm.
we got an action-packed show for y'all tonight. Of course, we're gonna get into the New York Giants. Y'all know the Giants took the L against Dallas. I know a lot of fans are
Mm.
panicking, um, and a little nervous, rightfully so. But we're gonna get into all that. I'm gonna tell you, pump the brakes a little bit, but you know, the Giants do have a ear to the city, if not the heart of the city, man, when it comes to football. The Jets knocked the hell out the Bears, man. Did y'all see that game? That was a massacre,
Mhm.
man. That
Mhm.
team is for real.
Mike White mania.
Like, not gonna
Mm-hmm.
hold you, man. That real, man. And I definitely want to get into the Jets and let's see where this team can go, man. Particularly the Jets, man. Let's see where the Jets can go, man. And we're gonna get into all that as well. Of course, we got the Brooklyn Nets, New York Knicks on deck. The basketball teams, they're both teetering around 500 right now. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get into all that. You know what I'm saying? Knicks up and down. The Nets coming off of firing their head coach, getting Kyrie back. They're still trying to figure things out. So we're getting to all that. Baseball, Yankees, Mets in the free agency period. Going into the winter meetings, we're gonna see where these teams can potentially improve and strike in free agency. And the Rangers and the Devils and the Islanders hockey season is underway, and we got one New York City area team that is on fire right now when it comes to hockey. So we're gonna get into all that, y'all. We're gonna get into all that, man. Um, hope everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. You know what I'm saying? I know Thanksgiving just came around, so hopefully y'all still still haven't you know had too much of a hangover or food hangover or alcohol
Mm.
hangover or whatever kind of
Mm-hmm.
hangover you got, a family
Mm.
hangover.
Mm.
Whatever kind of hangover you got. Hopefully, we don't still have that Thanksgiving hangover and we all ready to rock and roll tonight. But let's get it in, man. Let's get it in, man. I'm gonna set it off here with a little thing I like to call rapid fire, where we're gonna hit y'all with some questions. And if you're in the chat, please feel free to join. If not, you'll listen on the radio and catch it on the recap. But we're going rapid fire here with the New York City area sports. Real simple. Give a question, answer it, give a short, brief explanation, and then we move on. So, rapid fire, guys. Rapid fire. Let's get it. All right. All right. So,
Oh, oh,
the Giants just lost to the Cowboys. It was a bad loss. It was a bad loss. And I didn't like the loss, but the season is still upon us. The Giants are 7-4. So playoffs are still on the horizon. 7-4. Big game coming up here with the Washington whatevers.
hmm.
What's your confidence level on a scale of 1 to 10? What is your confidence level on the New York Giants for the remainder of the season? As far as the playoffs, as far as them making the playoffs, just your overall confidence of the team coming off the back-to-back losses. Go.
You want me to go first, Coach? Or you want to go first?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
My confidence level right now is a 7 because I thought the Dallas game was going to be difficult to win because of how shorthanded we were and the fact that Dallas had the type of players to exploit our weaknesses. But my confidence is still a little higher because we're going to be getting some key players back. We'll talk about that later. And I'm just very confident in this team that they're going to be able to bounce back, and they play well always against Washington. So I'd probably say around a 7.
Yeah, I'm about there. I'm a little bit more. I'm actually 7.75% confident in our points and confidence in the Giants. You know, the team from down south. That game, while it's tough, I don't believe completely in moral. I don't believe in moral victories overall when it comes to the pros. But based on the situation, you have to classify that as a moral victory because of the way the team, no matter what, they competed. They didn't cave in. You know, they kept going, and that's showing me the grit and determination, and they're taking on the toughness of the head coach. I mean, Daves was heated after the game during the press conference. You could tell he, really
Mm.
believed that they were going to win that game. So that instills a level of confidence, and that alone right there gives me confidence that they're going to do what they need to do to get in to the playoffs, and that's all you need to do. Just get a foot in the door, and then it's a new season, and you take it from there. So I'm confident they're going to make the playoffs.
I'm
Peace and
about
blessings.
peace, Nisi, peace, wifey. How you doing? Appreciate you joining and supporting the show as always.
Mhm.
My confidence level is around a 5 right now for the New York Giants. I'm 50-50. I really am. I'm 50-50 with this team. They've brought my confidence level down quite a bit with these losses. Because my main thing was I want to see you beat division opponents. And they haven't done that in 2 games. We'll see in the next 4 games if they can turn that around. So I'm around about a 5 right now with the New York Giants. So moving on to the Jets. The Jets absolutely stomped the Bears. And they are looking good. They made a change at quarterback. Got Mike White out of there. I mean, Zach Wilson out of there, replacing him with Mike White. So, where do you rank the Jets in the AFC? Right now, I believe they are 7th record-wise. Where do you rank the Jets as far as like a power ranking type of deal in the AFC right now? Go.
I'd probably rank them around 4. I think that
Okay.
Kansas City, Buffalo, and Miami are a little better than them right now because Mike White was terrific, but you got to see him do it for more than just a couple of games in his career. But that defense is the reason why I have them ranked a lot higher because their defense is just stymieing other teams. So I'd
Mm-hmm.
probably say they're a 4. Maybe you could put them at 5 behind Tennessee, but I think that they're a little bit higher because of the talent on offense and defense.
Go, coach.
Yeah. In terms of power ranking, currently, I'm leaving them right where they are at 7. You know, yeah, Mike White came in, he took control. He is positioning them well now for the future. They do have a hell of a defense. They do have a very good offense. So if they can get the good quarterback play, they can rise. They've already beaten Miami. They've already beaten Buffalo. So they're positioned well within the AFC East. They've lost to Tennessee head to head. Cincinnati is starting to play well, so that's why I wouldn't move them up to 6. But right now, they're 7 in terms of the AFC power rankings, but they're climbing, and it wouldn't surprise me if they ended up at number 2.
Right now, I got the Jets right at 3. Yeah, I got them at 3. Kansas City. I will probably put Miami over them as of right now, and then the Jets. Remember, they beat Buffalo, and they beat Buffalo with Zach Wilson. The Miami they also beat, but remember they didn't have Tua that game, so I'm not going to go too crazy over that. We'll see what happens in the second meeting. But outside of Kansas City, I don't see a team that's better than the Jets on one particular side of the ball, and that's the defensive side of the ball. You can match Kansas City's offense with the Jets' defense, but outside of that, I don't see another matchup that the Jets can't win. They struggle on offense. We all know that, but right now, I'm going to be honest with you. I got the Jets at 3, man, and it's not even a game because even when they lose, they still play well, So, moving on to the basketball. The Nets are 9-5 since Jacques Vaughn took over. How would you grade his performance as a coach so far? Remember, took over for Steve Nash. They lost Kyrie for a while. He came back. The defense has played better. They're in the top half of the league in most defensive categories. So how would you grade, A, B, C, D, Jacques Vaughn's performance so far for the Brooklyn Nets?
I'd probably grade him about a C+ or B- because the numbers are better, but this team is still showing signs of being way too erratic on defense, where some nights they're giving up 120 plus points, and other nights they're holding teams to around 100 or below 100. So the team has definitely gotten better, but I can't say that I can't give him a B+ or an A. I'd probably say around a C+, B- area.
I'm just going to say a flat C because they are inconsistent. And, I know it's still a developmental process. But, like you just said, Jeff, they're inconsistent in, some of the key components of competition. So, but, I'm just leaving that as a C.
I will concur what you guys just said, and I'm going to give JV a C+. I think the C is because his team's still average. The plus is because they've improved defensively, and that was one of the areas that now they're still not perfect. They still have a hard time guarding against the three-pointer, but overall, this team has definitely improved on the defensive end, and Nets aren't bad in most NBA statistical categories. The area they're lacking in mostly is rebounding and guarding against the three-point shot. All right, moving on to the New York Knickerbockers. With the Knicks struggling, should Tom Thibodeau be fired? And who would you get to replace him? Go, Coach. I know you all over this one. What's good, Breezy? I see you, bro.
Tibbs is gone. It's hard to say who to get to them because of the players that you have right now. I mean, if you're getting rid of guys, say Julius Randle even as goes as far as saying get rid of R.J. Barrett. I know Mitchell Robinson, as of in January, you can trade him. He just signed his
Mm.
birds right contract. You know, that's basically saying you're starting fresh. If you went that route, then of course it's going to be someone like Kenny Atkinson if he wants the job. But if you're just getting rid of Tibbs just to get a different voice, um, it's kind of hard to really get a gauge on it. No, I don't want what's his name who's from Boston. So before anyone sits
Ume,
there and said,
Ime.
yeah, I know he's proven he can handle it, but with all the drama, I mean, this is the Knicks. We already have enough drama as it is, so I don't want that drama with this organization. As much minimal drama as you can get. I mean, if you just keep it in house for the time being to see if it's just a change in voice, I'll go with that. But you know, personally, yes, Tibbs should be gone. If I had my way, Tibbs is gone. Randall is gone. I'm keeping Barrett. Mitchell Robinson is I'm teetering on getting rid of him. D Rose, you know, I'd have to trade him in fairness because I want him to go get his ring because he's not going to get it here. And pretty much in Fournier, you know, you have to get rid of Fournier. You know, if you can with that contract, you know, just get rid of him.
What you think about this New York Knickerbocker situation, Jeff? What's good, Levance? I see you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
What's up, Levance? I mean, I can't really disagree a lot with what Coach says. I mean, the Knicks are really just in nowhere land right now. They might hover around 500, around maybe 5-10 games under 500. They're gonna be around that area when they're fully healthy. So, I think the best thing to do would be to move on from Thibodeau, and I think the guy that would suit them perfectly, if you're trying to get these young players the most out of them, would be a Kenny Atkinson if he's willing to become a head coach and he's willing to leave the Golden State Warriors as an assistant. In terms of trading players, obviously Rose would be gone. Get rid of Randall. You could try to get more out of Toppin. Obviously, you can get rid of Fournier if a team will take him. I'm still leaning more towards keeping Mitchell Robinson. I think he still could be a player, but if he can't stay healthy, then it might be best to just try to trade him away around the deadline. Barrett, you got to keep. Brunson, you got to keep. Toppin, you got to keep. Quickly, you got to keep. McBride, Grimes, Jericho Sims. You got to keep all those young players. See what they can do for you this year. You know, if you really feel like that this is the best move to get rid of Tibbs and some of these veterans, and then just go forward with the youth movement and see who could be part of your future going forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna go a little different way here. I say they should keep Thibodeau, at least for this season. And I think the problem on the Knicks is them cats can't shoot. They are last in like field goal percentage. So 3-point percentage. They take a lot of threes, but they don't hit a lot of threes. They're dead last in 3-point percentage. So I think what the Knicks need to do is shuffle up this roster. Get rid of Julius Randle. If you got to get rid of Barrett, I would, because at this point, you don't really have nobody that's a solidified superstar on your squad. So if you got to trade a couple young players to get a superstar, hindsight, they probably should have pulled the trigger on that Donovan Mitchell deal. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Can't fault them because the Knicks been burnt on those type of deals for so long. So I would keep Thibodeau, let him ride out this season, but they definitely got to shuffle up this roster. Now, let's go into the baseball here for a little bit, man. Rock with me, man. I see y'all in the chat. What's good, Hit Squad? What's good, Levance? My man, Big Fan Breezy. Let's go. Let's do this, man. All right, let's rock. All right, Yankees, Mets, real quick. I'm hearing some news about Bettentini possibly going to the Astros. I hear the Yankees are interested in Brandon Nimmo. That should pluck your nerve, Jeffy. So, what is the biggest free agent need for the Yankees and for the Mets. I'll let you go, Jeff, with the Mets. Coach, you can answer the Yankees, and I'll answer both. Go.
Well, for the Mets, for me, it's been a designated hitter. This team just could not get any production from the designated hitter spot. Didn't matter who was there. They even had to try to go into their minor leagues with Francisco Alvarez to see if they can get anything from that spot. But he obviously he's just way too young. He still needs to become more of a complete hitter going into his first real season next year. So a designated hitter that could at least, get some protection for Alonso, for Lindor, and McNeil. And then I would probably say a guy that like some starting pitching, a solid starting pitching in the middle of the rotation with Taijuan Walker and Chris Bassett as free agents. So, and well, hopefully they don't lose DeGrom, but designated hitter first, and then some solid middle of the rotation guys.
That's what it do. What you think, Coach? What you think is the biggest need for the New York Yankees?
Need? If you say need
Yep.
with the Yankees, it's I want to say top end starting pitching, but it has to be Judge. He's the face of baseball. He's the face of the franchise. He's the galvanizing force within that organization. He's well respected. That literally, if you let Judge go, it's almost to the point of, you know what, reach in your chest and rip your heart out, because that's really what it is. A starting pitching is more of the brain, if you want to say, but Judge is the heart. And by a smidge, I'm going Judge. I have to go Judge, even though I know it's pitching. I have to go Judge.
Yeah, I can't argue with you. I would say Aaron Judge as well. But the Yankees got a couple holes here. They got a hole at starting pitching, obviously, at relief pitching, and the outfield, particularly Judge's left field.
No, he's right field.
Yeah, he's right field, but they need left field. So
okay.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. So I'm gonna ultimately say that I believe that the Yankees' biggest need is pitching. Pitching. If you bring back Bettini and Bader, I think those are some good contact hitters that you can get around. You can work with. DJ LeMahieu, he's a pretty good contact hitter when healthy. So I think you can work with those guys. But this pitching staff has got to be solidified. You know what I'm saying? We've gone too many years. What's good, Taj? I see you, bro. We've gone too many years in this organization without having that real dominant pitcher that we feel confident with to get. So now with the Mets, I agree with Jeffy. It's hitting, and it's going to get scary for the Mets because they may possibly lose some players. I see they've signed a couple players. We'll get into that with you, Jeffy, here in a little bit. But I ultimately think that the Mets definitely need another solid power hitter behind Pete Alonso. I feel like pitchers, when they come in there, they feel like they can pitch around Alonso because there's not a whole lot else on the roster to be scared of, so to speak. I think the Mets pitching has always been solid, especially with DeGrom. But they gotta upgrade that hitting. So we shall see. All right, last one, y'all. Last one, man, for rapid fire, man, before we get into the deep shit, man. Hit that like button, man. Come on in, man. Rock with us, man. I know it's other streams going on, but you rocking with the best right here. I'm telling you, bro. Let's do this. Rangers, Devils. Devils beat the Rangers 5-3 the other night. The Devils are currently 9-4. The Islanders are 15-8. Rangers are 10-9. The Rangers are in 10th. Islanders 4th. Devils are currently in first place. So we have a first place team in the New York area. Y'all clap it up, man. Clap it up for the Devils, man. Let's go.
Let's
Let's
go,
go.
Devils.
Let's go. We got
Let's go, Devils.
at least we got one team doing a job, holding it down for the goddamn city. Let's go, Devils. That being said, I'm a Rangers fan. So, question is, who you got more confidence in this season out of the three hockey teams? Devils, Islanders, Rangers. Take your bias out of it. Let's just say, even if you don't watch hockey, just look at the history. Who you got more confident in? Go.
If I had to be honest, and I'm a Devils fan, I'd probably have to say the Rangers, because the Rangers have a roster where they've already had experience in the playoffs. Most of these guys have been near the finals. They've been in the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of times. They have the more ready-made team. Even though the Devils are white hot right now, you have to wonder if they're going to be able to sustain this hot start they've been through. And they're really a very young team. So, and in terms of the Islanders, what's going on, Almighty?
I'm like, oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we know, Jeff.
That's what's up, man. Congratulations, man. I hope you
Congratulations.
I hope you have fun. But go ahead.
Have fun, Almighty.
Yeah, I want to keep it PG, but go ahead.
In terms of the Islanders, I mean, the Islanders are such an erratic hockey team. I really don't know what to make of them. And Lou Lamoriello, this guy has been, I'm trying to think of the word. Like, he's been such a great guy in terms of being a general manager for the Devils for so many years. And he even got the Islanders at one point to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I don't really know what to make of the Islanders. So just to wrap this up, I'd probably say the Rangers, because they have the experience. Devils are hot now, but they have to sustain it. And I don't know if this young team could do it.
I'm gonna actually go with the Islanders here. I think the Islanders have been a little more consistent than both the Devils and the Rangers. Remember, the Devils weren't good last year. The Rangers were okay, but the Islanders kind of been pretty consistent. If you really pay attention to hockey, I think they were in it last year. They were in it the year before last and the year before that, if I'm not mistaken. So, any hockey fan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not adverse
I think the
to
Rangers
this.
have as well. I think the Rangers have been in the playoffs like almost every year.
Yeah, they have, but I just feel like the Islanders have been a little more consistent with the whole team, the overall team, and remember, they're right behind the Devils right now. I just ran down the schedule. They're 15-8, so hockey goes by points, so they're only 8 points out. So yeah, man, I do think that given the situation, I'm going to rock with the Islanders on this one. Even though I'm a Rangers fan, I'm gonna rock with the Islanders. I think they are a little tad bit more consistent. Coach, you can answer or you can pass, because I know you don't watch hockey.
The only time I really get into hockey is if one of the locals is winning in this playoff time. That's so you see where I'm at.
I understand.
So, but if I had my way, I always rated Jersey first, then the Rangers, then the Islanders. That's just how I would love to always see it. Jersey, because I'm a Jersey boy. So, and then Rangers, because they rock for the city. They're the heart of the city when it comes to hockey. So, the Islanders are the Islanders, as far as I know.
I could dig it. I could dig it. Definitely. So, good shit, man. Good shit, fellas. Good shit, man.
Before we go any further, congratulations to the USA for winning today and moving
Yes.
on into the next round. So, let's see
Yes.
if we can keep it going in the World Cup.
I just saw that comment.
Yeah, I had to flash it real quick. You know, I mean,
Quick,
because
we're not saying nothing. We're not
yeah,
saying
hopefully,
nothing.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What we
Don't.
saying?
We don't want to do that, but
No, no.
appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all rocking out, man. With me and the fellas here tonight, man. We're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna have a good time, man. But
I'm sorry. All right, all right. I'm better now. I'm good. I'm good. I apologize. Mm.
um, but um, but yeah. So looks like the Knicks are taking care of business against the Pistons. 132 to 103 is what I got right now.
Mm-hmm.
So the New York Knicks are currently in 12th place in the Eastern Conference. Let's get into the basketball before we get into the football. I like to switch it up. I don't want to do football crazy all the time because, Giants fans, Jets fans, they get crazy. But let's get into some basketball here. And we're gonna go with the New York Knicks. New York Knicks is on deck right now. And they are taking care of business. Now, I will say the Knicks do tend, for the most part, to handle their business against, and so do the Nets against inferior opponents. But the Knicks right now are a 12th place team. And they have been struggling offensively. They have been struggling offensively. This team right now, I'm looking at the 3-point percentage. They are dead last at 31.6 percent at taking 3-pointers. Now they are also near the bottom in regular field goal percentage at 45.2%. Remember, I told you want to shoot over 45% to be a good team or even a good individual player. And they are near the bottom. In contrast, the Brooklyn Nets are actually first, which is a fucking surprise. At 49.8. They're first in the league at field goal percentage. So the Knicks' problem, it seems to me, is they're not able to score. They need scoring. They need shooting. As they do not have the shooters that I feel like they need to. I'm not a Knicks fan, but I do follow the team. But I feel like they need some shooting out there on the floor. You got Brunson, you got Barrett. I don't like to see Julius Randle jack up 3-pointers. Um, Mitchell Robinson's in and out the lineup. I know, Coach, you're not big on him. You think he's a little bit overrated. So maybe that's contributing to your is you dumb. They score a lot of points. Yeah, points don't mean shit if you're not shooting. I'm talking about shooting percentage, homie. Not talking about
Efficiency.
points. Yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
can score all the points you want, but if the other team scores more points than you, then you
Thank you.
lose. That's basketball, right? So you got to be able to take advantage of the shots that you get. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? You can score as many points as you want, but if you're missing shots, what is that giving? That's giving the other team rebounds, and what's that
Mm-hmm.
giving? That's giving them fast break percentage. See, I know basketball. Don't talk to me like I don't know basketball. You can pull that football shit on you all you want to, but basketball, I got you. Trust me. It's not about scoring points in the basketball. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to shoot and rebound. The Nets' problem right now is they can't rebound the fucking basketball. That's why
Mm.
they're struggling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? The Knicks' problem is they can't fucking shoot. That's why they're struggling.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot shoot
Mm-hmm.
high percentage of their shots. When you
Mm-hmm.
shoot, you have to be open. If you miss, there's a rebound, and when you get rebounds, you have fast break opportunities, and it's hard for your team to play defense when they're backpedaling up and down the fucking court all day, all game. So, yeah, the defense. That's what I'm saying, Almighty. That's what I'm saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can score, but if you can't play defense, then that's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be a problem. Miss says, or RJ says, RJ Almighty says, RJ got to go. Yeah, well, maybe not. I think there's other problems other than RJ
Mm-hmm.
Barrett. I think you got a big problem, a big hole in your roster, and his name is Julius Randle. And
Mm-hmm.
what are you gonna do with that guy? He's a big giant hole in your roster because he's not good enough to be a superstar, but he also doesn't fit the mold of a role player that's going to just come in there and want to play his role and contribute to the team. Julius Randle wants to be something more than what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Ben Simmons can't shoot. Well, he can shoot between 10 and 15 feet of the basket, and that's all I really need him to do. I'm breaking down Ben Simmons for you, Mitchy Koski. I got you, Mitch. I'm gonna break down Ben Simmons for
And
you.
Mitchie.
Um, yeah, I like Mitch, man. That's my boy, man. But I'm gonna break down this Ben Simmons thing because I actually think Ben Simmons is playing a lot better than a lot of you guys think.
He is. He is playing better.
Yeah, it sucks that he's hurt right now because he's really coming on strong. Efficiency is the key. Yeah, Almighty, efficiency. Exactly my point. You got to be efficient with the shots you take. But
Yes.
I've been rambling enough. So, given where I say this team is right now, now remember, I gave you the stats, I gave you the record. Right now, the Knicks are
They're 10 and 11 after
10
this
and
win, maybe.
11.
After this
Yeah,
win.
they'll be in. Maybe they rise up to 10th or
No, I think they're gonna be 12th. I think they're gonna be 12th
12th,
still.
still 12th. All right. So which is okay. Now what I want to know from you, coach, and from you, Jeffy, is like what do you think the Knicks should do here? Do you think it's best if they just go ahead and just blow this thing up, or do you think that it's best if they kind of stay the course? I think they should stay the course. That's what I said in the rapid fire segment. I think they
Mm-hmm.
should stick with Thibodeau and kind of ride it out and swap out some of these players because these some of these players just ain't working, man. You got Grimes, Quickly, Robinson, you got all the Toppin, and it makes Almighty says blow it up. It makes sense to blow it up, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the Knicks, they because if you go all in and you get into the ninth, eighth spot of the Eastern Conference playoffs, you're still not good enough to win a championship. And what you're doing is you're locking yourself into mediocrity
Mm-hmm.
because you're not going to have the draft pick to get a superstar, and you're not going to have a good enough roster to be able to really go in and do damage or attract another superstar from another team. Um, Mitch says they overpaid for Brunson.
Of course
I
they.
don't think they overpaid for Brunson. I think they overpaid for Julius Randle and
Mm-hmm.
RJ Barrett. So it ain't Brunson's fault. Yeah, he's the new guy. He's easy to pick on, but you got Barrett, Robinson, and Randle that been on this damn team, and they really haven't elevated their play enough to where we can sit here and say, okay, these guys have elevated their play enough to where they can attract other superstars to come play with them. They haven't done that. All Jalen Brunson is doing is going out there and doing his job. Jalen Brunson was a second round pick out of Dallas. He's not in a superstar mold.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Almighty, he's balling. I agree. You know what I'm saying? Um, so let's let Coach get in here. This ain't even
Mm-hmm.
my team, man, but I'm fired up, man, because this team is so annoying. It's like, Why the fuck do they constantly have these high expectations, but never ever do anything? And you got to look at Leon Rose. You really got to look at this general manager because he's doing some Dave Gettleman type ish. But go ahead, man. I don't want to keep going in because I got some firepower for the Knicks.
Mm. Let me say this first and foremost. Of course, I want my squad to win. Okay, that so anybody who tries to come at me otherwise, you don't know what the hell you're talking about if you're coming at me like that. All right, I've been there when the Knicks was rocking, probably before most of y'all was even born. So I know what it's like. I know what the city is like when the Knicks is rocking, the energy and everything that goes on. The problem is more than Tibbs, more than Leon Rose, all of that, more than RJ, more than Mitchell. It is Julius Randle. That is the problem. I'm looking at his stats right now. He's got 36 points today against the Detroit Pistons. He don't do that against other topper echelon teams consistently. You might
Right.
see 20 something points here, then you're going to see 16 points most of the other times. That's the problem. And everybody, just like you said,
Appreciate that
they're
score update, Levance. 140 to
for the
110 over
110.
the
That's the
Pistons.
final, yes. They're, he's everybody's, he's the superstar, he's the leader. No, he's not. Last year proved when you had a rough season, you turn on the fans. You say F the fans. I'm sorry. Yes, I want him to do well for the Knicks, but in a sense, you spit in my face as a fan. And when you break my trust, it's hard to get that back, man. Like I said, I want to see him do well for the Knicks, but I don't trust. I mean, I see 36 points now against Detroit. You know what? Give me 36 points tomorrow against the Bucks. You give me back-to-back 36 points, then you start to, okay,
Mhm.
Julius, now let's be consistent with this. Now are you going to get me 16, 18 points tomorrow? Then that to me is the issue because now they're trying to funnel everything in between him. Jalen Brunson before that he's been doing his thing. He's been consistent. He's getting consistent 30s. He's consistently in the 20s. Today he played 18 minutes and got 16 points. I don't know why. I don't know why his minutes were so low where all the other starters were in the 20s. So I gotta wait to see what's going on. But to me, that's the biggest issue. Then it goes to Tibbs with his rotation and how he's handling everything. I mean, Obi Toppin last year, we were all excited. I mean, the kid is now 8'6". I mean, it's like, yo, what the hell is going on with him? The kid got talent.
Mm.
Now that goes into first, like I said, Julius Randle, because there's something going on. I even saw a little clip where Obi was coming out. He looked like he was pissed. Julian was trying to go high, give him a high five, and Obi just walked right past him. So now that's body language. As a coach, I pick up on that. What the hell is going on? That goes back to
Mm.
Tibbs. That's Tibbs now. What the hell is going on? Are you losing these young guys? I
Mm.
mean, quickly is, up and down, up and down. He's been like that. But you're not using him properly. Derrick Rose only got 5 points today in 24 minutes. Okay, is it because him and Quickly are playing off and doing what they were doing 2 years ago? Okay, but like it's the rotation with Tibbs. What are you doing? You had Grimes in. I mean, because he was injured, he's starting to come back. He has 16 points, so his points are starting to grow. Okay, cool. Fournier is regulated to the bench. All right, cool. I'll live with that. Fournier's a professional. Maybe when you need him, he comes in, gets that open three.
What you said about Grimes, real quick?
Grimes hit 16 points today in 28 minutes. His points are, that I've been following, has starting to slowly increase. But he's been hurt, so I get it. That's some of the things that you have to work because he really didn't start the season. You know, Accountability, yes, great point. Um, Also, the issue is are trade talks getting into their head? Is it taking away their confidence? Because before trade deadlines, we've seen it in all sports. Players stress about that. Am I going to be here or not? What's going on? You start thinking about that, and you take away from playing the game. Obi Toppin is not trash. He's not. He's a good player. He can be developed, and built into something that is sustainable. Am I saying he's going to be a superstar? No,
Oh
but he's
shit.
going to be a good role player. So he can definitely do what he needs to do to help contribute to this team. I think Julius is hurting him. Now, if they can't trade Randall, then unfortunately, if Toppin is starting to lose his confidence, you got to move him. I don't want to see him go because he could still be a good backup four. But if his points production is just going to stay in single digits, I mean, he should at least be giving you 12 to 15 points, 16 points a game every time he plays. You know, but Toppin is not trash from to me. Cam Reddish. I mean, first he's in, then he's out. I know Grimes is coming back. Is that also a product of R.J. Barrett, like you said, NYG?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if he moved, then Cam Reddish, because Cam has shown he can produce. He's shown it, and he can play that defense. He's long, he's
Yeah,
lanky.
Cam Reddish is pretty good, coach.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will say here is, look, the Knicks 2020, they took Obi Toppin, number 8.
Mm-hmm.
You could have had Halliburton from Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, now he's playing for Indiana, I think.
Indiana. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
Indiana.
So you could have had Halliburton. Okay, so you go back to 2019, the New York Knicks draft R.J. Barrett. You
Mm-hmm.
could have had Darius Garland. You could have had one, as you mentioned, Cam Reddish, if you really
Mm-hmm.
liked him. Kobe White, PJ Washington. So you really kind of blew it there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say blow it because hindsight is 2020. Coming out in that draft, the top three were Ja.
I got
Uh,
you, but I'm
no,
not done
no, but
yet.
yes. Go
I'm
ahead.
not
Go
done
ahead.
yet,
Go
coach.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Real quick. 2018,
Mm-hmm.
you took Kevin Knox. Could have had Mikal
Cool.
Bridges. Could have
Mm-hmm.
had
That's who I wanted.
Georges Alexandria, Miles Bridges, Michael Porter
Mm-hmm.
Jr. I mean, there's a list of
Yes,
players
agree.
here, and Kevin Knox isn't even on your squad right now. You could have had
Yes.
Jalen Brunson at number
Mm-hmm.
33.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Agree.
2017.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last one I'm gonna do because this
Mm-hmm.
is this is just a testament to how bad the
Management.
goddamn general manager has been, and everybody want to fire Tom Thibodeau, but this GM is fucking garbage. You took Frank Ntilikina. Now this was Phil Jackson, but still, wasn't Leon Rose up under that regime?
No. No.
He was
Leon
the next.
Rose.
He was
No.
okay.
He
He
was.
came after Phil, right?
Yeah, and he was an agent. Remember, he was an
That's right.
agent.
That's right. That's right.
He
That
was
makes it even
never.
more egregious. Um,
So
so
if you're gonna attack that in that regard, it always goes back to the owner then. And
right, right. Yeah, I know Dolan is
that's
trash. I know that.
yes.
I
So
know that. But
in management, yes, you're right. You're right. In terms of management, picking the management production, doing their job, scouting, getting the right players in here, missing out on players that go to other teams and produce,
bruh,
you're 1,000%
you
correct.
took Frank.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up. Cause I can't even believe this shit. You took Frank Ntilikina
Mm-hmm.
over. Damn, why did I lose it? But you took him over Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
We all
you
said that.
took
Yep.
yeah, you took him over
Mm-hmm.
Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was Doncic, I think.
Doncic.
No, he went before that, right?
Then I'm trying to pull it up now to take a look. Hold on.
I think Doncic was like a top 3 pick that draft.
Okay, here it is. You took Ntilikina. You could have took Malik Monk. You could have
Mm-hmm.
took Donovan Mitchell, Bam Adebayo,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um Jared Allen, OG Anunoby, Kyle Kuzma. Like you had so many
Opportunities, yes.
Opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just what I would say about the Knicks is that they definitely have an issue drafting drafting players, man. They just do. They have an issue. Shout out to
Mm-hmm.
Jack City says first time listener, diehard Knicks fan. I support all New York teams though, beside the Brooklyn Pets. Yeah.
That's a good one.
The
Hey, y'all,
the
y'all, y'all take over. Do the Jet Nets now. I don't want to keep on here too much.
The Brooklyn Pets are 11-11. And that is a spiritual number, 11-11. If you
Yeah.
don't know, now you know. So at 11-11, as we want to transition to the Nets, because we don't want to talk about the Knicks no more, because I will continue to go in on how bad this team is. But the Nets have been just as bad, and I can go in on how bad the Nets have been. Don't get it twisted. I definitely do criticize my basketball team as well as my football team. We're gonna get into them soon. But given what I've seen, there go my boy. Given what I've seen out of what's good, Breezy? What's good, homie? What's good, bro? Given what I've seen out of this Brooklyn Nets team since Jacques Vaughn took over, 9-5. Remember, we said we was gonna give him 10 games. I told Breezy I was gonna give him 10 games. This is 14 games. My analysis is it's kind of incomplete because he hasn't had the full stretch of games with his whole roster, meaning Kyrie Irving. But what I will say is Jacques Vaughn has significantly improved the Brooklyn Nets defensively. They are the number one team in shot blocking. They are in the top 10 in points and field goal percentage. The problem with the Nets is rebounding.
Right.
They need to get better at rebounding, and they need to get better at defending the 3-point shot. Outside of that, this team could be cooking. Now, what do we want to see? What I want to see is the Brooklyn Nets beat quality teams. And what I mean by quality teams is, and Breezy, you alluded to this in the offseason.
Yeah.
That means teams in your division.
Right.
And more particularly, we talking Boston and Philadelphia.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Because I know you can beat Toronto. We know you can beat the Knicks. No sweat. You got to be able to beat Boston and Philadelphia. You lost to Philadelphia, what, twice already?
No, we played them once. We lost
once. You lost once. Okay. So, this game coming up against Boston, what is it, December 4th?
Yeah, Sunday.
The game coming up against Boston is going to be huge. And it's going to be a measuring stick for how I judge this team moving forward, because I'm cool with you winning the games you're supposed to win. That's what teams are supposed to do. A lot of teams get on the Giants. They get on, even the New York Knicks about beating. No, you ain't beat nobody. You beat the teams you're supposed to beat, because if you lose to them, people going to be bitching about that too. So beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Now, I'm looking at the Nets, and I'm gonna tie this up real quick. I'm looking at the Nets to go out there and beat Boston, beat Milwaukee, beat Miami, beat Chicago, beat Atlanta, beat the teams that's better than you right now. And then we can measure you to say that, okay, this team can really do some damage coming down the stretch. But let's let Jeff and Coach get in here. Jeff, if you want to jump in, since this is your squad, Breezy, Coach, y'all can do a round table if you want to. I've been talking too much.
I mean, the Nets are definitely The defense has definitely gone better. I mean, it couldn't get any worse under what Steve Nash was putting out there. But my biggest problem is not just the 3-point defense and the rebounding. My problem is that this team is so inconsistent shooting. And when you said that the Nets are number one right now in 3-point shooting, I almost fell off the couch. Like I was shocked by that because these guys are so inconsistent from the 3-point line, game in and game out. Namely Joe Harris, namely Seth Curry. Patty Mills is not even playing anymore. He's been that bad. So I mean, I think it's because of Yuta Watanabe. He was actually leading the league in 3-point shooting percentage before he got hurt. And it's obvious the Nets miss him too, his energy coming off the bench. But the Nets, they need more size in the front court. That's one of the problems is they don't have enough size right now in the front court to measure up against these teams that have bigger, more physical centers, like a Philadelphia, like a Boston, like a Miami. That's the problem is they don't have – I mean, Claxton, he's doing a solid job, but he also gets bullied at times by some of these other – some of these bigger centers that are, pounding the inside. Pause. It's pretty much how it is. The Nets are lacking in size right now.
Real
And that's why
quick,
they're good.
Jeffy, the Knicks are actually 8th in 3-point percentage shooting for themselves, and they are 3rd to last in opponent 3-point percentage shooting.
That makes sense.
That's kind of the point I was trying to make. They can shoot the three, but they don't defend it very well.
Oh, their 3-point defense is horrendous. They're doing the same thing that they've done the past couple of years, where they're running out to the 3-point line in order to try to put up any type of defense. So they need to do a lot better job when it comes to defending the 3-point line than they have so far this season. And their defense has been erratic. I mean, sometimes they're able to shut down teams at about 100 or under 100 points, and then they're having horrendous games where they're giving up over 120 points a game. It's just so inconsistent. That's the definition of the Brooklyn Nets: inconsistency. Whether it's the shooting, the 3-point defense, the rebounding, they can't just seem to put together a consistent stretch of games. And they barely even beat Orlando last night. Orlando is a team that's 10 games under 500, 11 now.
I didn't like that game.
To beat them.
I really didn't like that game. We can get into that in a minute, though. But I
just
want to let everybody go around.
That's the problem, though. And then I'll shut up and I'll let Breezy and Coach go. But this team has just got to find a way to get some type of consistency put together throughout a good stretch, because right now I just can't trust this team because I want to get behind them. I'm happy they've won 2 in a row. They finally got back to 500.
That link is for Jack City if you want to pop on. He says he's a first-time listener.
Okay.
So I want to give him or her, whoever it is, I want to give them.
I know Jack City. I'm
okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I shared it with a bunch of people. He pulled up, so shout out to Jack City.
All right, that's what's up, man. Hit that like button, man. Hit that subscribe button, man. We definitely go around the city every week, man, and we do definitely cover heavily on the basketball teams or football teams, whatever you're fan of. And real shout out to my brother Reels.
Love Reels.
You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, bro.
Congratulations to your Jets, Reels.
Popping in. Yeah, the Jets is on fire, man. We're gonna get into them, but go ahead and finish your point, Jeff, and let's let Breezy work in there.
Well,
I hit that like button.
For me, it's just consistency with me. I want to see this team start being a little bit more consistent shooting, 3-point defense, rebounding. They just have to become a more consistent basketball team because they should not be struggling this much when they have Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving against even inferior teams like the Orlando Magic. And I'm starting to wonder how serious this Ben Simmons injury is, because this knee injury he has had has pretty much been bothering him throughout since the beginning of the season, where he's been in and out of the lineup and obviously had to leave the game yesterday. So you have to wonder if this is going to linger throughout the rest of the season, which could become a problem. So hopefully it doesn't, because they need him, and he's playing the best basketball probably in the past couple of years in this little stretch he's been in. So that's another concern. We get TJ Warren back on Friday. That'll be a boost. Hopefully we get Watanabe back. But just go out there and play more consistent. That's all I ask. But Breezy, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff, shout out to Coach, shout out to NYG22, the panel, everybody in the chat. Shout out to Reels, man. Listen, I agree with Jeff, but I'm a little I see it through a different lens, but I do agree with him. The first 20 games, the schedule was tough, and they said it would be. 5 back-to-backs. In my opinion, any ball club in the NBA that can win one of the two, one of the two out of the back-to-back games is a good thing. And we did that at least once, and we won both games in the back to back. And last night was versus Orlando, and that was the second game. So case in point is we beat the Clippers, right? First back to back, and then after that we lost to the Lakers, and I put that on fatigue. And last night we beat Orlando, and the night before that we played a really tough team. And who we beat? I think Portland. And then we played Orlando the next day.
Yeah, we beat Portland, and then we played back to back, and we beat Orlando on Monday.
Right. So I'm saying that to say, some of the blaring stat that I feel like we need contribution with is the rebounding. Everything else I think will fall into play because defenses can't beat. I mean, teams can't beat us defending on rebounding and getting second chance points. If part of their strategy is to beat us from second chance points, they're not going to win. You've seen that with Zubac when we beat the Clippers. You've seen that with Steven Adams when we beat the Grizzlies. Granted, Ja Morant wasn't there, but the point is Steven Adams leads the league in offensive rebounds, and it's just not enough, and that's contributed to Jacque Vaughn's defense. 7 out of 8 of the games we kept them under 100 points, and we won 7 out of 8 of those games. That being said, like you said, NYG22 we're 9-5 since he got here, and again, I just feel like now we're on the same page, and I feel like if Jacque Vaughn had the same 22 games, we wouldn't be 11-11. I think we would be more in the range of maybe first, second seed up there with 16 wins. That's my my opinion. I don't know how popular it is, plug. But case in point is I feel like the best thing for Nets fans to do is be patient with this team. We got a lot of how you say, what's the word? Anxious. We're very anxious because we've been waiting to see the Brooklyn Nets play well for 3 seasons because the expectations went up tremendously with Kyrie and KD. Now, what I will say is I got into a debate the other day and I let it fly about who was the best duo between Tatum Brown and Kyrie and KD. I gave it to him. I said, I give it to Tatum and Brown. The reason why I won't debate you on this is because the amount of games Tatum and Brown actually played together over the course of seasons. And when you contrast that to Kyrie and KD, they only played when you count the 22, and that's not even 22 games because Kyrie missed 8 games. So you were 8, 22, 14 plus 44. That's 58 games in 3 years, 3 seasons. So I'm not going to have that debate, at least not yet. But what I will say is Kyrie came back and he did adapt to Jacque Vaughn's coaching style. He didn't try to go off for the reins and do something else. Shout out to my guy Jay. He pointed this out. He said he has seen Kyrie take a call from Jacque Vaughn. Kyrie instead did something different. Jacque Vaughn, the very next play, called the timeout, sub Kyrie Irving out the game. That's the type of sturdy coaching that we need. Jacque Vaughn, again, in a post-game interview, backs Joe Harris as much as the fans are on the fence about keeping him. Backs Joe Harris. And to Jeff's point, it's all Joe Harris, bro. And Seth Curry, he did start cold, but when they showed the stat yesterday, it was putrid. It was 4 for 29 for behind 3 for Joe Harris. And
Harris is horrible, man.
Right. As a reason, but no, he got better because he been going to the cup. He going to the basket now. So he's not relying on a jumper only to score the ball. But for the most, like you said earlier, Wasabi, Curry, Cutting Patty Mills' minutes was huge. I'm glad Jacques Vaughn did it. We was joking last night. We said Patty Mills still tired from last season, but yo, he played really big minutes last season, and I understand and why Jacques Vaughn cut his minutes. And far as Cam Thomas, y'all know I love Cam Thomas, but I still don't think he turned the corner. I still think he trying to find himself, but I don't want to give up on him. And as far as the Brooklyn Nets going to get a big man to help contribute, I think we mainly need to consider that we don't need to give away everybody for somebody that can rebound. We need somebody gritty, somebody that can rebound, and that's it. All the other facets of the Brooklyn Nets team, I feel like I won't say we're just strongest, but we're pretty strong. Rebounding is the elephant in the room. We got to take care of that. Other than that, I like the direction.
So let me run down. Go ahead. Finish your point.
I was
going to run down some stats for you.
Okay. I want to land the plane saying that because of the one of the roughest schedule, we're one of the only teams that played 22 games thus far. In Detroit just topped that with 23 games tonight, losing to the Knicks. I think this is the week that we go on a win streak. I'll land a plane saying that I think we beat Washington. It's going to hurt us not having Ben Simmons for next game. I'm not going to lie, but I still think we got a fighting chance to beat the Wizards. We got a 7-game home stretch. We won 2 of those games. If we could win all our home games, this will put us right in the top of the standings where we supposed to be.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up, bro. And I can't hold you. I do think the Nets can look. We came into the season with this team having championship aspirations. And before I let Coach speak, I'm just gonna run down a couple stats. And you guys can take this for what it's worth. Points per game. Got the Nets at 18th. The Knicks are actually 12th. That's just points per game. That's just how many points you scoring. Doesn't take into account your defense, rebounding, yada, yada, yada. Field goal percentage. How well are you shooting the ball? The Brooklyn Nets are number 1 in the NBA right now. Almost 50% shooting. 3-point percent shooting, because this is a 3-point league now. Let's not get it twisted. The Brooklyn Nets are 8th, 37.2%. And the New York Knicks are at the bottom at 31.6% shooting from 3.
The bottom where? What number specifically?
30th.
Oh,
they're last. They're 31. Yeah, they're 31.6. So maybe that's a plug for you for your show.
I'm definitely cooking him about that. He definitely on. I'm gonna throw him on a Barbie, man. Nick fan on the Barbie, man.
They're dead last, but what's interesting, man, and I actually got this little nugget from ESPN. They're actually 11th in 3-point attempts. So they take the 11th most threes, but they are last in making them percentage-wise. So maybe they need to change their strategy a little bit, but that goes to the coach. So maybe Knicks fans are right. They need to get rid of Thibodeau. But anyway, moving on. We got rebounds. The Knicks are actually 4th. So they're doing their job rebounding, but the Brooklyn Nets are 29th, with the second to last. So that is the Nets' problem right now. Rebounding, and particularly offensive rebounding. They are dead last at 7.4 offensive rebounds per game. Mostly every other category, the Brooklyn Nets are on the top 15. They're 11th in assists. They are.
We got way better in that department too.
22nd in steals, but it is what it is. You're still up there. They are first in blocks, and they only have the 13th least turnovers per game.
That's good.
They're fouling people too, though. They foul way too much.
They foul. So yeah, we're gonna get to the defense real quick. personal fouls, they are, to Jeff's point, they are number. Actually, they don't foul a lot at all. They're only 18th. Oh no, that's
Right.
opponents. That's opponents fouls. Let me look at team fouls. Hold up.
Seems like Ben Simmons and Nicholas Claxton are
Yeah.
always in foul trouble pretty much every game.
Nah.
I feel
You
like
right.
the refs
You're
is
right.
hard on them, man.
They up there. Yeah, they sixth. The Knicks are third. Good God.
Mhm.
But yeah,
But
they're
you,
the Nets are sixth.
But you see that what happened, to add to what you said, OIG 22. We went from being quote unquote soft in the middle to being one of the teams with number one with blocks. So I
Nah,
just
the Brooklyn Nets have a good defensive team right now.
Nicholas Claxton.
I will say that, and yeah,
and
it's
Royce
part of
O'Neal.
Claxton and it's Royce O'Neal and Simmons. It's
And
them
Durant,
three.
too. Durant blocks a lot
Durant
of
has
shots.
picked it up. Durant is feeding off of the rest of them. He like,
Right.
oh, these niggas playing defense. I'm gonna play defense too. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Even
That's
freaking Joe Harris got a block shot.
Nice.
right, man. Joe Harris and Kenny Galladay. Can we just put them in a bag and just
No.
ship them
No, Joe Harris has done
and
something.
just ship them
No.
off to I don't know.
Well, I gotta cut you off on that one. I can't do that to Joe Harris. Joe Harris has at least had a couple of years where he was number one in 3-point shooting percentage.
Kenny
with the
Galladay
Nets.
did too. He had a couple.
But he didn't do it with the
Detroit.
Giants. He
Yeah,
didn't
he
do it
didn't
with the
do it with the
Giants.
Giants.
Joe
That's
Harris
true.
did it twice with the Nets, and I still have faith in Joe Harris. I'm not giving up on Joey Buckets. He's one of those guys that he can get hot. You know how good Joe Harris is when he can get that shot going. I think he still might be coming back from that ankle injury that he had, the 2 surgeries he had in his ankle. So I'm not going to give up on Joe Harris.
I'm not
yet.
out on Joey, but I will say though.
Same thing with
that
Seth.
The Seth, I think he's working his way back. I think he's going to get into
Be
a
right
groove
back,
here
guys.
soon.
Yeah.
Nah, you good. I think he's going to get into a groove here soon. But Joe Harris, I don't know. I don't know about Joey, but let's let Coach get in here, man. What you think about all this Knicks Nets mess? Knicks,
I'm
Nets,
good, bro.
Jets,
I'm good.
Mets,
I'm
Mets.
good. I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good. I'm not even good.
Oh no, Coach.
Nah,
Coach.
just bro. I don't want to talk about the Knicks, man, because
It's frustrating.
it's going to force me to just give up watching basketball. Period. Seriously,
It's really that bad now? You're just gonna give
bro.
up on basketball?
I don't like. And I haven't. Y'all know I can't see the game, so I follow all the little game trends and all that other stuff. Yeah, I look at little stats. I don't give stats everything, but stats give some credence to some things. And this is atrocious. And we're stuck in mediocrity. We can't. And I'm not one to say tank, but you can't even lose right. You can't lose right. To be honest with you, I mean, think about it. I mean, there's teams that are playing their young guys to develop, and yeah, they may lose, but they're getting more talent to put with it and build it the right way. Mm-hmm. We're going out and getting marginal, middle of the pack guys, thinking that they're going to contribute, trying to make them the star of the team. And first of all, you spit in the Knicks' face by telling fans F you. Yeah, you apologize. All right, fine. You have to work your way back into the graces of the fans. But, and then, Tibbs and what he's doing. And then, I didn't even talk about it earlier. You're a defensive guru. That's all they talked about. And our defense, as Almighty said, our defense is trash. Mm-hmm. And you're a defensive coach, man. If more than anything, you know what? Our offense sucks. One of my favorite coaches, favorite mentors, love speaking to him whenever I get the chance. Greg Schiano at Rutgers. Their defense is tops in college, one of the tops in college. And that's over teams that are winning, but their offense is putrid. But at least he's defensive coach, and his defense plays at a top level. And they don't even have top level talent defensively. Tibbs, you can't even get these guys to play defense. I know different sport, but still, it's the NBA, and you can't get these guys to play. Nah, man, I just go ahead, y'all. I said what I
Nah.
was gonna say.
You good, coach. You
The
good,
Knicks have
coach.
actually defeated Coach. The Knicks have just defeated Coach. He's like, I'm done.
Nah, real quick though, fellas.
I just hope I'm wrong, man. I hope they throw egg in my face and come back and do shit and humble
Speaking of
my ass. But
egg, Levance says he got some bacon, sausage, egg, toast, and home fries for supper tonight. I noticed Levance likes to eat interesting, I'll put it like that, dinners. I want to pick his brain on that one day, man. Like what comes up in your mind when you're preparing dinner? Because I remember like last time he said he was having a double cheeseburger and some Old English, and then like now he's like bacon, eggs, sausage, and home fries. Like this guy is an amazing mind when it comes to like food. So like we definitely need to have
yo, NYG, I grew up on stuff like that, going from
me
burgers to
too. That's
pizzas and then
why I'm
going there.
like, yeah.
Yeah, all right,
That's why I'm like,
all
yo,
right. I
that
bet you
shit
now.
is cool. That's why
Exactly.
I'm
Okay,
digging it when he
okay.
posts his yeah, because I'm like, yo, that's shit that we do. You know what I'm saying? In the
Mm-hmm.
hood, you know what I'm saying? I don't try to put my hood side out there as much, but that's what we do, man. That's what we do in Brooklyn. That's what we do in the hood, man. And speaking of
Good food
hood
is
and
good
just
food.
NYC and period, man, go check out Shadow Worlds Radio. Man, that
Yes.
feel good experience that connects the community and reflects life. With Shadow Worlds, you are able to listen to great music. Trust me, it's really, really good music, y'all. I listen to it all the time. No cap. Trust me. If you like old jams and you want to find out what's in the community positively impacting lives and address important social issues, go out and check out Shadow Worlds. If you're looking for a great DJ service, contact Shadow Worlds. Contact DJ Nas, man. Awesome, man. That's my bro, man. Awesome. He sponsors this show, man. Please go check him out. And I'm not capping. I actually listen to the show. It's really, really good radio. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're like me and you just like those old slow jams, you know what I'm saying? But he's not limited to just that. Tune in to the Unconcealed Talk Show where it's about making moves, strong and positive moves. Also, we're on there. Check out us premiering at 8 to 10 every Saturdays. Take it back in the days and listen to Di Smith in the Retro Show where he brings you classic 80s music down under. Shadow Worlds is bringing you everything you're looking for from online radio to the media outlet. Please go check out Shadow Worlds. Visit Shadow Worlds. Check out the website at Shadow Worlds. That's Worlds with a Z.com or Facebook page at facebook.com/Shadow Worlds Radio. Remember, that's Shadow Worlds, not with an S, with a Z, but spell it just like that. Y'all go check them out, man. Please do that, man. That's my bro. Sponsors the show, man. And it's excellent music content. I'm telling you. I don't want to listen to Spotify. I want to listen to 98.7. I won't listen to none of that shit. I just put my bro on, man, and just rock with it, man. It plays in the background. You know what I'm saying? You don't need no YouTube subscription or none of that shit, man. So go check it out, man. But yeah. But yeah, let's get into the football a little bit, y'all, man. We spent a good amount of time on the basketball, probably longer than I wanted to spend on it. But let's get into these football teams. Talking Jets, talking Giants. We'll start with the Giants. We haven't spent a lot of time on the Giants so far. So we'll get into the Giants.
Okay. Until NYG gets back, we're gonna take over and just rock a little bit on the Giants. You know, played on Thanksgiving. against the Dallas Cowboys down in Dallas. Ended up losing 28-20. It was the first half was definitely a typical NFC East battle. Giants went into the halftime up 13-7. I mean, they were playing physical on all sides of the ball. It was even though they were undermanned and shorthanded, they definitely stepped up and they came out there and they, handled their handle and playing with Dallas. Second half, Dallas did step it up. Second half, they ended up scoring 21 points while the Giants scored 7. Ultimately, the game was won and lost in the trenches. Dallas definitely put their foot in it, and they definitely took it to the Giants on the ground. Both teams had over 200 yards rushing, but Dallas had 261 yards rushing while Giants had 210. Dallas had 169 yards rushing while the Giants had 90, and it was 261 to 210 in terms of passing. So overall, the total yardage was 430 to 300. So bottom line is Dallas ended up rushing for about 80 yards more than the Giants. And when it comes to football, that's where it's won and lost in the trenches more than anything. Now, if you want to break down third down efficiency, because that's always big with me, the Giants in third down efficiency, and that's usually getting off the field or staying on the field. The Giants converted on third down 27% of the time, while Dallas is at 63%. Right there alone, that's why your defense gets tired, because the other team is converting on third downs and getting another set of downs, and they're just continuing to do the same thing. Now, Dallas did lead in terms of penalties, 13-7. That could have been a big factor, along with the turnovers. The Giants are +2 with the turnovers, but the real reason is the third down efficiency. Also, the factor of the matter is the Giants did not have their full roster. Yes, it's next man up. I believe in that strongly. So you're paid to produce. You got to go out there and produce. But ultimately, that's really where the Cowboys won in the running game and third down efficiency. The Giants didn't stop them from converting on third down, and Dallas did, and they converted on the ground game, holding Saquon Barkley to 36 yards in rushing, 39 yards in rushing. So, we wouldn't have expected that, but that's what the Giants are going to be expecting until they get something out of their passing attack. All right, bro, go ahead, take over.
Oh, nah, you good, man. That's excellent, Coach. But I want to get Jeffy's take on this before I speak, because I've been talking a lot. I want to get you guys in here, man. So, Jeffy, give us your thoughts on the Giants, man, and what you think about this team moving forward.
Well, I mean, Coach did a really good job just going over why the New York Giants couldn't pull out this victory. I mean, yes, we were undermanned, but at the same time, we've been undermanned a lot this season, and we're still able to pull out some of these victories. So can't really blame it on that. It's next man up mentality. But I think one of the biggest problems with this team that's starting to rear its ugly head every single game they go into is they can't stop the run. And it's a problem at the linebacking core. The linebacking core is just not doing a good job coming in and helping stuff the run. I think that Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams are just burnt out right now with the amount of snaps they have to take game in and game out, because we don't have the proper rotation on the defensive tackle position, because of the fact we lost some key depth players to injury, and they just don't have reliable depth behind those two guys. So I think that Lawrence and Williams are getting worn down as the season goes on. I mean, the secondary, when you're going up against two good receivers and you can't establish a solid pass rush all around, Dak Prescott's still a quality quarterback. He should be able to get the ball to his receivers when you're going up against backup guys. But the Giants, they got beaten in the trenches. The Giants just weren't able to protect Daniel Jones enough out there on offense. They weren't able to establish a running game. The run blocking on the offensive side has just not been as good since we lost Evan Neal and Ben Bredeson. Both those guys are bigger key players than people might have thought originally, especially Bredeson. Bredeson is actually might be a bigger loss than even Neal at this point because of what he was able to do at left guard. to help opening up that run game. Bellinger's his absence has hurt the middle of the field in terms of a security blanket with the tight end position. We just haven't been able to have a reliable guy in the middle of the field. Teams obviously have been seeing that. They've been stacking the box to help take Saquon out of the game. I don't know why we're not trying to do a little bit more read options or bootlegs with Daniel Jones, but it seems like they have a spy out there on defense to try to take away that part of the game. We're just getting nothing consistently in the passing game besides Darius Slayton. So the Giants have got to do a better job in the trenches, obviously, like Coach said. They need to do a better job run blocking. They need to do a better job pass protecting for Daniel Jones. They need to establish some type of consistent passing game. You could throw Matt Breida out there. I mean, Matt Breida, I think, could be a player that the Giants can utilize in the passing game as well as the running game. A couple of times they tried a three-back system out there for a couple of plays. That actually worked. Maybe try that again where they did a couple of sweep handoffs and they had Barkley actually blocking for Brightwell on some of those plays. You had Breida running some from routes in the slot. Maybe try to take advantage of his speed since you're so thin with at wide receiver. But the offensive line has got to do a better job, not just pass protecting, but the run game is just falling apart because it's just a combination. I think Barkley's just not the same right now. He's banged up with a shoulder injury. And the run blocking on the offensive line has just not been – it's not been there. Even Andrew Thomas struggled against Michael Parsons, which is a rare sight to see because he doesn't do that. But the Giants have just got to get better in terms of winning the trenches again like they did before. And they got to get back to the bread and butter, which is old school football, which will set up the pass for some of these play action plays, some read options, maybe some RPOs when they're there. And on defense, the pass rush has got to come alive. And hopefully we get Ojulari back. That's going to help. Hopefully Lawrence and Williams with this 10-day break can get a little bit more refreshed and be ready to go against Washington. And Thibodeau's starting to get to the quarterback, but we have to stop the run. That is the number one thing we need to start doing better, or it's going to be a tough sled for the rest of the season, is we have to do better on our run defense because if we keep allowing these running backs to gash us in the middle, then it's going to make it a lot more difficult to stop the pass because we're going to have to try to stack more people in the box, and it's going to leave more guys out there on an island, especially without a Dory and without Robinson. Obviously, McKinney's still not there. And who knows if Moreau's going to be ready to go. So the run defense has got to be the number one thing on this team that has to improve for the stretch run of the season.
So one thing else I want to add too, because I was just taking a look here, additionally with the stats, all right? Now I just talked about the second half, how Dallas turned it up, all right? In terms of total plays, just plays alone, not results, just the plays, the number of plays. Dallas had 19. They had a 19-yard play drive that resulted in a touchdown, 8 play drive and a touchdown, 12-yard play and a touchdown, 7-yard play for a missed field goal, and to end the game, two plays. So that right there is. Go back. Add. Hello. That's 20. That's 39. This 39 and 9 is 48. 48. And the Giants roughly had 7. 7 is 14. 13 is 27. And 9 is 36.66 plays. That's a big disparity in football. That's a lot right there because that wears you down. Just like we were talking about the trenches, that wears down guys, especially guys like Dexter and Leo. The offensive creativity has to improve, especially like you were just saying with the running game. Yes, teams are going to stack the box, get creative, misdirection, so many different things, get guys biting the cheese with a lot of movement, their eyes moving, get them slow and reacting to what's going on in terms of reading and dissecting the play before they attack it. That's how you can also get them, especially when, you don't have your primary starters there. And then as these guys come back, you continue. It also helps give guys confidence. I did love that, when they used Barkley as a decoy, and you had Brightwell being productive. I mean, things like that help, because now it also opens things up for Barkley later, because now they have to key in on Brightwell, and then Barkley can go ahead and eat and do what he needs to do. So, this is also going to be a testament to Kafka, not just Dable, but more so Kafka in, being a creative offensive play caller.
Yes.
That's what's up, Coach, man. And I definitely think that what the Giants really need right now
Mm-hmm.
is pass rushing. And what I said, I know like some of my points get drowned out in the vast media that is Giants land, but I've been the one saying the Giants need Azeez Ojulari. And
Yes, you have.
these guys are just now starting to like pick up on that shit. But you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like sometimes, and it's not to like say like boost myself up there a lot or anything like that, or try to make myself seem like I'm better than anybody or whatever. But I kind of feel like I foresee things a little better than some people, and I'm just looking at this whole Giant situation. I'm like, nobody's talking about Azeez Ojulari because everybody's so caught up on O'Shane Zimenez and Jahad Ward because they played well, not great, but well in Azeez Ojulari's absence. You forgot who the fuck Azeez Ojulari was. This guy is the guy that got what 8.5 sacks last year or 8 sacks last year.
Yep.
He was the reason why you drafted Kayvon Thibodeau, because you felt like with Azeez and Kayvon, you could have your two bookend edge rushers. He hasn't been on the field, and your pass rush has struggled for the most part because you cannot get pressure with 4. The Giants just can't do it. That's why we are the highest blitzing team in the league. Yes, part of that's because Wink Martindale's system, but Wink Martindale's no dummy. If he felt like he could get pressure with 4, you don't think he would send 4? You think he's blitzing just because he fucking feels like it? He's blitzing because he knows this is his only opportunity to get to the quarterback. He knows he's got to get to the quarterback to have his defense on a level playing field with the offense, because our defense doesn't have the talent to match up with a lot of offenses. Mainly the linebackers and in the secondary. Our defensive line, I'm not going to hold you. They are one of the best in the league. But the second level and the third level, that's what I'm saying. So many people caught up on McKinney and Dory Jackson and all these other corners and all this other crap. What did I tell you, Jeff? Jeff know what I'm talking about. What did I tell you? The same shit that Adam and Miz and all of them talking about, oh, they can't beat our corners or so ass. Our cornerbacks didn't lose us the game in Dallas. Our cornerbacks were Darius Williams. He did what the fuck he could. I felt like going against CeeDee Lamb, dude, this cat just came off an injury. Darius Williams just came off the IR and basically did all he could to keep up with CeeDee Lamb. And there was a bunch of BS calls in that game that we can argue about, but I do not think people should be down on a cat like Rodarius Williams.
And no, I'm not down on him at all.
And I told people that Jerome Henderson was going to coach up this DB room. But what happened? Our pass rushers can't get no fucking pressure on the quarterback. They're getting there, but they're missing. They're not getting sacks. And people say, oh, sacks don't matter. Sacks affect games, y'all. They affect down and distance, coach. They affect momentum, coach. Like, stop playing. These fans get too cute with this shit sometimes. It's that simple. You line up and you go rush the quarterback. If you can't do that and you can't get sacks and affect games or get interceptions, which the Giants haven't got either, they haven't got nearly enough sacks or nearly enough interceptions, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you change games. You got to change games, and you got to affect the game in a way to where your team has an advantage. The Giants aren't doing that. They're getting turnovers, and guess what? They're going 3 and out.
Yep.
What the fuck good is getting a turnover if you're going to turn around and you're going to go 3 and out the very next drive, despite being on your fucking 50-yard line? Like, I'm so sick and tired of this team not only losing to Dallas and Philadelphia, but come out here and playing tired-ass football like they are inferior. Like, we can't lose. We just got to play good enough to not get blown out. That's how they're playing. And it's pussy-ass football, excuse my language, and it's coward football. And Dan Campbell called this team out on it, and I'm calling it out on them. Open this shit up, y'all. I'm tired of this team playing soft-ass football. And I know the offensive line, NYG, the wide receivers, NYG, yada, yada, yada. Do you think the Giants are the only team in the NFL that has injury issues, that has wide receiver issues, quarterback issues, offensive line issues? Good teams overcome that. And the Giants have overcame that for the majority of this season. So why are we looking at this team differently now than before? And to put the cherry on top, what player outside of Adoree Jackson that the Giants have lost that is basically top 5, top 10 play on their team? Because remember, you still got your best player, Andrew Thomas. You still got your best player. What's good, Taj? What's good, man? Appreciate you joining the show, brother. You still got Daniel Jones. You still got Saquon Barkley. You still got Darius Slayton. You still got Andrew Thomas. You still got Leonard Williams. You still got Dexter Lawrence. You still got Kayvon Thibodeau. Other than Adoree Jackson, give me the bone-crushing injury that the Giants have lost. See, it's a bunch of fucking excuses.
It'd probably be Wan'Dale Robinson and Sterling Shepard, but they weren't up there.
Wan'Dale Robinson, man. Excuse my language, but he wasn't making no goddamn difference out there. Like, give me a break. What injury has this team suffered to where I got all these fans crying up their asses about the injuries? Look, the bottom line is, and I'm at fault too, Jeffy, Coach, Taj, I overestimated this team. That's why we're sore right now. But don't give me this injury shit. Don't give me this schematic shit. Kafka was calling some good ass schemes out there. Niggas couldn't they couldn't execute. Point blank simple. They could not execute. And I'm not putting it on Daniel Jones. I'm not putting it on anybody. It's a team effort. Daniel Jones threw the pass. Barkley should have caught this shit. Oh, it was off a little bit. It doesn't matter. You're playing a team game. You throw, I throw, you catch. If I throw and you don't catch, then guess what? It's on both of us. So I don't want to hear the finger pointing. The fact of the matter is these players are not executing up into their standards. These players are not executing up into their standards. And I'm so sick and tired of people wanting to put the blame on a certain particular player. It is a team effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is the team to say that. You could go to Tampa Bay and you could say it's all Tom Brady. I would get that because he's a all-world, or what some people think is an all-world quarterback. But with the Giants, it really is a team effort. You don't have the talent outside of Saquon Barkley. What other player, you argue Dexter Lawrence, since he's came on just this season, what other
Andrew
player
Thomas
are gonna that's 3. I'll give you 3. There's no other player that you're gonna argue that's top 5 or 10 in his position.
Did you say Leo?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about Leo Williams. I don't know about Adoree Jackson.
Mm,
They may be teetering, but
yeah.
honestly, we could probably pick off a few names that's over them. But Dex and Saquon, yeah. Outside of that, who are you missing so bad that you just, oh, we're so hurt, we're so injured. Remember, Evan Neal was somebody that a lot of Giants fans thought we should that he wasn't no good. He was a bust. He was
Yeah.
going to get benched after the Dallas Cowboy game. Now you miss him. Now, see, this is my problem with Giants fans. You, you say, look, we don't. Evan Neal cost us the Cowboy game, but then you turn around and say we didn't win this game because Evan Neal wasn't playing. Are you fucking joking? Like, this fan base is retarded. I'm sorry. They are.
Well, it's not just them. You have to go look at every other
else.
fan base.
A lot of fans are like that, Jeff, and I get you, but it just pisses me off. And I'm sorry I'm on a little bit of a rant here because I didn't really get my spill out on this Cowboy game.
That's okay.
Because I just seen so much idiocy out there. It's like I don't want to come out there and sound and because they say you debate with fools. People from a distance can't tell who's who. So you look like the fool too. So I'm not going to debate with a bunch of fools. But the fact of the matter is, you can't tell me that this Giants team has been so ravished by injuries that that's an excuse for this team. You could say this team is not talented, but you can't sit up there and tell me that this team is in the position they're in because of injuries. I'm so sick of the injury excuse, y'all. If Daniel Jones was hurt, okay. If Saquon Barkley was hurt, okay. Dexter Lawrence, I'll give you Adoree Jackson because he's a big part of the defense. He's the number one cornerback. But outside of those players, who's killing you right now? Is McKinney killing you? No, he's not killing you. Dane Belton has played fine. So has Julian Love.
Love's been better than McKinney this year.
Right, exactly. He's not killing you. Aaron Robinson ain't kill you. Fabian Moreau filled in perfectly fine for him. The linebackers, they're all trash. So it doesn't matter who's out there. Now, I will argue a little bit of Abon Azeez Ojulari, but Neal's not killing you. Remember, he was struggling. They wanted him benched after the Dallas game. Now we need him. See, it's hypocritical. Let me stop, man. Ranting.
I think the problem is that maybe we all because
let Taj
a lot of us said. All right, go ahead, Taj.
Nah, you go ahead, finish your point, but let Taj go after.
Well, I think that maybe it's because a lot of us were thinking that this team is, remember, they're in the first year of a rebuild, and we thought this team would be better, but they got off to such a hot start because they were able to win some of these closer games, and we started out 7-2. So normally your fan base, who hasn't won jack in the past 5-10 years, is going to start drinking the Kool-Aid, think we're going to beat anybody. Then the injuries start coming in, and then that becomes an excuse of why we weren't winning. But at the same time, we've been hurt pretty much all season. We've had injuries all over the place and have still found a way to overcome them. The problem is we're just also not playing good fundamental football overall on offense and defense when it comes to the simple parts of the game, and that's trench warfare,
And that's the
whether
key.
it's stopping the run, running the football. We're not pass protecting well. Even Jones is making some mistakes that he made in the first couple of years. Barkley's dancing again at the line. We have no wide receivers that consistently can separate besides Darius Slayton. It's all the things that have plagued this team in the past. But at the same time, maybe it's just from my point of view, this is a team that I didn't think was going to be, maybe it's just them coming back down to earth as a team that they're maybe not as talented as we all thought. It could be a cop-out. It could be an excuse. But maybe we just overrated this team as a fan base a little bit, like you said, MYG.
Yeah,
maybe this
you're
team
right.
wasn't as good. They're not as good. And I thought this team would be a 7 to 8 win team, 9, 10, or even 11. Shout out to Lou, 11-6. If they were able to have everything fall into place, and for the most part, things were falling into the place with this team. But now it's starting to go the other way. We're hitting that crossroads as a football team, and let's see what this team could do. When it comes to their mentality, when adversity is finally striking them for the first time in the face during this season, and let's see how the Giants can bounce back from that adversity. If that heart inside of them, which has been pretty much propelling this team since the beginning, can start showing itself again, they can get back to playing good fundamental football. But I'll let Taj take it.
Go ahead, Taj. Floor is yours, brother.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty much echoing what y'all been saying about this team. Yeah, injuries have gotten us from our most important players like Adoree Jackson, uh, yeah, Dory Jackson, McKinney, and those guys, and Ojolari, but other than that, I mean, other than that, I mean, yeah, even when some of these players like get injured, you mean um,
Mm-hmm.
we still find a way to like compete and try to win games with the players that we got because what we do is next man up. Like we got this next man
Mm-hmm.
up mentality with this team, and we make no excuses out of it. So yeah, like I mean, which is why that I'm not tripping right now with this Giants team. Especially heading into next week, we got a 10-day break before we play Washington on Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
and we get some players back like Bredesen, Bellinger, Neal, and Ojolari. So yeah, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I got a quick
I,
question for
I
you
I
guys
think
too.
so too. But I want to stir the pot a little bit here with my man Super Taj, man. Shout out to Super Taj, man. And if you aren't following him, please do, man. Follow him at Super Taj World. You know what I'm saying? He does excellent NFL prediction breakdowns. Even does a little bit of gaming.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my homie, man. You know what I'm saying? He's always a big supporter of the Giants community. But
Yes.
I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit with you, Taj, with Daniel Jones. Do you think now, given the situation, it is what it is? Say the Giants somehow fuck up, miss the playoffs. I don't think they will personally, but say they do. You know, stranger things have happened. Do you think that the Giants should move on from Daniel Jones? And do you think there's a quarterback in this draft that you would draft to replace Jones if you had to replace him? I know you're a fan, so I'm saying if. Go.
Now this is like a little tough because I say if we miss the
I know.
playoffs,
I'm gonna make it tough for you.
I still think you mean that that's gonna be a little tough for trying find a replacement
hmm
for Daniel Jones. I don't think it's gonna be as easy as it is to go and find a replacement for DJ if we barely miss the playoffs or anything. But I do know that there will be some guys that will be gone though. Like if we miss the playoffs. So yeah.
hmm So you think that possibly if we miss the playoffs, do you think that they should still run it back with Jones, or you think they should try to look to upgrade in the draft? Because I don't see any quarterback unless you're going miraculously get Lamar Jackson, I don't see a quarterback upgrade in free agency
No,
for the Giants. So it's gonna have to be in
no,
the
I think we
draft.
should run it. I think we should run it back and like
Hmm.
upgrade our roster
Right.
and like our and upgrade our roster because like if there was like a situation that we missed the playoffs like not because of DJ's ineptitude.
Hmm.
Um, like yeah, like if it's because of his net play and stuff, like then like if it's because of that, then I mean, yeah, like he's gonna be gone.
Thank you, Coach.
but if he, but if DJ me is still doing his thing and then we barely make the playoffs or we miss the playoffs, then I still think we give Daniel Jones a chance because like I seriously don't think it's gonna be like as easy as it is to replace Daniel Jones.
Hmm.
So like yeah, I think yeah, I just think that you mean we just gotta try and stay in our course and upgrade this roster with our draft picks and in the free agent money that we got to like upgrade our roster to go get some veterans and stuff like that.
Now,
And
I
I
think
agree. I totally
I think
agree. Go ahead, Jeff.
I think that the whole Daniel Jones thing is going to come down
And shout
to
out to Wells. Just joined the chat, and
what
also
up, Wales?
our good friend
Yo,
Tudo.
What up, Tito?
bookends.
What's good? What's
What's up,
good, man?
Bookends?
Appreciate y'all joining. What's good, bookends? Appreciate y'all joining, man.
But
But go ahead, get into it, Jeff.
I think the whole Daniel Jones thing is going to determine on how he plays, specifically going down the stretch in this very difficult next 6 games. Because if we don't make the playoffs and we just crap the bed, but Jones at least is not one of the reasons why we lose, and he's actually still playing proficient football, I think they will run it back with him. And I have to wonder too, and you guys might think I'm all like nuts or anything. If Gary Brightwell continues to run like he has, and the way he's I mean, he's pretty. When he gets a shot, the kid can run the football. Does that make
Mm-hmm.
Saquon Barkley a little bit more expendable because he's
No,
slowing down
absolutely
now?
not. Absolutely not. And I'm gonna tell you why. Um, and I kind of felt like that was coming. The Saquon
Not saying I
Barkley.
want. I'm just throwing it out
No,
there.
no, no. I know that, Jeff. But I just want to hone in the point to why you need to resign Saquon Barkley. It's more than football. It's about your fan base. It's about
Mm-hmm.
ticket sales.
Mm-hmm.
It's about leadership. It's about locker room. Like there's
Reputation.
so exactly Todd's reputation. There's so many different factors to why you need to say sign Saquon Barkley. It's not just because he's a running back. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jeff. You can get that production wise, numbers wise, from any running back. But can you get that energy? Can you get that swag? Can you get that team leadership from Damian Pierce, from Kenneth Walker? Fuck it, even from Nick Chubb. Do you get that? The only running back that I will put equal to Saquon Barkley is Derrick Henry, because Derrick Henry does the same shit for the Titans that Saquon does for this New York Giants football team. So outside of that, like miss me with that. I'm sorry. You sign Saquon Barkley, you give him the deal that he wants. You know what I'm saying? That's what you do as a team, as a franchise. Now, if you want to move on for some of these other players, okay, I'm cool. But and then think about it. You drafted him second overall. You want this guy to lead your franchise. It's more than just about production, because You can give me any tired ass quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo. Um, what's my man Mariota,
Hmm.
Tannehill. Like you can give me any tired ass quarterback that can go out there and you know hand the ball off or
But then just to go with that comment
whatever.
though, why would you not throw Daniel Jones in there too? Because he's as equally as much of a leader on that team as Saquon Barkley is, and he's the heart and soul of that team. Jones is in the same
I
place.
agree. I'm
And at
not
the
the
same
one
point, I know
selling
I say it all the time.
sell.
Mr.
Uh,
Cheerleader on the sideline, Sterling Shepard, is the leader of this team
nah, I
too.
disagree with that.
No, the dude is more important to the morale of that team than you think. Even though he gets hurt all the
I
time, but he's
yeah,
important.
I agree with his importance and what he means, but I disagree with the fact that you need to bring Sterling Shepard back into this mold.
I didn't say bring him back. I'm
Because
just saying his importance.
yeah, but a lot of fans I'm hearing now because I listen. I might not comment or be posting a bunch on Twitter and some of these other social media, but I listen and I hear all the chatter. Oh, we can get him back for 1 or 2 years or da 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 da, and it's like, so you're gonna tie up. Remember, what's the problem with this Giants team right now?
Oh,
What's
injuries, of
everybody
course.
bitching about? What's the
Wide
one position
receivers,
Injuries.
wide
exactly? Wide
receivers.
receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. Bring Beckham, bring DJ Moore, bring Jerry Judy, bring this person, bring fucking Golden Tate. Like the wide receiver is such a problem with this team, according to the fans, that you cannot justify, especially if you bring Odell Beckham to the fold. Now, I don't know if the Giants are going to do that or not, but especially if you bring OBJ into the fold, why in the fucking hell would you bring back Sterling Shepard to have two injured wide receivers? And then you probably going to fuck around and sign Slayton. And then poor Darius Slayton, he going to be the number one wide receiver again in
I
2023
disagree.
because them
They go in the
cats is
draft and
going to
draft
be
somebody.
on the injured.
They draft somebody in the first round to be their number one, and all those other guys would trickle down the rest of the depth
That
chart.
that you don't do that, Jeff. You know why? Because look what happened to Wandell Robinson. You don't draft a wide receiver to be your number one wide receiver. You draft a wide receiver to bring into the mix, and then you see out of the wide receivers you got which one is the number one. Because remember, if you bring a draft pick in here, it could be well possible that he doesn't end up being your number one wide receiver. Maybe it's Odell Beckham Jr. Maybe Darius Slayton takes a leap of a step and becomes that number one. Maybe it's Wandell Robinson, like you said, that takes the next step and becomes the number one. Maybe it's somebody you get in free agency. Maybe you trade for T. Higgins. I don't know. But we can't necessarily bank on a rookie wide receiver coming in here being number one wide receiver. And that's what I'm cautioning on telling fans that. You could look
It
at
depends.
Mm-hmm.
It depends. Some of
Depends
these
though.
rookie wide receivers come in here and they explode on the
and it
scene.
also depends on the quarterback. So now we're gonna get back
Fair.
into the Daniel
That's
Jones
true.
Fair.
conversation.
You're
You
right.
see
You're
what I'm
right.
saying?
You're
So
right.
Well, to a
but
certain degree, with what you just said, because look at Wilson with the Jets. He's drafted to be that number one, and he's the number one in spite of their quarterback.
Yeah.
So it depends on the
that's true.
receiver. It really so now depending on where the Giants draft. Do we think there's a generational receiver or whatever, a true number one receiver? No, you're right in that you don't draft a rookie to be the number one. You let it play out. More than likely, it plays itself out, and he will become that one, especially if he has the skill set and the ability. But right now, I'll be honest with you. There's no receiver in this draft. I'm sorry. I like Quentin. What's his name? Johnson from TCU. He's dynamic. He's all of that. but he's not that. He's not a Chase. He's not a
Mhm.
Jamar Chase coming into this draft. Sorry, he's not.
Yeah.
He's
Or
not.
even a St. Brown, probably, because
Yeah,
Amron St. Brown's developed into a really good number one
but he's
receiver.
developed. He wasn't coming into the draft. That's the point I'm
Right.
saying. Wilson, we all knew that. Sorry, we did. I knew that at O State. I
And
knew that at O
Olave.
State. Olave was. I had questions on him. I did. I really did. Now, if you were telling me Marvin Harrison Jr. is coming out and we could get him, then yes, you draft him right now to be that number one receiver. That's different. That's different. But in what you're
I
saying,
agree too,
yes,
though.
you're right about that in terms of yeah, you don't draft him and make him unless he's built that way. Marvin Harrison Jr. First of all, he was raised like that. His father
Yeah, he's
instilled him.
good. He
Yes,
is good. That's
so
the cat
He's
that's
from
really
Ohio
good.
State, right?
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, he's
He's
good. He's good.
probably going to end up depending on how it plays out next year. Right now, he's my number one. Well, no, the quarterback from USC might be the number one. Sorry, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he went number one overall because he's that good. He's that good.
What
So
about that other Ohio State receiver? Izuku
Uzuko,
Bay? He's good
he's good.
too.
He's good. But he still needs some refinement. He's still a little bit inconsistent with the drops from time to time, and he can also disappear.
Oh crap! And it was just getting good.
Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought I went out. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
oh
Me
No,
shit.
too.
it was
I thought
me.
you froze. Yeah.
It was me for a
Okay.
second.
All
So,
right.
but I,
Go
I
Got
ahead.
you.
Continue.
also wanted to touch on something because we were talking earlier about the construction and this team, so on and so forth. There's one thing that most of us, because yes, we all in a sense bit the cheese, and hell, I even went as crazy as saying 15-2 earlier, and we forgot. Shane said it best in the beginning of the season, and he's right. This team is actually playing out exactly like he said, and here's why. Did he or did he not say we compete for today and build for tomorrow?
Yep. He did.
Are we competing for today?
Yes, we are.
Are we building for tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Shane was 1,000% on point. So we as fans, yeah, we get caught up in all the other stuff and the wins and all this stuff. But you know what? Temper it back. Every last one of us, myself especially. And don't forget, you just said it, NYG. This was a rebuild. Most of the times we think of rebuild, strip it all the way down and whatever. No, you can rebuild and compete at the same time, and that's exactly what this team is doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trusting Shane more and more every day with everything that he's doing. So whatever it is, if it's bringing back Daniel Jones, if it's going into the draft and drafting the quarterback, if it's drafting the offensive lineman, a wide receiver, a linebacker, cornerback, whoever, number one, if it's trading the number one draft pick for a T. Higgins or whoever, I don't care. I'm trusting he's going to do whatever he's going to do. All this other stuff that what people are ripping Joe Shane, trade him, fire him, get rid of Dable, and all this other shit. You guys are
That's funny.
you're idiots. To be brutally honest, you don't know football. You're caught up. Big Pat always speaks about it.
They
Fans get
don't know
caught up in
sports.
yes,
If you saying fire a guy in his
yes,
first year
yes,
that's 7 and
yes,
4 that took
yes,
a team that was 4
yes,
and 13 and you're
exactly.
saying fire him, you don't know
Yes,
sports. Hell, you
yes.
don't know fucking life. You're just a dumbass.
Yep.
I'm
And
sorry.
that's my
But go
point.
ahead.
And Pat speaks to it. Most of these fans, they listen to what the media says and they take it as the reason and the way to fully run a sports program instead of, you know what? They're twisting it to fit their narrative. Step back, dissect what they're saying. There's going to be some truth into some of what they're saying. There's going to be twisting of the truth to fit what they're trying to spew to you, so you can go by all jolly, willy wally, whatever, into what they're saying. Because ultimately, they're selling you. What they're selling you is you getting the clicks, you watching what they're saying because they're getting paid. Bottom line, don't take it as the God's all be all everything. you take it with a little bit of, okay, I'm going to watch you. I'm going to listen to what you're saying, dissect it, see what's going on. Joe Shane said it at the beginning of the season. He's a man. He's a sports manager. He's built for this. He was raised for this. He knows this. He studied this, and he's helped perfect a good organization up there in Buffalo, and he's going to do the same thing here. He said, compete for today. We're competing for today. Build for tomorrow. He stocked up draft picks. He's stocked up so much stuff for us for the future. All he has to do is just scrape a little bit off of the salary cap, and I'm telling you, the New York Football Giants will be back on top within a couple of years. And one last thing, don't forget, the New York Football Giants are the only team that's won a Super Bowl in every decade.
Yep.
The 80s, the 90s, the 2000, 2010. Aren't we in the 20s? And we're only on 22. We're only on 22. We have the right GM. We have the right coach. We have the right staff. Maura and Tish are doing the right thing by giving them the keys and letting them drive. And they're putting us in the perfect position. And this is only year one. Year one. So that's all I got to say. Y'all take the ship.
Well, I mean,
let me get
Jesus.
to a couple comments real quick.
Okay.
We don't want to know the chat. Tudo, like my man Tudo is in here strong, man. Tudo says, Wells, my boy, was in tears this morning and switched his jersey to US on FaceTime. I told him, don't work like that. Whatever jersey he wears, he should hold on to it no matter what. Facts. Way to teach your boy, man, some respectable sports fandom. Put it like that. Well, so sorry to hear that. Tudo says, as Coach mentioned before, NYG22, Giants have been most successful with the running game. Should build around it and continue with better schemes. Yeah, just build around what you got. You don't have to get rid of Daniel Jones just to get rid of him, because guess what? If you bring a rookie quarterback in here and it doesn't work out, your coordinators and your coach and your general manager are all going to be under fire, because guess what? You wanted to rebuild or scrap a playoff team. If the Giants don't make the playoffs, I'll have a different scenario for you, because that's what I honestly said. Coach and Jeffy can attest. I said if the Giants make the playoffs, I 100% think they should and will bring back Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. Now, if they miss the playoffs, because remember, if they miss the playoffs, that means this team has collapsed.
Yes.
Down the stretch. And that is a testament to the coach and more particularly the players. Because remember, this is a first-year coach. Dable can say, look, hell, God damn it, I got you 7 wins. Shit, your roster is garbage. You know what I'm saying? So
He's
John
already moved
Mara,
players.
Hold on. I have a
hold
question.
up.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to ask you, because you said if you miss the playoffs, it's a collapse. So if they were 9-8 and missed the playoffs by 1 game, that's a collapse?
Yes.
I disagree.
Coach,
Because
you had
a
90-something percent chance of making the playoffs when you were 7-2.
Was it 100%?
No,
was it 100%? Okay.
It was not.
So the
but
chance.
If you go down the stretch and you basically 7-2, so you finish 9-8, so you go 2-6 down the stretch, that ain't gonna be good. How you gonna justify that was a success?
I'm not saying it. I never said it was a success, but you said it's a collapse. I don't look at it as a collapse.
That's a collapse.
I disagree, because
we've all
all we've ever heard is, even at the beginning of the season, the meat and potato of our schedule was at the end. That's what I'm getting at. If you played the meat and potato of your schedule at the end, you did what you're supposed to do in the beginning. So it
Things
was
change
just,
though,
it,
coach.
yes,
Because
yes,
think about it. Okay, so
perception
think
changes the reality.
perception does change, and you got
That's
to think about this because if you're coming into the season now, remember
mm-hmm,
we did a whole
mm-hmm.
podcast on this,
Yes,
and remember, and I can pull up the tape.
yes,
I
yes.
particularly, specifically picked the Giants to finish 9-8. So am I
Mm-hmm.
going to be surprised? Fuck no. But if you're telling me that a team that was 7-2 winds up 9-8 down the stretch, given their schedule, given you playing teams like Washington, Detroit, and Indianapolis, and you can't
Yeah,
beat,
sleep on Washington. You can't sleep on
I'm
Washington.
not sleeping on no team, but can you beat somebody? See,
No, yes, you're right.
this
You're
is
right in that regard. No,
this is where
but
I get fired up with Giants fans because Giants fans are so submissive. We can't beat Dallas.
no,
We
no, no, no.
can't
Ho,
beat
ho, ho,
Philly.
ho, ho,
We
ho, ho,
can't
ho, ho,
beat
ho, ho.
Minnesota. We can't
No,
beat
stop,
anybody. We're
stop,
just like,
stop, stop,
no
stop. That's not what I'm
confidence.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just going based on what you just said. You said it's a collapse. What I'm saying, it's not a collapse. Is it a success? No. I am not
Mm-mm.
saying that. Am I expecting them to go in and make the playoffs? Yes. Do I want them to make the playoffs? Yes. Oh, I've been saying, Jeff, I said bottom line, 3-3 gets them in the playoffs. Plain and simple. All they need to
Yeah,
do is split. Just split the last 3 games. That's all I want to see. Just split it. You do that, I think you're in the playoffs. Do I want them to go 11-5, 11-6? Hell, fucking yes. Do I want
yeah,
them to go
that'd be
12 and
nice.
5? Yes. But I'm also saying if they won only 2 games the rest of the way, to me, I understand why y'all are saying it's a collapse. I don't think it's a collapse because I'm also looking at the totality. I understand things change. But from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, if you had told us at the beginning of the season, no matter how the season played out, if you ended up 9-8 at the end of the season, 90% of this, let's just say 75% of the fan base would have taken it no matter how the season played out. That's why I'm saying it's not a collapse.
So, what percentage of the fan base do you think will
Everybody be
accept
upset. No,
that
nobody is going to
from
accept it.
7-2 you finish 9-8 and you barely? I mean, maybe you don't even make the playoffs. Maybe Washington finishes over you because they beat you twice.
Frustrating, yes. I think a large percentage will be
Just
upset.
saying.
I don't think anybody, not even me, is going to be happy with it. But you will accept it because you're seeing progression. Because in the moment, yes, you're right, it's upset. But
I'm
when
gonna
you after
accept
this,
it, coach. But
yes,
you know what I'm gonna do, and this is the last point I'm gonna make. You know
mm-hmm,
what I'm gonna do
mm-hmm,
if because this is my scenarios,
mm-hmm, yes,
NYG,
yes,
unpopular
yes,
opinion sports.
yes,
Y'all hit
yes,
that like button. If the Giants miss the playoffs
mm-hmm,
at 9-8,
mm-hmm,
I'm gonna be disappointed, but I
yes.
won't feel like it's a bad season.
That's my
But
whole point.
now, if the Giants basically just falter down the stretch,
That's yeah. That's
it's about context. It's what it looks like. If they go out there and they lose to Washington at home, say it's a close game, then they
mm-hmm,
go out there and they just get mollywopped by Philly, and then they go on to Washington again and lose. Then they go into Minnesota and lose. Say they beat the Colts. And then after that will be Philly. And say Philly rests their starters and they beat Philly and they finish 9-8.
mm-hmm.
I don't feel comfortable with that type of scenario. It's like, do the Giants have to be a charity team? Do we have to be the team that only beats? And I kind of feel like this about the Brooklyn Nets right now. Breezy, if you there, you can comment. I feel like the team is just kind of like winning, but they're only beating teams that they know they don't match up with. You see what I'm saying? So basically to be a contending team, I want to see you beat good teams. And for the Giants, it's not even about beating good teams. It's about beating the teams in your division. And I've said this time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going
Mm-hmm.
to judge this team on how they play in this division. So if you go out there and you go 1-5 or 2-4 in this division, I'm not respecting this team to move forward as far as being a
Okay.
contending team. Yeah, they might be a playoff team, but as far as being a contending team, because this is the next step. If the Giants make the playoffs this year, the next step is them being a contender. What puts you over the top for you being a contender? Maybe y'all can answer that question. Y'all hit the like button.
Okay.
Please
And
sub and
now I'm
subscribe
going to
to
take
Coach Ed and Jeffy and Big Fan Breezy over there. They got
I'm going
excellent.
to take something that you just said, bro.
But let's go.
Because you just said, okay, first and foremost, you said if it's 2-4 in the division, you're not going to respect it, right?
Because that means you
Uh,
basically
uh,
swept
hold on a
Washington.
minute. Okay, you split with Washington and Philly, and
Well,
that's
if you
two and
split
four.
with Washington and Philly, I look at it different. But if you just beat Washington and you don't at least beat Philadelphia, my measuring stick for this team was to beat the teams in your division
Yes, no,
that
I
you
get
had to
that.
beat.
Yes, no, I get
That's
that.
it.
I'm going to take that because I
Mm-hmm.
want to finish adding on to it.
Let's
So
go.
they finished 2-4 in the division, but also beat both Minnesota and Indianapolis to get into the playoffs. You're still not respecting this team.
I respect them if they beat Minnesota and Indianapolis and
Okay,
if they beat my judgment, basically, I want to see them beat Philadelphia once
mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm,
Washington once. I
mm-hmm.
ideally I wanted to see you beat Dallas once.
Yes, exactly. We all
But
did that. Mm-hmm,
you lost. You had a tough schedule. You had a funky ass game on Thanksgiving where you came off a bad loss and all your players
mm-hmm,
was injured.
mm-hmm,
So on and so forth. I usually don't like to lean on the injury excuse,
mm-hmm,
but this was a tough game for this team to win. I
mm-hmm,
get it. You coming off
mm-hmm.
a short week. You got banged up in Detroit, a game you lost, and you playing on Thanksgiving in semi prime time. So I don't.
See, everything is
Yeah.
like you said, perception and context,
I
like you
I
said
I
earlier,
I I, I excuse the Giants for that loss.
and
The
that's my
loss I
whole
won't
point.
excuse them for is the first game they played, where they were at home. They had Ojulari and Thibodeau. Because, see, Giants fans got amnesia. Let me remind you. You had Ojulari. You had Thibodeau. You had Evan Neal. You had Daniel Jones. You had Saquon Barkley playing that game. You had Adoree Jackson. You had
Mm-hmm.
Azeez Ojulari and Kayvon Thibodeau and Dexter Lawrence and Leo Williams.
No, we didn't
And
have Leo.
Mm-mm.
Leo was out.
he was out.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, he was out because he
Yeah,
got
he was
hurt in
out.
Carolina. Okay, all right, I
We
give you
had
that.
Shepard.
But
We had
everybody
Galladay.
else was there. Shepard,
Mm-hmm.
Galladay, Slayton,
Yes, you're right. And they
Jay,
had a
whoever
backup
else,
quarterback, and they had a backup
and they had a
quarterback.
backup court, and you
Mm-hmm.
lost. I ain't say you got whooped, but you lost. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't a good loss.
Yes.
So that's my point with this Giants team. We can say what we want to say about this team, and we can have the good night, Wells. Good night, bro. Appreciate
Have a
you
good night, Wales.
popping in, man.
So,
And I see y'all in the chat. I'm gonna get y'all in a second. But
oh yeah, I'm taking.
from my perspective, I just feel like this Giants team, I have to see them win division games
Fair.
before I can really acknowledge this team and really say this team is ready to take that next step. Now, some people can disagree with me, and some people can say, "Hey, look, NYG, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. As long as we win or beat who's on our schedule, yada 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 yada." But the fact of the matter is, you're never going to be taken serious in this division if you
Fair.
can't beat Dallas or Philadelphia. I don't care
Yes.
about Washington. I'm sorry.
No, I get where you're
I
going.
just don't care.
I get where you're going, bro. I get where you're going, and in the end, I get it. I understand the logic, and to a degree, I know where you're going, and I agree with it to a certain extent. But in the end, I'm still about just getting the damn playoffs. Just getting the playoffs. I've seen teams lose to one team that's in their division in the playoffs two times, and you get in the playoffs, and what happens in the playoff? They beat them. So I get where you're going. And it's just that sometimes fans do have that same theory. I'm not going to respect it because you got to win your division games. Well, your division games are only a small percentage of your schedule. If you lost all your damn division games and won everything else, does that mean you're a terrible team? No. Yes, do you need to win your division games? Yes. As a fan, do you need to win it because it's about talking trash to the other fan base? Let's be brutally honest. That's what it really ultimately boils down to. Doesn't mean that the team can't win in the playoffs. And that's what's most important to me. All this other shit is just what it is. It's shit. Do what you got to do
But
to
the
get in the
but the
playoffs.
teams you playing in the playoffs is the teams that's gonna be in your division.
Yes, I'm
That's what
not.
I'm
Yeah,
saying. That's why
I'm
I'm
not
tripping
disappointed.
over it, coach.
But no. But that's my point. You're saying you're tripping over it because it's the division, and I just said you could lose to a team in your division twice and still beat them in the playoffs. What's more important? You lost to them twice in the regular season, or you beat them in the playoffs? I'm going to take beating them in the playoffs over. I'll lose you twice in the regular season if I beat you in the playoffs because
Nah,
that's when it
that's
really matters.
facts.
So that's why I'm like, I get where you're going. Yes, you're right in that regard. Yes, it's important, but it's not the end all be all. You say you're not going to respect it. I respect that. Me, I want to see what you do if you get in the playoffs. That's more important to me. So you know what? You go 2-4, but you still also win the two non-conference, non-division games. All right, cool. It's a new ball game. We're in the playoffs. I've been saying 10 wins will get us in the playoffs. Now let's rock when we get in the playoffs and let's see what we can do. That's me. And I guess that's the coach in me and that's the competitor in me. And that's why I look at it totally different. You know, somebody told me before I'm a homer. Okay, fine. I'll be a homer. I just know I've been there, I've experienced it, I've seen it as a fan and also personally as a coach and a player. I've seen, experienced it, all that good stuff. You can lose to a team in your division during the regular season, but you beat them in the playoffs. Guess what? That team that beat you, that was pumping their chest.
If you beat them in
Yes,
the
yes.
playoffs.
Tudo makes a
Everything
great
is
point
if.
right here. Tudo makes a great point. A lot of these players that Shane and Dable are using, they're not even their players. Think about that too.
Yeah,
They haven't even been
yeah,
able to get their own players in here
yeah.
yet, and they're trying
I
to get the most out of the
don't,
guys they're taking.
and that's another
That plays a
narrative
part.
that gets
That plays, but it
it,
plays a
it
part.
does, Jeff, but it gets overblown because let me tell you something. I don't give a flying fuck if Saquon Barkley was drafted by Joe Shane or fucking Bill Parcells. If the guy is a good fucking player, I don't care if the goddamn coach and the GM drafted him. That's the fucking. Let me calm down for a
I'm
minute.
not saying
That's
specifically
that's
No,
Saquon
no,
Barkley. I'm talking about
but
most of the roster.
no.
I know,
Yeah.
and I'm not mad at you, Jeff. I'm just saying, but that's the shit that a lot of fans want to spew because they say,
That's
"Oh,
giving
it's not his player, it's not their quarterback,
Yeah.
it's not
I
their."
think
It's
I think you're taking it a different. I
you
take it a different
inherited the
way.
team, so
Yeah,
you knew who was on the team.
yeah,
So
but it's
how can you get mad at the players that's on the team
I
or the
wait a minute.
squad that you
Read that.
inherited?
Let me read
Go
that
ahead.
again. Coach Ed, we think most players on the roster haven't been Shayna Dable's choices according to their performances in schemes that they're just waiting for the next year to complete their. Okay, I get where you're going because I look at it as that's just coaching, but the last part of it, I get where you're going too. Though, to me, that's coaching. That's just me. That just shows how good of a coach Dable is and the staff is because they're taking players who were perceived as not good in other schemes and with other coaching staff, and they're getting the most out of them. So to me, I take that as coaching. I don't think it's just going into next year. That's a small component, and that's a key point for next year. Yes, that goes into build for tomorrow. Yes, that's important. But the compete for today part is taking those same players and getting everything that you can out of them and making them players and making them respectable. Because guess what? Whether y'all realize it or not, at least other teams are going to look at them and say, you know what?
What's
Well,
good, Dash?
Oh, what's
Hey,
up, Dash? I
Dash.
didn't even
What's
see
good,
him.
Neymar? There's a couple people in the chat. Let me hit the chat up real quick.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm taking over. I'm gonna shut up. Go,
Nah,
bro.
nah,
God.
it's good. It's good convo. I get a little fired up because I
And
guess
I'll
I'm a little
make my
fired up
point
because I
soon too, because I've been quiet most of this time while you guys have been going at it over this
nah, you
topic.
good, Jeff, man. You know you my brother, man. It's all gravy, man. You know what I'm saying? We just getting into it, man. Cause I get fired up. You know, the New York Giants is the team that gets me fired up the most. Um,
It's 'cause of the
so let's
fans.
get into it. Wells, I disagree. Did their best and play well. Me probably can't complain. All you want, nobody can be perfect with limited resources. Yeah, guess he's talking about the hockey. I mean the soccer. So don't get me wrong, I was very happy to see Wells in the first 6 years. But the best players on the team peaked in Euro 2016. Um, to the says coach, we think the most players on the roster haven't been shown in Dable's choices according to their performances and schemes. They're just waiting
Yeah, we
for
just went over that.
next
Yeah.
year to compete their dreams are right. Yeah, I mean I agree to a point, but my thing is that doesn't matter if it's Sean or Dable's players, and Shane and Dable gotta have sense enough, unlike Dave Gettleman, and just not
Mm-hmm.
ship off players because that's what Dave Gettleman did. Let's keep it a buck. He got rid of JPP, he got rid of Odell, he got rid of whoever
True.
he could
True.
from Jerry Reese's era, even though a lot of these players have and you know been decent on other squads. So let's not get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? I remember Kanar, I remember Okara,
Yeah,
Romeo
Devin Kennard and
Okara.
Romeo Carr.
They
Yeah,
were definitely they were good for the Lions. You know what I'm saying? Then you talk about JPP and then of course Beckham and yada yada yada. So um, I
yeah.
don't want to see Dable and Shane, and I don't think they're that type of they're that type of dudes. I think that they understand that this team is talented, but it needs a lot more talent to compete at that next level. And so they're going to want to keep the talent that's already here. Why would you just get rid of talent to get rid of them because they're not your guys? You didn't have the geniusness to come up with to draft these guys, so you're just going to get rid of them and try to
The
no,
only
they're
way
not
I could
dumb.
see them getting rid of
Mm-hmm.
some of these talents is because they're selling high on some of them, and they think that maybe they're maybe hitting their peak, and they're going to try to sell them off for
Yeah, if you
for their
if you
value that's
trade him,
higher, and try to and see if they can get an upgrade in the draft, or maybe if there's a player out
mm-hmm,
there who's still young
mm-hmm.
enough that can maybe help this team in a longer stretch than the current guys they have here. But all right, I'll talk about how I feel about this whole situation because I heard both your sides to it. And to be
Mm-hmm.
honest, I'm not even trying to cop out. I'm like somewhere in the middle with this whole situation of the whole collapsing thing. Because I wasn't one of the people drinking the Kool-Aid from the beginning. If you guys remember, I was more of the people
Yeah,
that
I
was trying to
know
come with
you
a
was
realistic place.
more, yeah,
I
even kill. I won't say
exactly.
pessimistic. You was more in the middle.
No, I said that this team I think has some talent, but I still think they lack in talent in a lot of areas. And I thought this team in the first year of a rebuild would be around a 7 to 9 win team, maybe 10 or 11 if things broke right. Now, of course, they broke right, and we were 7-2 one point, and then the last couple of games showed some of the
Appreciate you,
warts.
the irrelevant franchise. I'm sorry,
Thank
I
you.
gotta cut you off
No,
because
it's all right.
anytime we get a new subscriber,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
we wanna
Get this
welcome
man to
him or her.
100.
Mm-hmm.
The irrelevant franchise, new subscriber here for y'all. I appreciate you joining the show. Um, I will ask of you if you could please hit that like and subscribe button. We do a show like this every Tuesday where we go all around the city, and my two co-hosts are there every Tuesday to hold me down. This is Coach Ed Gladney, with Coach Ed's Amazing World of Sports. Could you please subscribe to him as well as my man NYG Jeffy T 85, that keeps you up to date on all sports. And we do the same thing. We go all around the city majority. So please, thank you for being here, and hope you enjoy the show. I see you, Big Dash. I see you, Bookends. But let's let Jeffy finish his point. Go ahead.
Well, Thank you for coming by, Relevant Franchise. Appreciate that. For the Giants, I mean, I think we all got caught up in everything that was happening. We talked about it a little bit earlier that maybe we just all started drinking the Kool-Aid because we got off to such a great start, and we've been such a horrid franchise for so long that we take winning any way we can get it. Do I think if we don't end up if we miss the playoffs and we win, say, like the next 2 of the next 6 games, we finish 9-8, and we just miss the playoffs? I would probably say yes and no. No, I would say no because the fact that the expectations for this team were a little bit conscrewed.
Good night, Wells. Good night.
It's conscrewed because the expectations of this team were raised because of the fact we got off to such a hot start. But the fact that we got off to such a hot start, if I'm making any sense, if you don't think I'm making any sense here, just let me know. Like the fact we got off to such a hot start, and then we just go and just sputter at the end. Sure, it'd feel a little bit like a collapse, but at the same time, we got to come back to a dose of reality and realize maybe this team wasn't as good as a lot of people think. And maybe this team was just, they were getting by with, like, the talent we had, but also the coaching. The coaching is the biggest reason. And we've said this before. The coaching is the major reason why this team is 7-4 right now. Let's just be real. We've even struggled against teams that we're better than. We struggled to beat Carolina. We struggled to even beat Houston. We struggled to beat some of these other teams. Green Bay, we struggled to beat them at some points. There's no team we've actually gone out there and blown out because our coaching has been so good, especially in the fourth quarter, to make those adjustments that we've been able to get by. But the talent eventually is going to start taking its course, and the division games. I mean, I got really aggravated losing to Dallas. That one bothered me.
That pissed me off too, Jeff. Yeah,
and it's gonna be the same thing losing to Washington. It's gonna be the same thing losing to Philadelphia.
You know
we
why?
have to get it done.
Because you can't keep losing to division teams.
Exactly.
I don't want to hear this bullshit more from these fans and from these media people and even from the Giants organization about, oh, we've been injured and we can't do this because of this and this because of that.
No, we all said
everybody's injured in the NFL.
And we all said at the beginning, when we get down to this stretch of the season, every single one of us have said the biggest part of this season is those divisional games and that 4-game stretch against Philly twice, against Dallas, and against Washington. And so far, we're 0-1. We already lost our first game against Dallas.
We're 0-2, really?
This game is so important, and Miz actually brought up the point. We're now 0-2 in our last 2 games. This is a pivotal game. This is such a pivotal game for us. If we drop this game against Washington at home, it is not out of the question. This team's confidence is going to start getting shot, and we might start going to a downward spiral, especially by Philadelphia afterwards. I mean, you're talking about if we lose this game on Sunday, and then we have to play Philadelphia the week after, who they're still going to be competing because they want that number 1 seed and home field advantage because Minnesota's right there with them, and Minnesota is going to be up to play too because, like we said, they're competing right now for that number 1 seed. So we have to find – this game is – we have to win this game. If we don't win and the offensive line doesn't get it together – continuity-wise, it's a little bit of a worry because Neal and Bredesen haven't played in a while. Hopefully they can get it together. If the running game doesn't get going, if we can't stop Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson from running the football, and if we can't get a pass rush, I'm telling you right now, I don't care how you feel about Taylor Heineke. He will pick us apart on defense with Curtis Samuel, with Terry McLaurin, and with Jahan Dotson, even De'Ami Brown. They have great weapons on the outside. We have to get a pass rush. We have to run the football. We have to stop the run. If we can't do that and we lose this game, the Giants will start to tailspin. And you can't even forget about Seattle. Seattle's another team in this right now that's competing for that other playoff spot. There's nobody really in the North. There's nobody really in the South. And really in the West, it's just Seattle that seems to be that other team that's competing for a playoff spot. Because I think San Francisco has righted the ship. I think they're going to win that division out west. But the Giants, this game is so vital. And we've handled Washington. You don't think Washington's going to get up for this? Washington's been the hottest team in the NFL in the past 5-6 weeks. They've only lost one game, and that's the game where they should have beaten Minnesota. They had that game against Minnesota 1, and they lost it at the end. Washington's a much better team than a lot of fans are giving them credit.
I
They
know,
really
Jeff,
are.
but you know what? It's the same way Philly and Dallas look at us. They have dominated us, and we have dominated Washington. So we got to look at Washington the same way. Take care of your business. Beat the Washington Redskins. Yeah, I'm calling them that. Y'all can flag me if you want to. That's the team name. Now, beat the squad. Just beat them. Beat this team and handle your business. Maybe you ain't ready for Philly and Dallas. Maybe that's maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that is it. That's it. But you damn sure ready for Washington. You better be ready for Indy, and you should get up for Minnesota. So if you can't beat Philly, can't beat Washington, they looking like two of the best teams in football right now. So I want to hold the Giants for that. But this season is about progress. So get me to the playoffs. If you can't get to the playoffs and you want to flounder around and let Washington get in there like you did last time, Washington and the Giants was neck and neck for the playoffs. You remember that, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So you want to do that again? No. Handle your BI and don't rely on Philly or Dallas to lose a game for you to get into the playoffs because you couldn't take care of business against a Washington team that is in disarray as a franchise, don't know what their name is, don't even know who the owner going to be. Take care of this team. At least beat them at home. Don't go in there and let these fans in MetLife Stadium see you lose to Washington. I'm sorry. It's different, bro. It ain't the same, man. I don't care what people are thinking right now. Well, I do, but I don't. Because the fact of the matter is, you can't tell me that this Giants team should not be able to handle Washington. And if you can't in a season where you 7-4, you're fraudulent and you ain't ready. And I'm gonna call you out on that. And I don't want to hear no ifs, ands, or buts about, oh, we get this receiver. Guess what, guys? We're gonna, if Daniel Jones come, I don't want to hear none of these hypotheticals. This is the season for you to change this franchise around. Now you go and you have a collapse, because that's what it's gonna be, a collapse in the second half of the season. You are giving me Joe Judge vibes. Because remember, everybody was on high on Joe Judge. And then he came back in and they absolutely floundered the second season. So don't give me that Brian Dable shit, man. Oh, yeah, he's good, man. Got the team in the right direction. Yeah. Rah, rah, rah.
You all
And
thought the
then
same
y'all
way
go
about
out.
Ben McAdoo in 2016. Don't everybody remember?
Exactamundo, Jeff. Good point. So I don't want those vibes again. Go out there, take care of your business. Just get into the playoffs. And me, my personal feeling as a fan, I feel a lot better about this team moving forward. If they miss the playoffs and they go 8-9 or 9-8 and don't get in and let Washington get in over them, Washington, the freaking Commodores, you letting a goddamn 70s a band get in over you with the Commodores. You letting something that you put on your nutsack, a condom, get in the playoffs over you, the New York Giants. Now I'm just playing around, but still, I'm joking the Washington team, but I'm not joking them as a team. I know they're good, they're decent, but the fact of the matter is, you are looking at this team like Philly and Dallas looks at us. You should beat them. And if you don't beat them, then something is wrong with you. But go ahead, man. I see you, Dash. I see you, Nimar. Anybody want to come on and build with
Washington
us?
looks the same way at us. They look like the same
I
exact
see you,
way
Ronnie.
at us.
Ronnie. I'm gonna post a link in the chat. You can come on and build with us. This is the
You
freestyle
know, you know what,
section
you know
of
what,
the
you know,
program, so y'all can build with us. I'm gonna go about 20 more minutes here, but go ahead, get in there, coach.
no, you know what,
Wherever y'all want to go.
I, I, I have to apologize to you guys because I tend to forget my way of thinking is not conventional, and I really have to accept that. And it's not slighting anyone. It's not. Please don't take it that way. It's just saying that if someone said I'm a homer, yeah, you're right. I'm a homer because as a coach, you have to. It's about the mentality, and I hear the negativity. I see it. I read it, and
Wait, who
I.
says you was a homer?
There's a
Somebody say
couple
that in
of.
the chat.
Oh no, no, not here, not here, not here, not here,
On Twitter.
not here.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, Twitter. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'm about to
It's
say I
Twitter
know our
and
people ain't doing that shit.
no, and it's also one of my Facebook chats. So and it's a Giants chat, and but they
Cause we
always
all
saying,
homers over here.
but
I'm a homer. You know what I'm
no,
saying?
it's
I
just
think
that
the Giants are better than Washington. That's just how my opinion.
it's not even that. It's just that because as was said to me, you're always trying to throw that coach spiel at fans, and I'm like, I'm just trying to temper some people from jumping off the ledge. Really, that's what it is, and I'm trying to educate people on how to look at things from a different point of view. But I also have to look at it from, or try to look at it from a full fan's point of view, because yes, I understand. I've coached 40 plus years. My way of thinking is not the same. I've coached players, and I know players sometimes get irrational and start to teeter one way. And what do I have to do? Try and rein them back. And that's what I'm trying to do with all of you. And you guys are not players. It's not a disrespect. Is I can't treat you guys like I treat players. That's what it is, and that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to coach you guys, as opposed to just let you guys be you. And that's why I say I apologize in reference to that. I'm not apologizing for the way I see it, the way I feel. Nope. That's just the way I see it. You guys feel the way you want.
Well,
And let's
Nah,
continue with the debate.
we respect your
No, I
love,
know you
coach.
do.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know you do. It's just that I sit and I think about it, and I'm like, you know what? I mean,
That's two different spectrums. You're a coach, so you're going to think differently. You're going to have that
exactly.
coach mentality compared
Right.
to
Mm-hmm.
NYG and myself, where we're going to come at it from the fans' perspective, and that's okay. We understand from both
Like I
Mm-hmm.
sides.
said, like I said earlier in this podcast, I'm the fan. I'm the fanatic because I'm crazy. I give the unpopular opinions and all that weird shit, whatever. Coach is the coach. He gives you reason. He brings things into perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeffy is our analysis. He's going to tell you who's playing, who ain't playing, what that means for the
Mm-hmm.
team, and so on and so forth. So we all three work as a tandem to give
Mm-hmm.
you
Yes,
the best
Mm-hmm.
content out here on YouTube.
that's
You know what
triple
I'm saying?
threat.
So
But
exactly, triple threat.
you also help me. But that's the point I'm getting at. In terms of it's not this chat. Let me just say that it's not this show. But what you're doing is helping me when I go and I engage others outside of this. And that's what I'm
Hmm.
getting at. So it's like you're helping me, whether you realize it or not. You guys are really helping me. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Well, it's the same thing. You're helping us too. It goes both ways.
yeah, and that's the whole
Of
thing. And
course.
that's why I'm like, all right, I need to, you know what, Ed, bro. I,
Any Giants fan jumping off the ledge right now?
oh,
I don't get. That's I
there's
know they
one.
There's
are.
a whole bunch.
But that's honestly why I don't know, because I'm not on Twitter Spaces. I'm not on Twitter that much, so I don't see all the craziness going on. I don't pay
It's not
attention to
even
it.
Twitter.
Yeah,
For
Just
it's
look
social
at
not.
media, as
YouTube,
people want to
man.
say, yeah.
Look at YouTube.
It's
I'm not
Well,
gonna throw nobody out there, man.
then
But
you're
there's a
stupid.
lot
I'm
of
sorry.
it's not yo. It's not even that. It's everything. If I take social media, if I take the regular media, I'm even taking professional athletes, and I'm like, you know what? They're just trying to skew something. But then again, they're also fans. So it's
yeah.
like, you know what,
Yeah,
Ed? You know what, Ed? Chill,
that's
bro.
their job. They're
It's
supposed to sometimes
no,
skew it the other way. The
no, that
media.
part I get, but there
Yeah.
are some who are fans who are really jumping off the ledge. I'm like, yo,
That's
seriously?
You
true.
can't do that. You can't do
And
that.
that's the
How can
point.
you jump off the ledge when your team is 7-4 in a first year of a
Right.
rebuild? I don't get
But
it.
Link
that's
is in the chat. Breezy,
Dash.
Bookends, Reels, Dash, Ronnie. Any of y'all want to come up
I
and
just
build with
don't
us?
get it.
Feel
Oh my
free.
But that's
God,
the
I just
point.
don't get it.
Get it. And that's my point. It's like sometimes, and that's why I'm saying to myself, like, you guys are, whether y'all realize this is therapy. That's why I'm like, this is
But
like therapy.
I'll
So,
say this. This team doesn't even aggravate me more. That's why I get more on the Nets than I do the Giants,
mm-hmm,
because the Nets have
mm-hmm,
Oh
higher
yeah,
expectations than the
expectations.
mm-hmm,
Giants. That's why I'm
mm-hmm.
more even keeled when it comes to the Giants right now, because I did not expect this team to be this good. Call me
Exactly.
negative. I don't care. I did not expect this team to be good. The Nets, I expected to be a championship
Mm-hmm,
team. That's
mm-hmm,
why I'm
mm-hmm.
way more harsh and I'm way more crazy and I'm way more negative on the Nets than I am the Giants, because the Nets I expected to be a much better team with the
Fair.
talent they have when they've had that team together for 4 years, while the Giants are in the middle of a rebuild in their first year with a new regime that is first learning how to become a GM. Shane first time being a GM, Dable first time being a coach, Kapka first time being a offensive coordinator. A lot of these players he's inheriting, I know it's a cop out, but still, they want to might get some of their own talent in there. Not get rid of everybody, but get rid of some of the guys that they think that are they can upgrade over. That's the difference. The Giants are
Mm-hmm,
still a team that is rebuilding. I am happy. I am beyond joyful right now.
mm-hmm,
I'm actually watching a Giants team that's winning after the bullshit we've had to see this entire decade of football with the
mm-hmm.
Giants. We should
Not
all be
just the Giants,
overjoyed. The Jets
but
too.
the Jets, man. And shout out to my brother in the chat,
Yes,
Reels.
yes,
He
that's
said this is
Yeah.
true. A
online
live barbershop. So,
barbershop
yeah, yeah,
talk.
yeah, yeah,
Facts.
yeah,
Does
It's
yeah.
anybody
facts,
realize
man.
that the Giants and the Jets were the worst teams in the NFL over the last 10
Exactly.
years? We
Yeah.
both had the least
Exactly.
amount of
Now they
wins
two of
in
the
the past
best.
10 years. Exactly. So if we end
Now they
up
two of
not
the
making the
best.
playoffs, yes, I'll be disappointed. Yes, I'll be unhappy at first, but it'll be the
Mm-hmm.
reaction, everything that
Mm-hmm.
happens. But at the same time, when I take a little bit, like a day or two to think about it, I'll be like, holy crap. This team actually gave us a chance at the end
Mm-hmm.
of the season, the first year of a
Mm-hmm.
rebuild. Imagine what this team will be like when Dayball, Shane, Brown, Martindale, whoever's here, the coaching staff in the front office, when they can actually get their own players and put together a much better roster. That's what I'm going for. That's my mentality. That's NYG Jeffy T 85's mentality. Is that I'll be disappointed
Mm-hmm.
at first if
Mm-hmm.
we fall short of the playoffs, but at the same time, I'll take a step back a little bit and think about it and say, I was never expecting this team to be in the position that they're in now. The fact that we're
So let
competing
so
in
let's
December for the playoffs.
so let's talk about the playoffs real quick. So we got the Giants in it. Um, we have Washington, um, Atlanta, Seattle, and you can say I guess Dallas, but I kind of feel like Dallas is pretty much, you know what I'm saying, more or less locked theyself into kind of their spot.
Yeah.
Um, so Giants, Washington, Atlanta, and Seattle. Okay, the Giants have to beat Washington because if they lose to
Mm-hmm.
Washington, now Washington gets
Mm-hmm.
6. So now you're competing with Seattle, who you lost to.
Mm-hmm.
And then behind them is Atlanta. I don't really see Atlanta as much of a threat, but mostly you're going to be looking at Seattle and or San Francisco. Now, we believe San Francisco is going to win that division. I at least do.
I do
So
too.
now you're looking at Seattle and Washington, one of which team you lost to. Now, if you lose to the other team, Washington, now you're pretty much banking on one of them to lose down the stretch for you to get in the playoffs. And we know how that works. Doesn't normally work out for the team that's wanting another team to lose.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. This Giants team definitely has a path to the playoffs, but it definitely starts with beating Washington this weekend. And if you can take care of business against Washington, then I think it's pretty much a lock the Giants are going to be in there. This is the game. You lose this game, it's all up in the air. And I'm gonna come on here next Tuesday, and I'm not gonna have nearly as much confidence as I do right now because this team has to come out of the waking, sleeping giant slumber that they have been in for the past freaking goddamn 10, 12 years. So
Mm-hmm.
now you got to do something.
Well,
Now
let
you
me.
got to go out there and now you have the opportunity to beat this curse that you've been under. This curse New York football has been under, man. Shout out to Reels. New York football is a surprise this year. Yes, New York football. This is heart of the city, man. Shout out to the New York Jets, man. Let's speak a minute on the Jets, man. I see you, Nimmer. Do you think Daniel Jones will be extended, or do you think they will get rid of Daniel Jones? I don't really want to talk about Daniel Jones because
Yeah, I'm
Daniel,
honestly getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of every single
Daniel,
Giants fan. Every single goddamn conversation's got to be Daniel Jones centered. Why
yeah,
is
we're
everything
not
got
getting
to
into
be
the
about Daniel Jones? Everybody's making content about Daniel freaking Jones every second, like he's the only thing on this team. What about the defense? What about special teams that's been mediocre at times? What
what
about the
about
offensive
Fabian
line?
Moreau?
Where? What
We
about
need
Fabian Moreau?
Fabian or Dory
What
back.
about
Our
Ben
secondary is
Bredesen
weak.
and Evan
Ben
Neal?
Bredesen
Daniel
hasn't been talked about
Bellinger.
Mm,
nearly as much
yeah,
when it comes to the
yeah.
run game.
Well,
You see what I'm
Yes.
saying? We know our shit over here, man. So don't get it twisted. You know what
I'm
I'm
thinking about
saying?
making a video about Ben Bredesen too, about how the
It ain't
Giants
gonna
fans are not
be
talking about this dude more.
the Daniel Jones show. You know what I'm saying? I already spoke my piece on Daniel Jones and Saquon
Yeah.
Barkley. We just did that earlier. You know what I'm saying? I said if they make the playoffs, I believe Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley should be back. I personally believe they will make the playoffs. So therefore, and if you equal it all up, I therefore think that Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley are gonna be back with the Giants next season. So that's all I got to say about it. I'm not going in there
mhm.
critiquing his stats, his individual performances. We're gonna look at this thing as a whole when it comes to the all season. And trust me, I'm gonna have more than enough content that you can eat when it comes to Daniel Jones and this whole team in this offseason. Because I'm gonna get in with it. This is my first year doing podcasts, but trust me, I've been talking about the New York Giants, man, all my fucking life. So
Mm-hmm.
don't get it twisted. But let's get into these Jets, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I do want to talk about the Jets, man. The Jets don't get
Mhm.
enough love in this city, man. And this is Heart of the City. Y'all hit that goddamn like button. If you don't like the Jets, then maybe you want to peel off. But we're gonna talk about the Jets, and we're gonna tie all this whole football in together. Because Jets, Giants, it all ties in together.
You're a
So let's
Jets fan.
go.
You should be smiling right now. You
Let's
should be
go. I know
smiling.
Reels is a Jets fan, you know what I'm saying? And if you in New York, I'm sure you hear about the Jets, man. And they're 7-4, just like us.
Yeah.
But guess what? They are beating teams that are considered Super Bowl contenders. They beat Buffalo, you know what I'm saying? They beat Miami, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Um, they beat somebody else. Y'all help me out.
Hold on a
It
second. I
was
got
another
you.
good team.
I'm looking at this pulling up the schedule right now. Hold on.
Can you imagine if
But
they finally beat New England too? How much better they'd be?
they would, but
Mhm.
I think they should have beat New England. It's a lot of fluky shit that happened in both of those games, but
Yes.
it is what it is. It's kind of like us with Dallas. I think that's just kind of the 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 jinx
Jets, Jets,
or some
Jets,
shit that
Jets.
they got over the Jets.
Full seat.
But I definitely think the Jets are gonna be in there, man, when it comes to competing in this conference. Now, the big
Okay, got
question
it.
is the quarterback because Zach Wilson is not the guy. I'm sorry.
Okay. Here go the
He's
wins for the Jets. They beat Cleveland. They beat Pittsburgh, Miami, Green Bay, Denver, Buffalo, and Chicago.
Green Bay, Miami. Yeah, good wins. All good wins. Real says, how do you
And
feel about the Zach and Garrett connection? Look, I would say it would be great, bro, but the first name in your equation, Zach,
mm-mm.
is the issue.
Yeah.
I don't. I do not believe that he's going to be the quarterback moving forward for the New York Jets. Um, First point of evidence: Joe Flacco outplayed Zach Wilson. The first couple games, Joe Flacco was leading the league in passing yards. You know what I'm saying? Now he wasn't, doing a lot as far as winning, but the fact of the matter is, him leading the league in passing yards knows or should tell you that the Jets have offensive weapons and the Jets can produce offense if the quarterback is right. Now, Zach Wilson comes in there and they take a step back. Brees Hall goes out. That's the running back. Boom. Yo, left guard or right guard, Elijah Vera Tucker, he goes out.
Yeah.
Boom. That's an issue. So now your running game takes a step back. Now you got to lean more on the passing game. So you give the ball pause to Zach Wilson. He can't deliver. Point blank simple. Your team, they losing to New England. This is a team that's scoring 30 plus points. They losing to New England 10-3. They just looking inept from an offensive standpoint. So now they go out there and they make the change at quarterback. Boom. They explode again. Pause. For 31 points. So now what you going to do? You going to bring Zach Wilson back into the fold, or you going to keep rolling with Mike White? You know what I'm saying? Because Mike White is kind of like that homie on the corner. Like, it's that dude that you like, yo, I need you, bro. Can you hold me down? Even though you ain't spoke to him in a while, you're like, yeah, I got you. Just say less. That's what Mike White is. But Mike White ain't gonna be consistent. Like, you can't call that same homeboy every single night and be like, yo, you gonna hold me down? Like, yeah, look, man, I done held you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't keep doing that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So eventually you got to go out there and get you somebody that's gonna be a solid quarterback for you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm looking for the Jets to do in this coming off season. The outlook for this season is I think they can get in playoffs and I think they can win a playoff game. Do I think they can go to the Super Bowl? Nah. They ain't got the quarterback for that. But I think they can get into the playoffs and win a playoff game. What y'all think? Shout out to the irrelevant franchise. Let me read his comment real quick. So they beat Miami, Buffalo, all the other teams, everyone else is supposed to beat. If they beat Minnesota, then I'll be impressed. Just saying.
I will say
I
this
don't
though.
say I don't. Miami and Buffalo is not teams other teams are supposed to beat. I disagree with that. If they beat Minnesota, yeah, I'll be impressed. But Minnesota is not really impressing me, to be honest. I mean, they are beating teams that we beat, but they are also losing to the same teams that we getting beat by, which is Dallas and Philadelphia. They got waxed by each team. So that's why I'm falling back on Minnesota a little bit. It looked like oh, scary Minnesota. Look at that record. But they getting waxed by these same two teams the same team we lost to, which is Dallas, and then the other team they lost to was Philly, right? So if we
Yes.
go in there and we beat Philly, do you think I'm gonna be scared of Minnesota at that point? Because remember, it ain't like we got beat up by Dallas. We got beat, but it wasn't like no, I don't feel like it was a blowout. I feel like a lot of calls didn't go our way, which is why we kind of lost the way we did, and we were injured and yada yada yada. But I don't feel like we were underwhelmed or undermatched against Dallas. I just feel like we got some bad breaks. Now, if we go out there and we beat Philly, or say we lose on a field goal or something like that, I'm not going to be afraid of Minnesota because remember, Philly whipped up on Minnesota. So did Dallas. So what we talking about here? But
Let me answer that question. Let me say one thing about that. The
real quick,
Green Bay, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
real quick. It's 3 hours, so I'm not gonna go too much longer. I think
Mhm,
the OG would teach him.
mhm.
Um, he says he's inconsistent. Yeah, Zach Wilson is very inconsistent. That's the problem. If Daniel Jones wants to be here. He's got to win these games. Yeah, right, Dash. Daniel Jones has got to win the games he's supposed to win. He's got to win those clutch moments. Remember, this is playoffs to the Giants. We want to talk about playoffs. Talk about playoffs. Where my man at? Playoffs. Talk about playoffs. If you want to talk about playoffs, this is the playoffs for the Giants. Because remember, we haven't been in the playoffs. We don't know what the playoffs is like. Daniel Jones don't know what the playoffs is like. This team doesn't know what it feels like to play under pressure as far as do or die. So, you know what I'm saying? Remember, we've been out the playoffs around October, November, early November. So
Yep.
they don't know what it feels like to play these type of games. So we're going to see what Daniel Jones is made of. Like Dad says, that's a good comment. He wants to be here. He's got to win these games. If he doesn't win these games, exactly. I'm out on Daniel Jones. And you know what I'm saying?
Same thing for the
I'm a
Jets too.
part of the Big Blue crew. I'm a part of, you know what I'm saying? I fuck with Pat and Lou and everybody, but if Daniel Jones can't win these fucking games right here against Washington twice and at least beat Minnesota and or both of the Colts. We get Philly is they got some type of spell, some type of jinx on you. I don't know. But I would prefer you beat Washington once, Philly once, and then one of Minnesota or the Colts and get on into the playoffs. That's how I would prefer the season to play out. You know what I'm saying? But let's move it on. We are making the POs. Think we got the Vikings. Yeah. I think you can get the Vikings too. If you put pressure on Kirk Cousins, he seems to play differently. Let's keep it like that. Zach needs to grow up and accept responsibility. Scan his work on his own, but he has the talent, ability to be honest with himself in order to get better. Yeah, he does need to grow up, but New York is not a forgiving place for you to do that. He would have been better growing up in Jacksonville or something. Just saying. But they not going. Nah, bro. You can't. You ain't just going to grow up here. You better be grown when you come here. But go ahead, John.
All right, Coach. I'll go after you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. We already addressed the what's close question.
Well, in terms of the Jets, I mean, I I think the Jets are going to be a if they can get a quarterback, I think the Jets are going to be a very 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 scary team to play against in the coming years. I've been one of the people that's been high on this team since the beginning of the season because the amount of young talent that they have stockpiled on this team with some very good drafts by Joe Douglas. And I've liked Robert Saleh as a head coach over there with the Jets. And I don't know. There's something about this Mike White kid. It's just he's got that Taylor Heineke, that Ryan Tannehill, that Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not the greatest talent, but it's just something about this guy where he gets the most. Like he gets like the most out of these other players, where he gets them excited. He gains their trust. He's got those intangibles or something. And this team is just so loaded all over the place. And we're complaining about our offensive line. Have you guys seen the Jets' offensive line? What that team has had to go through in terms of like the injuries they've had, and nobody's complaining. They lost like what 3 or 4 tackles throughout the season, offensive tackles. They lost their starting running back. They lost their best offensive lineman, and they're still chugging along. And I mean, Garrett Wilson, that kid is special. That kid is going to be a very good receiver going forward with the type of route runner he is, creates separation. He's a good player. And the Jets finally got Elijah Moore involved, and that's another good playmaker on the outside. And Mike White was able to find him over there in the middle of the field on the outside to make some good plays. I like their tight ends in Uzama and Conklin. The Jets are just a team, and that defense is just, I mean, I can't talk enough about that defense. That defense is probably the best defense in the NFL right now, the way they're playing. And they even had like a suspect game at times against the Bears, but in the rain. But that defense is scary. Do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Yes, I do. I think they are a playoff team. I think they're ahead of the curve, too, more ahead even than the Giants, because talent-wise, the Jets are a more talented team than the Giants. They're a little bit more ahead of the curve in terms of their rebuild. And this is like their second or third year of their rebuild overall. Salah's been there for a couple of years now, and their defense is just put together so incredibly well. I really don't see a weakness on that defense. Obviously, there'll be one that'll pop up eventually, but their defense is so well put together. Their offensive line, if they can get some of these guys back, like a Fant, as well as this Max Mitchell too. Brown has done a very good job over at left tackle. I think the running game is a little bit like up and down. I know they benched Robinson and they put in this kid Knight, who actually went out there and played pretty well. I've never even heard of this kid before, and he went out there and had a nice game. Ty Johnson too. Corey Davis is still around there. Even Denzel Mims, who has been a ghost on that team, and Jets fans were wanting to get rid of him. Even he's starting to go out there and make some plays for that Jets team. The Jets, to me, are the scariest. They're the team you don't want to play. If they can get competent quarterback play, that is the one team in the NFL and the AFC you do not want to face, because they have the defense that could maybe slow down a Buffalo or a Kansas City because the dynamic they have all around on that defense. And if they could just get competent quarterback play and consistency on the running game, this Jets team could be one of those teams that you never know. The magic carpet ride with them. But it's the quarterback position that's the thing that concerns me the most. But it's that defense that gives me such – the defense is the reason why I'm so high on this Jets team, because I think that defense is just really, really, really good. So I think they will be a playoff team. I could see them winning a round, maybe two. But I think they'll get knocked out in like that wild card, like that divisional round. But if this team can get themselves a competent quarterback, look out. This Jets team is going to be a damn good football team for a very long time.
So the Jets would play the Dolphins in the first round if it ended today.
They played number 2, who are the Dolphins.
Yeah, see, that's a game that you can't. It's a coin flip, because anytime you got a division opponent playing another division opponent when they have already seen them twice, it can go either way. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. If I'm the Jets, I want Miami or Buffalo. That's why I want to play. I don't want to play Kansas City. I don't want to play a team like the Tennessee Titans. You know what I'm saying? I want to play the teams I'm familiar with. So this Jets team can possibly now. This is the problem with the Jets, because you got, and we'll, as my man Breezy say, land the plane on this. The problem with the Jets is they got Zach Wilson. Now, you don't necessarily have a quarterback in the fold. You know what I'm saying? You got Mike White, who is a free agent, and then you got Flacco, who I think also is a free agent. So, what can you do? Say you get into the playoffs. Say you even win a playoff game. How you move forward with this quarterback situation? Like, what is it the Jets can do? I think the Jets could be one of those teams that could be in the market to trade for a quarterback next year. I think that's where it's at. And because I think, well, I don't think, I'm pretty sure Zach Wilson ain't going to be the guy. I mean, this guy is just, I don't know what the Jets do to their quarterbacks, but they go in there and they just look like, they pretty much look underdeveloped. Like they are still in college. And that's what Sam Darnold looked like. He was seeing ghosts. And then now you got this cat. So I think that's what the Jets haven't had a respectable quarterback, I feel like, since Chad Pennington. Chad Pennington was a respectable quarterback. I don't care what anybody thinks about him. That cat was a good quarterback, man.
He was.
You know
Was
what
it?
I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Was Pennington after Testaverde or before him?
After.
He was after Testaverde. That's what I'm saying. The last
Okay,
one I
no.
remember.
Yeah, no. I was just trying to, because I know Testaverde did his thing too, so that's why I was just trying to
Yeah.
remember.
Nah. Yeah, I respect Testaverde too.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? That, but I'm saying after him was Pennington. He was the last
Mm-hmm.
Jets quarterback that I could remember that was respectable. That you had to really, you know what I'm saying, respect
Mm-hmm.
going into a game. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't Mark Sanchez. It wasn't Geno Smith. Damn sure wasn't Sam Darnold or Zach Wilson.
Remember
So,
Christian Hackenberg?
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah, I remember that
The
man.
guy.
kid from Penn State that everybody thought was
Mm-hmm.
going to be a good
Yeah.
quarterback, and he flamed out.
Facts. Let's welcome Big Dash onto the panel, man. What's good with you, Dash, man?
What up,
Salute and
Dash?
respect to you,
What's
man.
up?
Now, what's going on, fellas, man? Like I said, I've been away for a while dealing with I got a minor case of pneumonia, man. So I've
Oh,
been
I'm
Oh
sorry,
dealing with
man.
man.
that. So no, I'm good, man. I'm home. I ain't got to work right now, so I'm enjoying that part of it. But I ain't been on YouTube like that, putting out my own content. I've been trying to stay off Twitter, but you can't do that. Still involved in some of these spaces, listen to some of these
Mm.
crazy people out here. But I just wanted to jump on real quick and hang out with you guys for a little bit. It's been a while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man. Shit, we just kicking it, man. You know what we do, man. We go around the city, man. All New York City area sports, man. Just spending a
Yep.
couple minutes on the Jets. You know what I'm saying? We talked about the Giants. We talked about the Knicks, Nets.
Yeah.
Just going to spend a couple minutes on the Jets, man. This is my freestyle session of the show that we like to call it. So we kind of just go, you know, where the conversation takes us, man. But
I'm with it.
I do
I'm with it.
I do feel like the Jets. I just think, like we said, they just haven't had that quarterback that can really put them over the edge. You know what I'm saying? Because
For a long time.
remember that the Giants had Eli Manning for a very, very long time, so we didn't have that problem. Now people are, you know, split on Daniel Jones. We're not gonna get into Daniel Jones, but the fact of the matter is the Giants haven't really had that problem. The Jets have had that problem for a very, very long time. And like I said, it's going back to since Chad Pennington. And even Chad Pennington couldn't take them
Yeah.
to a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
For
I
me,
think they
for
got
me,
to a championship game. Didn't they get to a championship game with
a
Pennington?
couple of
Mm.
them.
A
Yeah, they
couple
got the
of them,
one.
yeah.
Um,
AFC,
They got to
AFC
a couple of them
champion.
with Sanchez.
Yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
Go
they got
ahead,
the two
Dash.
with Sanchez. No, I was gonna say, as far as the Jets go, they always had a guy that they thought was gonna be the guy for like 2, 3 years, and then it
Yeah.
ended up fizzling out. So that's pretty much the history I got with the Jets as far as the quarterback situation. Never really had the guy since Namath. And like you said, you was talking about Testaverde was another guy that they had on rental.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, I always hated the Jets because it was just a rivalry. But always followed the Jets for sure, man. Because I remember when they got our coach, I was upset about that when Parcells spent those
Mm-hmm.
years over there
Yep.
and
Yeah,
all
that,
that.
that
Yeah,
kind of pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. That was a little
Yeah. They
stickler.
took the Jets to the championship game in I think
sure did.
1997, and they lost to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We got I guess Leonard Williams. I don't know.
Mm.
That's
Yeah.
not a big consolation prize, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? We go back and forth with the Jets, but I feel like it's a big brother, little brother type of rivalry. I don't feel like it's a rivalry to where if the Jets are in the Super Bowl or something like that, I'm like, the Jets. I don't feel like
I
that. You
don't.
know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
me neither. I don't feel that way. I don't hate him like that.
Yeah,
It's
it's
almost
like a
like
little brother
I
shit.
was never
Yeah.
like worried about him, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a little brother rivalry. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, you my little brother, you know what I'm saying? I want to beat you every time I see you, but if it comes down to it, I'm gonna rock with you, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hold you down. You know what I mean? I feel like
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and absolutely.
that's how the Jets is, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not
It's like
looking for them to
only I
win.
can pick with you type deal. Only I can pick on you. Everybody else, we got
Mm-hmm.
we
Yeah.
scrapping
Right.
together
Yeah,
type deal.
yeah, you go. There you go. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see him get beat up by the Patriots and the Dolphins. We could beat them up, but nah.
Yep.
I don't hate the Jets. I've never really had any partial towards the Jets. The Jets
Yeah.
are just they're the Jets. They haven't had anything since 1969. They haven't even sniffed a Super Bowl. We've been to 5, in like the last 15, 20 years. They haven't seen anything like that since '69. So
I got a lot of day
just,
ones that are Jets fans.
I actually feel bad for them. That's a tortured franchise that just wants to see any type of winning at this point. So
I don't feel bad for them. You know why? Because they do stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do dumb shit. You can't get the like. Look, man, we talking about the Johnsons here, man. If people want to talk about Mara, like the Jets owners are like stumbling in the dark. They don't know what the fuck going on. They don't. You know what I'm saying? And it's time and time again proven with some of the shit that they do, some of the trades they make. You know what I'm saying? The Jets
Brett
are
Favre.
known.
They got it together
Right.
now.
The Jets, yeah, because they got Joe Douglas in there. They actually got a competent GM. Like, we got it together because I think we got a competent GM.
Nah, ain't no think. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. You know what I'm saying? This, and I was just talking about the Knicks for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Because I go back and forth. I compare these franchises sometimes. The Knicks are
They need an
bad
owner.
because their GM is so awful. Leon Rose, if you look at his draft, you would think Dave Gettleman was a genius. This guy's been awful.
Yeah.
He passed on
And
Donovan Mitchell.
it's crazy. It's kind of hard when you're dealing with the NBA because they only get so many picks, and you pick a guy and you almost got to look him up. That's how I feel with the Knicks.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of household names during the draft, but when the Knicks pick somebody, I always got to look them up.
Look them up.
I hate to say it, the Nets have had some doozies over the years too.
I mean, outside of RJ, but everybody knew who RJ was. But outside
that,
yeah, he was the third pick.
Yeah.
I mean, you damn near couldn't have fucked that one up. I mean, it would have been hard.
The Knicks screwed up a lot on trade. The Knicks screwed up a lot on drafting guys. The Nets screwed up a lot on trades. That Darren Williams trade still haunts me. That haunts me, that trade, since we made it for Derek freaking Favors.
You already know how I feel about the Nets.
Yeah, that Darren Williams trade haunts me so much, and then we decided to pay him. And that dude, I mean, we talk about a guy that didn't show up for Brooklyn. He was a freaking star over there in Utah. The Nets trade for him, and he does nothing with the Nets. Then we decided to re-sign him.
I hated Darren Williams so bad. Like,
I couldn't stand him. I could not stand him.
I hated that fucking dude, man.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted.
He ended up being nicer than I thought he was, though. Because I remember him coming out of Illinois that year. I forget, it was somebody else on that team with him. And I was like, you know what? He ain't even all that.
I know you're talking about, Dash. I can't remember the other dude.
Oh, man.
There's a couple.
Two other guard. Who was the guard?
Because they won. Didn't they win the title that year or something like that?
Yeah, I think they did.
Years ago. So, but I remember them because I was like, Illinois, like what? How they even make it to the dance? But and I thought it was him and somebody else that was rocking on that team, and it was pretty good,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I think it was a shooting guard.
It was a shooting guard.
Wait, what school did Chris Paul go to?
You went to Georgia Tech, right? Wake
Forest. Okay. Let me see. What year did Darren Williams go? Was in college?
I was in Vegas at the time, so this was like 2006. I think it was 2005, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 2003 or 4.
He went to Illinois.
Nah, it wasn't that. I was living in Vegas at the time, so it might have been 4 then. Might have been 2004.
Jerome was at
2004.
Illinois. He was at Illinois 2002 to 2003.
Oh, wow.
2003. That's what I thought. I thought it was around 2000.
But he got drafted in 04.
04, yeah. That's
okay.
They lost in the championship game to North Carolina.
No, he got drafted in 03.
He played
from 03.
He played from 2002 to 2005. That's what I thought.
Okay, so what? Okay.
What did I say? I said 3. I meant 5. Sorry.
Yeah, 2005.
D. Brown, Darren Williams, Luther Head, Aaron Spears. I don't know if these guys are.
D. Brown.
D. Brown.
And
Luther Head, I remember too.
D. Brown was a D. Brown was like a 5. Was he like 5'11"? I think he was a 5'11" point.
6 foot. Yeah, he was a 6 foot point guard.
Yeah.
It was another guy. I can't remember the name, but I know he was one of them though.
Sean
him and somebody
He
else.
Harrington.
off the bench, maybe.
It could have, like I
James.
said, we're talking about 2004,
Bro,
2000.
Right.
no, this can't be true. His listed weight is 385. Get that fuck out of
Who?
here.
Who?
D Brown. Who? Somebody fucking with me.
385
Yeah,
at center.
no, he was a point guard.
Yeah, of course that weight is wrong. Like,
385.
unless he Rick Mahorn out there running around.
I don't know if it's up to date. Maybe it's up to date because it
Was it Rick
says his
Mahorn? I think it was Rick Mahorn
yeah
that was super heavy.
Rick Mahorn gained weight. He
He was a
blew.
bigger guy.
Wow, Darren Williams.
Dude, that
Look
dude
ahead.
sucked as a net.
Yo, he was.
And we're
so
dumb enough to
bad.
resign him. Thanks, Billy King. What a great GM you were. Oh my
Okay,
God, that was a disaster.
You got a sticker hanging off you.
Okay.
We're still the worst GM we've ever had. I mean, the Knicks have had bad draft picks, but the Nets, Billy King. I mean, I try to think of something positive to say about Billy King, and I can't, because he just single-handedly ruined that team that year.
Damn,
when he
Neymar,
decided
why
to
you
trade
want to
him.
fire everybody, man? Damn, man. I hate for you to be
I
my
miss it. What
boss.
did them say?
If
He wants
if
to fire
I
Tibbs
if
and Leon Rose.
yeah, if I fought wrong, them are gonna be like, fire him. Matter of fact,
fire him,
coach,
you blue ass,
fire
long way.
Jeffy, fire Dash, fire everybody.
I mean, I
That's
don't follow the
almighty.
Knicks. I'm a Nets fan. Well, I was a Nets fan. I'll say that. I'm not a Knicks fan like that. I follow the Knicks because of my step pops. He's a big Knicks fan.
Yeah,
You're
you ain't
saving
missing
yourself
nothing.
the pain, man. You're
Right,
saving
you ain't
yourself
missing
the
shit.
pain and aggravation.
I had to. I
Team
thought
is trash.
I did see that they had a couple bright spots this week, right? The Nets
Mm-mm.
or no? Am I
Oh,
tripping?
the Nets.
Nah,
The Nets,
yeah,
yeah.
they won. They beat Portland and Orlando.
Barely
Mhm.
beat Orlando.
Whatever that counts for.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
And
nobody.
Simmons got hurt again.
Said Simmons got hurt again.
Simmons, yeah, but Simmons has been playing well. I'm not gonna hold
Let
Simmons.
me be
Yeah,
honest with you.
yeah.
I've never seen Simmons play. Like watch the game with him playing.
He
Never.
actually can
Not in
play
Philly.
if his head is into it. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'll do a breakdown real quick. Just a verbal breakdown. So when Simmons gets the ball at like, say he gets the ball at the top of the key or whatever, right? What he needs to do is he needs to attack the basket. Now Simmons is quick. He's not like some slow lumbering player. Like he can get a step on a lot of guys in the NBA. And if he gets to the basket, what happens is because teams are playing him lazy, which means they don't think he's going to shoot or
Oh, that's
score,
crazy.
then he's starting to get a step on a lot of these players, and he's getting easy layups going to the basket. Now what's going to start to happen is they're going to start collapsing on him, and that's going to open up the 3-point shooters. But the Nets have got to knock down those threes. They've been knocking them down so far, so good. But I do worry about Joe Harris because he is very, very erratic from outside right now.
So is Seth
but
Curry. It's the same thing.
Steph is, but I feel more comfortable with Seth than Harris. Now, Simmons, like I said, the other thing he does well is he slashes to the basket. So basically, if you got KD, somebody doubling KD, Simmons needs to be that cutter cutting to the basket. So when KD, this is my problem with KD. That sucker, man, his passes are lazy as fuck, man. Like this dude throws the laziest passes. They're always getting picked off. You know
That's
what
why
I'm
he has so many
saying?
turnovers every game. Because he has lazy
man.
passing.
He's like the goddamn Jameis Winston of basketball. He just throws a bunch of interceptions, man.
That's
just
a
throwing it
perfect
to the
comparison.
other fucking team. But he scores a bunch of touchdowns as well, which means he scores a lot. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good comparison. He's a Jameis Winston of fucking basketball, man. He can score, but he's also gonna throw it away a lot. You know what I'm saying? So, but if KD can get those passes, or even Kyrie when he gets doubled to Simmons, and Simmons is cutting to the basket, those are easy dunks and layups, man, all day, every day. So
what
that's
Claxton
what
needs too.
Simmons and Claxton. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is Simmons brings you is on the defensive end. You know what I'm saying? He's a
Yeah.
very good perimeter defender, and the Nets need perimeter defense. Why? Because they are one of the bottom when it comes to giving up 3-point percentage. But little quick b-ball breakdown for y'all, man. Y'all go ahead, man.
Royce O'Neal got to do that better. We need Royce O'Neal on the perimeter a lot more too, because he's that same type of guy that's a good perimeter defender. So set him out there on the perimeter, try to guard against those 3-point shots. That's where one of
Yeah.
his specialties is, and 3-point shooting. He's another guy that's so inconsistent.
He is inconsistent, but I feel more comfortable with him out there than I do Joe Harris. It's something in Joe Harris's dome piece right now to where he can't. He's Kenny Galladay. He got that Kenny Galladay syndrome. That's what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it the
I can't do
KG
it.
syndrome.
You can't do that. You can't do that because Harris has at least done something as a net. Don't get me started with that number 19 dude. I'm gonna start going off like I did on my show on Friday. I don't want to do it. Coach knows I don't want to do it because I'm gonna start getting mad about that person. Because we all know we need him to actually do something, and he's not doing anything except running
I've
lazy
been
routes.
telling you, he ain't gonna do shit. He has Kenny Galladay melded in last year. Y'all late, man.
Inactive him. Inactive him. Don't play him.
I'm sorry, y'all late. That dude
Inactive
melded in
him.
last year. I seen him in some of those games. I was like, this cat ain't trying to play. He wants to get paid. He knows the Giants ain't some
Yeah,
shit.
he did.
But what shook him for a ride is the team actually got good this year, and now he's looked at as he's expected to perform and he can't perform. See, last year when the team wasn't shit, he could say, look, it's the team.
Exactly.
Ain't no good. You know what I'm saying? I'm a part of the team, so I'm not no good. Team not no good. But now the team is good and you holding the team back and you underperforming. Now your true colors are showing, and now you getting exposed for who you truly are, which is a thief. Kenny Galladay did not come here with aspirations to win a Super Bowl for the New York Giants. And this is what the problem is when you go out there and you get free agents. This is why I think Brian Dable and Joe Shane are going to look strongly at this roster. Damned if they're their guys or not, but they're going to look strongly at this roster and consider bringing back at least some of these guys to continue to build this team, because when you spend money in free agency, you getting a dicey result. Sometimes it can work out, Plaxico Burress. Sometimes it can't, Nate Solder. So you gotta understand that it's a dicey situation. So why roll a chance on a dice when you can take the sure bet, which is in house? It may not be a sure bet, but it's your best bet. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I'm curious to hear, Dash, how you feel about the Giants these past couple of games, and how your confidence level is, Dash, heading into this game against the Commanders on Sunday.
Yeah, for me, for me, basically, the last two games. I mean, we've lost two games before, not this year, but we've lost two games plenty of times. But the thing is, with this game, Dallas game, I felt like we had a chance to win it. A couple issues happened, and then the Dallas game, not the Dallas game, the game prior to that, I felt like we should have won that one too. But for me, it was
Detroit.
always, it was always the how we ended up playing. The emotion wasn't there on the offensive side, and we can say it starts with Saquon Barkley. I think he's not running the same, but I also don't think he's right, or I also don't think he's got his legs again, because he's run a lot this year, more than, and he's been healthier this season than he's been in a long time. So like the tread on his tires, I don't know what's going on with it, but if this is still his contract year, and if he's wanting that Christian McCaffrey money, he can't be leaning for 2 yards. He need to be pumping those legs and getting that extra 3 to 4. You know what I mean? So I just think that in the decision making by Kafka, not being aggressive when you should be aggressive, running the ball when we're two scores down, and it becomes frustrating, especially when you go back and watch the tape over and over again, and you see spots like, damn, like pick up the tempo a little bit here. So that's what I was worried about, and I was like, at first I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's because Evan Neal's not here, so Glowinski's play is down, And then Bredesen and Azudu, these guys are not here. Azudu's in and out with injuries, and now we got Gates back. So to me, it's the offense, man. It's the offense, and then a little bit of the defense. I always not saying I'm 100%, behind the defense because I love Wink, but he's also not adjusting either. But he's limited because of the backups he's playing with. So I think that this Washington game is a must-win game. Like we got to have this game no matter what, no matter how we got to scratch, claw, whatever. This game is so damn important to us because for one, it keeps us ahead of Washington, and also it's a division game that we need so much. And I think it's a confidence builder for the team as well because I think we need that, man. Because right now it ain't looking good for me. I don't like the energy. Now, if we were losing and we were just bouncing back and not making mistakes, that's one thing. But we're losing, we're making mistakes, and it's not complimentary football. So, yeah, I'm a little worried about it.
I'm with you, Dash. I don't like the energy either. And I will say to your point, there's no reason why the Giants should be running Saquon Barkley into the ground when you signed Matt Breida to you signed him to a decent contract, and you drafted Gary Brightwell, and he is shown.
It feels weird, man. It feels
right.
It feels weird. It's almost like you don't know. It's almost like you don't okay. Listen, those two running plays, the back-to-back running plays by Brightwell, right, last week, and he gashed him for like 25 yards on 2 carries. And then you just get away from it. You go ahead and put Saquon in and you get 3 yards. Like, no,
you know what I think it is?
Feed the hot hand, man.
You know what I think it is, Dash?
What's up?
Now, this is an unpopular opinion, and I'm gonna be honest with you. This is an unpopular opinion. Y'all hit that like button.
Yep, let me hear that.
I don't think Kafka and Dabu know how to use Saquon Barkley correctly. You know why? Because they haven't had no running back like that. What running back Kansas City had like that? What running back Buffalo had like that? I don't think they really know what to do with Saquon Barkley. Honestly,
they don't know how to be creative.
Wait a minute. Didn't Dable had Henry down in Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. He was the OC at Alabama. So
yeah, you might be right, Coach. He did have Derrick Henry, but Derrick Henry is a different type of running back as well.
But what I'm saying is he knows how to use a back of that type of caliber.
A workhorse, but Barkley, I don't feel like is a workhorse type of running back. That's why I'm saying he's being misused.
I'll give you that.
He's being used how Philadelphia is using Miles Sanders.
Or
even Kamara.
You know what's great? I wanted him to be used like Westbrook.
Yes.
Did like Andy Reid.
Yes.
Like I thought because he needs to be used in this passing game. Like without a doubt, that has to happen.
Fair.
And for them not to use him in that capacity, like when the running plays, when you can't get that running game going, you got to have that short pass as an extension of the run game. Yep. I used to hate how Andy Reid used to kill us with Westbrook. That little short out they used to do all the time. I used to hate it because it worked all the time. And I'm thinking, okay, this guy comes from the Kafka tree. I mean, if he comes from the Andy Reid tree, he should have that little bit in him, be able to work Saquon Barkley in that way. But no, I just like
remember,
I said, I just don't get it,
Andy Reid never had that type of running back in Kansas City.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's kind of where Kafka's coaching started. I mean,
did Andy Reid have Jamal Charles? Or that was before Andy Reid got there?
I think it was a little bit.
I want to say it's a little bit before he got there. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he had what was the other running back? He had a decent running back, but it wasn't nowhere near the caliber of what we talking about. Yeah. Kareem Hunt, that's who he had, but it wasn't nowhere near what we talking about with Saquon Barkley.
No.
Why are we using Breida more in the passing game? Breida's been making some of those plays too.
But that's the point. They don't know how to balance it out because they don't. I think they're so excited to have Saquon Barkley, and they know they don't have really anything else on the outside. They're just like, okay, well, how can we get him the ball? Like they're just like they're playing games. Kafka's learning on the job is what he's doing. He's learning on the job, and that's what we're seeing. Go ahead, Dash.
But now here's a pushback though, because how come when we start a game, those first series, those planned plays, it looks so damn sharp? You know what I mean? So why don't you go
Hmm.
back to some of those plays? Like
Because he doesn't
that
know how to adjust. Because the defense is adjusting dash, and then Mike Kafka's like, okay, so this isn't gonna work anymore. What do I do? And Dave was like, look, you the coordinator, you figure it the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? And that, I think that's how David was treating Kafka. And Kafka's going through a little bit of growing pains, I think. I think, like you said, he has moments in games where he comes up with good schematic shit, but he does not know how to adjust. He hasn't learned or he hasn't took it the next level to the coaching as far as adjustments in game. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like in-game adjustments. You know what I'm
like
saying? He can come out with a good script. Remember, Jason Garrett did the same shit. He would come out, the Giants would go right down the field and score or get a field goal or some shit, and the rest of the game, they wouldn't even come close to the end zone. And I'm like, what
Yeah.
the fuck? But it's adjusting because the defense is going to look at your first drive and they're going to be like, okay, this is what you're trying to do to us. Let's adjust and let's see if you can match. And you know what? At that point, it's talent for talent. When the
so
defense can adjust and you can't adjust back and make the better adjustment to beat their adjustment, then it's more or less a talent thing because that
to
means
me
your
it's
players can't really execute what you're trying to do. And I think that's what the Giants are going through. Kafka's making those adjustments, but the players can't execute like he needs them to, or the
Case in
Giants
point,
need them
4th and 1.
to. Exactly. Perfect
it's
call. Couldn't execute it though.
man, listen. Nah, but to me, it seems like we make adjustments when we're not being forced out of something. Though sometimes too, like we get out of something too quick. Like nobody told Kafka to take Saquon. I mean, to put Saquon Barkley back in after Brady had those 2 runs. Now, I'm sorry, Brightwell had those 2 runs. Now, I understand you're gassed. You usually gassed after 2 big runs like that, but you saw what you were getting with Saquon Barkley. Like to me, like I know my eyes work, man, and I see a difference. You know what I mean? And these guys get paid to to watch these players, to coach these players. They got to see it too. And sometimes it's not just a funk that somebody's in. You can't run them out of what's going on right now. At least I can't. I don't think you can. So like you got these other guys that are getting paid to run the ball too. Use them just to see what's going on.
Yeah.
They didn't hesitate to rip out wide receivers and put practice guys in there. I
Yeah.
understand it's Saquon Barkley, but
True.
it don't look
Um,
right
Very
to me,
true.
man.
and on that running play too, Barkley was actually in on that play, and he was the one that had that key block to spring Brightwell on that big run. So you can
Yeah,
have Barkley,
as
Breida,
a decoy.
and Brightwell out there together. Exactly. Use Barkley as a decoy because when they defenses see 26 on the field, their first reaction is they think he's going to get the ball. Then you use him
And,
as either a blocker or you use him as a decoy, and you give the ball to one of the other guys and let them break it off
Mm-hmm.
for a big run.
another thing too, I noticed there was a couple occasions on RPOs where Daniel Jones could have kept it, or should have kept
I
Yes.
it,
don't know
Yes.
why he's not doing that. And I think
because
that's something that they're telling him not to do. I
he
really
can beat
do.
that defensive end. He could have beat that defensive end a couple of times. I can't even
It,
remember. I was watching that game. I had like 102 fever at the time, man. I don't know what I was watching, but I was like,
oh
it
shit,
was a
man.
lot of stuff looking weird to me, man. Weird.
Nah, I don't think it was looking weird to you. I think it was looking normal, man, because
Yeah.
the Giants offense does look weird. It
Yeah,
just it does, man. And a lot of times, and this has been the past few years, I know what the Giants are running before they run it. And I'm not an
yeah.
NFL coach. I've never coached college or even amateur. I mean, I was like a little part-time coach with my son's pee wee league, but that's as far as I know about football, man. And I seen that and I was like, wow, why do I know what they're running before they run it? It's like it was predictable. And
Yeah.
Kafka's doing some of the same things. He doesn't do it as much, but sometimes you're just like, okay, they're gonna run the same shit up the middle
Yeah,
to
the
Saquon. You you
RPO's
you
coming.
you can see it.
the
Yeah,
RPO's coming.
Right. Like
Or the
why you
or the what's the other one? The fake jet
the
sweep.
fake boot. Yeah, the boot.
The
The run
bootleg,
out, the
yeah.
boot. Yeah. It's like, come on. You're running the same goddamn offense. If you cannot or you don't think Daniel Jones can run a more complex offense than what you're trying to run, even given what you have at the receiver position. Now, I'm not going to put fault at Daniel Jones's hands or even the receiver's hands, but I'm saying run something different. Give them a different look, and then maybe you want to come back to your bread and butter and then run what you think, you know what I'm saying, has been working for you. That's
Run
all
it
I'm
out of
saying.
a run it out of a different formation. Also,
Yeah,
you
that
want to
too,
run the
man.
same
Make
There
it
you
make
play,
it
go,
look
coach.
run it out of
yeah,
different
make it look a little
formation.
bit different.
Yeah, so you're right in terms of predictability. So
I know something though for Daniel Jones. These games, the table set for him. If he won a contract in New York, he got to win these games, man.
mm,
The table is set. Despite what the coaching is doing, he got to win these games if he wanted to stay in New York. These are contract games right here, in my opinion. Um, he got to do something with this, man. He
If
got to.
Daniel Jones can't beat Washington to keep his job, a team he has dominated, you
Yep,
know what I'm
that's a
saying,
fact.
for the
That's a fact.
past however many years, then I don't want him as my quarterback. I'm sorry. If you can't go out there and beat Washington, now it's not all on Daniel Jones. We get it because you're going to have people coming out of left and right field saying, oh, wait a minute. But look, Daniel Jones is the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? If Daniel Jones goes out there and wets the bed against Washington twice, and then Philly twice, and
Mm,
they can't
Oh
win
boy.
any of these games, then I'm gonna be like, look, I'm not gonna hold you. I'm gonna be like, look, I think Daniel Jones needs to go. You know why? Because it's how it looks. It's how it looks. So if you're teetering and you need this game to win, and you take your team down the field and you can't complete a 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 or yada yada yada,
Uh-huh.
it's not gonna look good to me. I'm sorry. I'm
yeah.
not gonna be able to get. It's gonna be hard for me to get over that because at some point you gotta elevate yourself.
And he
Absolutely.
was doing it at the beginning of the season where he
He
was
was.
elevating the team, making key runs, doing key passes in the Detroit in the
Yeah,
Tennessee game and
Well,
especially the
he did it in
Carolina game.
the first quarter in Dallas. He did it.
Exactly. He was making
That,
those key plays over there in those games and he was
that's why I
helping
don't
lead the
get it,
team
man.
down the field.
That's why I don't get it, man. It's like almost like somebody just grabs or talks to Kafka like, "Hey, all right, slow it down now." You know, we're gonna try to ease our way into like you land in a plane or something. I don't like I said. It's just weird to me. I don't like how it feels. Um, and you can't tell me anything different, man. Be aggressive, man. Like that fourth quarter, you're down 2 scores. It's 5 minutes left. You're actually moving the ball, but you're still huddling up and you're still running the ball. That's wild to me. Because then look what happens. We ended up scoring, and then we got a chance for an onside kick and a miracle. But I
Yeah.
just think about
you ain't
all
got
that
enough
time we
time.
wasted. All that
Right.
Yeah, they
time we
did
wasted.
2 minute
Like,
offense. They did 2 minute offense while they're down by 2 touchdowns. I didn't get it. I'm like, why are you
Because that
doing it? Why are you running the football all the time when you're losing by two
huddling up
touchdowns?
like 20 seconds, 30 seconds at a time.
Yeah.
Like,
Speed it
it's
up. Go down the
yeah.
football field.
And
Dink,
then you
dink,
see
dink, dink, dink.
you see Dable on the sideline yelling at somebody. Now, some people say he was yelling at Daniel. I think he was yelling at Kafka. But I mean, so
he
you
was
got to do
probably
something, man.
yelling at Daniel Jones because Kafka ain't on the sideline. He's in the booth.
But so
But
he ain't got no communication with Kafka up there.
he does, but it's via headset. So if he's yelling at somebody on the
No,
sideline, then
he
more than
was
likely it's
yelling
the
in his
player.
headset. He was yelling in his headset walking
In the
down the
headset.
sideline,
Okay. Yeah, maybe it
and
probably was Kafka then.
you can hear him talking. I'm like and I thought it was Kafka off the rip. Then I heard somebody say it might have been Daniel he was talking to. So I don't know who he was talking to, but for me, I'm like, yo, push the damn ball, man. Push the ball. At least act like you care a little bit.
Yeah,
You know,
it's like
it's
they were
Dallas.
playing that game to lose. It's like they already knew they lost, but they figured, you know what?
Yeah,
We'll
that's why they
score a
didn't play a lot
touchdown
of
just to
those
make it
players. Yeah,
respectful.
I think that's what they played. I think this regime is they're playing they're going all in on the games they know they can win. Like that's why you see them going all in on this Washington game. They know they can get this game. They know if they put out their best effort, they can get this game. I think they did the same thing with the Houston game coming out the bye. They knew they had to get that game. They got that game. And I think Brian Dable, Joe Shane, Kafka Wink, I think they all know they playing with house money. And I think they are playing the games that they know they can win for sure. And they're putting their all out effort. So I expect to see this team really go full throttle these last 6 games. Because if you don't, then that just means you basically melded in on this season. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what I've seen a lot out of this team. They go because they did it in the Dallas game. Remember Monday night. Now they lost that game, but Aziz came back, Thibodeau came back. Everybody was healthy all of a sudden, and it's like miraculously. But you go into half of these games, the team ain't healthy, but when it's a big game, all of a sudden everybody comes back and they ready to go. Talking about bringing Ben Bredesen back and all these other kids. I'm like, damn, all of a sudden these cats is healthy
they
now.
gotta work themselves back up into the like.
Right.
Is Azudu playing? He's playing, right?
Zudu's not playing. It's gonna be Bredesen and Gates.
And Bredesen been out 4 weeks.
Yeah,
and Neil too. And Neil too hasn't played for 4 weeks.
And Neil, yeah, and
well, Neil at least Neil practiced last week. Bredesen, this is first week practicing, right?
I think he did practice. Well, no, he was on IR, so he couldn't practice.
Bookend says it's no coincidence that when Bredesen, Neil, and Bellinger went down, Barkley's numbers went down.
That's a great point. It's true. When we lost Bredesen and we lost Neil and we lost Bellinger, all 3 of those guys did such a really good job blocking in the run game. And when they all went down, what happened? Barkley just didn't have those same holes that he had opened up before with those 3 guys, and they were just starting to build continuity as an offensive line. And that just collapsed because Bredesen's becoming such an underrated player for the Giants that fans are not talking about how good Bredesen has been for us this year.
I've been talking about Bredesen, you know what I'm saying? And
I've been hyping that dude up since
what's the name?
What's
the name was also talking about him. What's my man's name? That do the breakdowns, the offensive line.
Bobby Skinner.
Bobby Skinner. Bobby Skinner was talking. Yeah. Bobby Skinner been talking about Ben Bredesen too. He's played decent.
No, he's played very well. Like outside of Andrew Thomas, it was probably the best lineman we had before he went down. Outside of Andrew,
right? And that has affected Daniel Jones's play. I believe is that left side of that line hasn't been as good. You know what I'm saying? Now Andrew Thomas has been good outside of the Dallas game, which he was sick. So I don't want to hear no Cowboys fans talk about, when Micah Parsons was sick in game 1. Remember, they said he was sick in game 1, right? So Thomas dominated him. So Thomas all of a sudden got sick in game 2, and he won the battle. See what I'm saying? See how they playing this shit back and forth? There's going to be a battle, y'all, for years to come. Thomas and Parsons. It's going to be fun, though. But I do think that ultimately it's been Bredesen. Bredesen has been the reason why Daniel Jones has been comfortable, on that left side, man. And since he's been out, Feliciano's played worse. You know what I'm saying? Even Glowinski, because if Feliciano's playing worse, it's going to affect the right guard, which is going to affect the right tackle. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm going to say to you guys right now, if I see John Feliciano starting at center on Sunday, I might lose my damn mind. I want Gates in there. Gates has played much better than Feliciano.
You know what's going to make me lose my mind?
Y'all was scared about Gates' injuries, though. Hold up. Because y'all was scared about, not saying y'all, but a lot of people scared about Gates' injury and that they didn't think he could hold up. But now people are wanting to see him go out there and play a full-on game of snaps again at the center position. So my question is, do you think Gates is a long-term answer at center?
Oh, man.
That's a tough one.
Long-term, probably not, but a depth piece for the O-line.
Long-term,
absolutely.
I'm saying 2 to 3
You mean the long-term
years.
starter? No, I
Yeah,
think we get a center next year. I think we get a center.
Yeah.
I
think
mean,
so.
also it just depends if he's going
Hmm.
to be starting the rest of the year, and in these division games he's just outstanding at a center. Then I think he earns the chance to start again next year. You know, he earns a chance.
Uh-huh.
I'm just not going to give any of these guys the starting job because then we fall back into that old type of regime where we just was handing out jobs to Perk and
Yeah.
handing out jobs to Lemieux. I think that that Seattle game when Gates first came back, I needed to see him in those plays, at the jumbo tight end and things like that
Agreed.
to see that he could still play a little bit. I
With the
didn't like how
moves.
they
Yeah.
just threw Lemieux in there to start when he just came back and the man ain't played in almost 2
That was a
years.
disaster. That
And he
was a
got
And
bullied
such a
that
that
whole
was such a
game.
bad
the
move.
first two
And
games the first two plays he was folded and beat.
Yeah.
It set the tone a little bit, man, in that
it
Detroit
did.
game.
It did. It definitely set the tone. I agree with you, Dash. It set the tone because once he got beat, that
Mm-hmm.
what was that guy? McNeil.
54.
Yeah.
54.
He took over the fucking game. I
He
was like,
did.
Yeah.
who the fuck
I
is
didn't even
this
know who he
dude?
He was
was.
in the backfield literally the entire
Yo,
I didn't know
game.
who he was
he
And he
before
was
was
that game.
abusing
dominating.
Glowinski too on the other side. Glowinski
Yeah,
couldn't
they
hold
was
up
moving
against him
him all
either.
over the place. He
He
coming
was
on the
looking like
left.
Dexter Lawrence out there,
Yeah, he
man. I didn't
coming
know
on
who
the
that guy
right. He
was.
He
coming
was
up the
smashing
middle.
Parrott on the
I was
right
like,
tackle position.
goodness gracious, this
Yeah, man.
guy is killing them.
He is.
Like, boy, oh boy, man, Detroit they're gonna be dangerous,
But
man.
it's crazy
Ooh.
though because the game after that, he didn't have that type of game. He beat us up, but they held him back pretty good that game after that. I forgot.
Yeah, because he put some tape. And they was like,
Yeah,
yo,
that's a
block this
fact.
cat, bro. You know what I'm saying? He can fuck up the game for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what it
yeah. Now
was.
you right about that. Yeah, he put some tape up and coaches
They
got
probably
prepared for
double
him. That's for
teamed his
sure.
ass, chipped him. They made his life a little bit worse. Coach, no, coach, get in there, man. You know how it is, man. When a player is dominating like that, what as you as a defensive coordinator do you do to slow down a end or a tackle that's just killing your team coming off the edge or even rushing up the middle?
Depends on what I have in terms of my talent. So if I have a good enough back, I'm running right at him and I'm testing his manhood. And I'm just going to be physical with him if he's a defensive end. If I'm the
That sound
But
OC.
like coach too.
that wasn't working though, coach, man. They was running that with Barkley. That
Yeah,
shit was not
consistently. How
working.
many how many times did they run Barkley? How
Not
many
enough.
carries? That's my point.
Man.
You run
Barkley's
at a
shoulder was
better.
done after the second play
It doesn't
too in
have to
Yeah,
be
Detroit.
he was
Barkley, and
messed
it
up.
does not have to be Barkley either.
So I
It
like
does.
that logic, but we need to tell the coaches that it ain't got to be Barkley. Just get
Yeah,
one of these
it
guys
don't
in here,
have to
man.
be. It's do whatever. You can run reverses. You do so many different things to play games with him, and then you run at him to be physical to get his head spinning. Especially when he starts biting the cheese. When he's biting the cheese, you got him.
Mm.
I mean, it's,
I
it's
gotta.
like it's like when I played the wing tee, man. The wing tee, I
That's what I played,
hated.
coach.
I
I hated the wing
hated that
tee.
offense.
I was a
And there's a
fullback in the wing tee, coach.
exact, bro. The fullback will hit the defensive lineman, the guards, the wing backs. Plus, you're doing all this different motion. So when you're
Man,
when you're when you're penetrating, you got somebody crossing your face. Next thing you know, you're turning your head, and here comes another guy coming to crack you. So it's like you do things like that to attack him just to slow down his aggressiveness. Then you can go ahead and do other things. So I mean, there's so many different things you can do when somebody's
man.
being disruptive like that. I'm sorry, Dash. Go ahead.
Now, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna ask you something. I forgot the
Oh.
question. You said the wing tee. It threw me back.
Mm-hmm.
I started thinking
Mm-hmm.
about my wing tee offense. Hated it, man.
So
Bookend
yeah.
says he's better than Feliciano, but if you can get a true center in the draft, it's an upgrade. I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
There's
But
some report that
who is the center in the draft that you're gonna get? I know you guys,
You
You
coach
got the guy from
yeah.
Notre
Dash.
Dame.
You
You
got
got the.
Notre Dame,
Minnesota.
Arkansas, Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody just put me onto the
Yeah,
kid
because I
from
don't do
Georgia.
that. I don't watch a lot of college football. I take
I haven't
Saturdays.
jumped into the
Usually
lineman yet,
reserve
but I
that.
usually.
Now I'm gonna get into it in the off season.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go in there and I'll study the tape. Hopefully, coach can be there with me, and we'll do some mock drafts and things like that. But I don't have time to watch that much
All right,
sports.
and
I mean,
here's
I
I
got to
hear
take
you.
a break. Yeah, I
I
can't
hear you.
watch college and then be on Sunday,
Nah,
Monday. My wife ain't going for that shit.
Yeah, I jumped into the draft right after heavy into the draft right after the combine.
Right
I
after the
find
con, yeah, I get into it
I
after
find
that.
people, yeah, I find people that I find a couple. I always have a couple positions and it's always a position of need. I feel is for the Giants, and then I start there, and then once you start there, it's just
Mhm.
a rabbit hole after that, man. You know, because I
There's
will be looking at wide receivers this year. I will be looking at centers. I will be looking at middle linebackers. Running scrape type
Yup.
linebackers. I will be looking at cornerbacks.
Corners, yup.
Yeah.
Guards. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Even edge. I'm not
Oh,
sold on Ojolari. I'm sorry. I'm
it's
not sold
crazy.
on him.
I hated that he'd been injured this whole year because
I hate it too.
I really thought, man, he's that type of bully type guy. You got
Mm-hmm.
Tibbs who's finesse ball. He's been bullying now too because he ain't had no choice. He's been getting
yeah,
held
you
like
gotta
crazy.
Coach got
see him.
the magazine.
But when Ojolari, when he put that weight on and looked like good weight too, I was like,
Yeah.
man, I'm ready to see this guy go crazy. And then soft tissue injuries, man, freaking calves and hamstrings. I
Remember, he
can't,
was
man.
hurt coming out of college, so we should
He
have
Yeah,
was,
he had a
yeah,
known.
that
knee.
knee injury. Yeah.
He had a knee in college, but
Right. Exactly.
yeah, man. But
So
you
his
think
body
he
might
played the
not be
whole
able
year.
to.
He played the
I
whole year
know.
last year,
Yeah.
and then soft tissue. Like, yeah. What was it first? Was it the calf first, or was it the hamstring
It was
first?
a calf. I think it was calf both times this year. He re-aggravated that calf in the
I thought it was a
Chicago
calf
game.
and a hamstring, but it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Is
think
it just me? Is it just me, fellas, or are you nervous as hell if we draft a wide receiver and they come to this team? Because there has to be a curse with this team at the wide receiver position. And anybody that suits up at wide receiver for the Giants, it seems like they have this major injury and they go down early in their career. It's like
with the
it's really
Giants,
becoming scary.
what the Giants
Outside of
have to
what?
do.
Who? Knicks? I don't. Did Knicks have any significant injuries?
Yeah, lower leg
Knicks,
stuff. He's
Cruz,
constantly hurt.
Manningham, but guess what the Giants had? They had depth. So and
Yeah.
they had a quarterback that could elevate talent, and
I
that's what
thought
we're talking about.
Knicks's injury was later on because his first couple of years
Yeah,
he was playing. He was
Knicks,
He
healthy,
had
right?
those foot injuries. He had
he
leg
had his foot.
injuries.
Yeah, them foot injuries. I think
Yeah,
that was
that's right. The
after the
toe.
Super
He had
Bowl.
toe issues. Was it
The
toe issues?
toe,
He broke his toe that
his
one
foot.
year, and then he
Yes,
sprained his
I tell you
MCL
what,
when he
man.
smashed the ground.
Hakeem Nicks was what 6'1". He played like he was 6'5", man.
that
He
was
was a
my dude.
beast.
That was
He
out of
was a
North
beast. I
Carolina.
loved
I'm a
him.
Carolina fan. Yeah, he was killing it in Carolina. I'm
I
telling you.
remember when we drafted him. I
That
didn't
cat
even
is.
know who he was when we drafted him.
I knew exactly who he was. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
I know
remember
most of the
Hakeem
Carolina
Nicks. He was
players.
good.
I knew Mitch Trubisky. I knew he wasn't gonna be some shit. Sam Howell, he ain't no good either. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying? Like
Hakeem Nicks. That was
I've
what
been keeping up with the running backs.
2009.
Your
He got
boy
drafted.
Williams,
Yeah,
from
that
that
was the
played for
year that
Denver.
Crabtree, Macklin, Percy Harvin all came out together.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, Knicks was a beast early in his career.
Man.
And we had the Knicks Cruz combination where if you try to
Yep.
double up
Manningham. Remember
one,
Knicks
Manningham
Cruz
out of
Manahan. Yeah.
yeah.
Michigan.
Michigan. Yeah, he was at Michigan. I
Yep.
remember him
And
at
he
Michigan.
dropped because he had like I think
Off the
he had a
field issues.
he had off the field
Yeah.
issues, so he dropped to the third round. That's where we plucked him. And then it all just went downhill, and it started with Ruben Randall.
Oh boy.
That name, that you want to talk about a name that gives me nightmares
Oh,
is Ruben
man.
freaking Randall.
Hot
That name,
potato.
oh my god!
It's,
And
That
all
man
this
knew how to
talent.
he knew how to drop a ball, man.
let me ask y'all this. And I've asked people this, and again, it's unpopular opinion sports, man. I don't know, man. I just seem to come up with questions, man. But do you think it's a skill for a quarterback to have a certain type of touch on his passes? Because what I
Absolutely.
notice is I notice Daniel Jones, and I was even watching. Shout out to Big Pat Sports Talk, man. I always watch his videos,
That's a
man.
fact.
Excellent breakdowns, man.
Pat be putting out the videos.
Yeah, he
He be
got the
firing
time
them
to do it,
suckers.
man. Yeah, man, he got the time to do it, man. Salute to that brother, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna always support him. But
Absolutely.
he was showing the video, and I was like, it looks like Daniel Jones is just firing these passes in there,
It ain't
like,
looking like that's what it is.
and maybe that's why they not really some of these receivers. It's hard for them to kind of, you know what I'm saying? I guess it is a chemistry issue to where it's like, okay, maybe I like the passes, you know what I'm saying, to come at me like that. Or
Well,
maybe I like a little touch, you know what I'm saying, on my passes to where I
well,
can get my hands in there and pull that ball in. Pause. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm thinking. Like it seems to me like because damn, can all these receivers be garbage? To where
He
can't
has
none of them
trouble throwing the
catch?
ball to the outside. Three times I noticed he had the flat
No, it's
over on
I don't
the
know,
touch.
side,
man.
and he missed the guy and threw it wide, running
But
them
it's
Richie
not
James with
accuracy,
incredible.
Jeffy, because I see
It's
the
the
ball
touch.
pause getting to the receivers, they
Oh
just
yeah.
drop it. So I
Well,
think it's a touch issue.
I say this because he throws at like it seems like he throws at one speed. Like the ball
Yeah,
always got one speed, right? So
right.
like that's why he can hit Slayton on a crossing route and it be on
Because he
stride and
throws
then
it
he can
hard as
yeah,
he can. I think that's
but
what
then
he's doing. He's throwing
he
as hard as he can.
yeah, but then he can throw that same pass again and then it's behind him and they got to try to make a kind of adjustment because it's the same speed. But if he's late throwing the ball, it's going to be behind somebody. And you can see it.
Yeah,
Like a lot of people always got to swing their body back to catch it. You saw it a lot with Wandale Robinson. I know they still building
Yeah.
chemistry, but Wandale Robinson always had to reach back quick to try
And
to
I
grab
see
it.
Slayton with a lot of those
Richie
plays,
James
you know
had
what
to
I'm
do it
saying?
too.
And I'm
The only
like,
time you
damn,
don't see
everybody
it is the
killing
deep routes.
Slayton, but goddamn, Slayton is like trying to twist and turn his body to
Yeah,
figure
Yeah.
out where the fuck
That
this
wide open
football is
pass in the
going.
middle field, and Daniel Jones threw it right behind Darius Slayton. If he made
yeah.
that catch, it would have been about 25, 30-yard gain.
But
He,
you
he,
notice every
he
time he misses a fire, it's a fastball when he misses.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's like
But
he
it's
doesn't
also a
exactly.
relax in that
fastball when he gets it
touch.
because when
Like
he hit
Hmm.
last,
when he hit when he hit Isaiah Hodgins for that touchdown that got called back, and I hate these damn illegal formations, illegal man downfield. That's a whole nother discussion.
These
But when he hit
refs,
him,
man.
that was a
Period.
fastball too. It almost spun him around,
Coach went
and then he
off
ran
on
it in.
Tyree Phillips on that one. Like Coach
hmm
went off on Tyree Phillips on that illegal
What's
And
this
it's the
formation.
fucking
crazy thing.
dumbass doing downfield? I mean,
He wasn't
I
even that far downfield, man. He
yes,
wasn't
he
even that.
was.
He
He was 3 yards
It was.
downfield.
He was
He
at.
was
He
three.
was.
kind of bullshit
He
though.
was
He
like. He
was
was.
I think
three
that was kind of
yards
Hey,
bullshit.
coach.
downfield. I
Hey, coach.
looked at it.
Hey, coach. He was 2.999 yards downfield.
Whatever. He was downfield. The rule says they give you a yard. Most referees will give you a yard and a half, maybe pushing two. He was 3 yards, looking like, which way did
Man.
he go, George? Which way did he go?
Yeah, and then you
Um,
saw him try to hop back. He tried to hop back too.
exactly,
Oh man,
exactly,
that's the
bro.
giveaway right there. The hop back with your hands
The
up.
hot back. I did see
Oh
Yeah,
that.
man,
Yeah, he tried to dial it back a little bit,
he didn't get
man.
back quick. No, the Darnay Holmes one was worse. The penalty over
yeah.
the middle, where they called
No,
that flag
that
on
yeah,
him.
yeah,
That was a
that
that
was
was a
like
BS call.
And I don't like Darnay Holmes, but Darnay Holmes,
He has spots, man.
he did what the fuck he could. He
Yeah,
wasn't good,
that's the
but that
perfect way
son
to
of a
put it.
gun played his ass off.
That's the
I ain't
perfect way
gonna
to put
front.
it because you know what's good? Sometimes you just got to give it up. Gallup made some catches with
Yeah, he
guys
was
draped
there
all
though.
over him.
That
People were
motherfucker was
draped.
there.
Good coverage. It's just that it pisses, but
Gallup
it
always
makes
gets
you
up
so
to play
mad.
us. Yeah.
It makes you so
Yeah.
mad because Prescott, oh man, to get two turnovers on Prescott in the first half and only
And
capitalize
not
on
be
one of
able
them.
to capitalize.
We only
That's
capitalized on one, and
yeah,
it's
that's what
like,
I'm saying,
man,
Ash.
because it could have been 17-7 at halftime, man. 17 to
Yep.
7. The freaking
And
illegal
how
man
that game
downfield
look
caused it.
because now you're gonna have the Cowboys coming out there trying to pass.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna be able to lean
Man.
on their running game because they're gonna get gun happy. The crowd is out of it.
And Tibbs was getting
And
closer and closer.
yep, and then you want to start getting those big plays, those sacks, those fumbles, interceptions, yada yada
Yeah.
yada. Could have been ugly for the Cowboys.
I
But
hope Tibbs can take that momentum from that Dallas game, and we need him
I think
in
he
this
will.
Commanders
I think
game,
he
man.
will. This is a good game for him. These next well outside of Jalen Hurts because he can move, but
I got a
Heineke
feeling we're gonna beat Philly, man.
and I
I
got a
think we
feeling
beat
we're
Philly.
gonna beat Minnesota.
I like that too, but I think we're gonna beat Philly in that first
Yeah.
matchup because that's when we play them at Philly, right? That first matchup.
no, we got him at home first.
Nah, we
We
playing
got
in
Oh, I
Cleveland
thought we
and
ended them
in
at
New
Washington.
home.
York.
I thought we ended
Nah,
our
man.
season at home against Philly.
I do not like the Giants playing at home. I don't know why. I don't like them when they play at home. I
That
feel
turf is
better.
still.
Yeah, I feel a lot better when they play on the road. So if they playing in,
As the Biz always says, you're waiting for the turf to take another Giant's soul away. And it's always
right?
seems to be the
Yeah.
Giants. The Jets don't
And
have these
ACL.
problems consistently. It's
Yeah, that's another thing
us.
too. I can't.
Nah, they just do.
Not
They
as
do
bad
get
as
some injuries.
us.
Not as bad, but they do have some. Remember, they lost goddamn Brees Hall,
So
Verrett Tucker. They do go through some
damn, I
injuries.
forgot
They
about
they
that.
really do.
Yeah, but they
And
got
remember
hurt in
last year they
Denver.
lost Lawson. They lost Lawson last
I
year. That was a
forgot
big
Bear
injury.
Tucker was out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on.
Sheesh.
They've been so
Wandale
good, you ain't
Robinson.
noticed it.
Wandale Robinson's running a simple route to the outside, and then the dude blows out his knee, getting his foot caught in the turf. Shepard's walking. He's jogging lightly, and all of a sudden he just goes down to the ground like somebody kicked him in his knee hard as hell.
Like look like
He's grabbing
somebody
his knee.
sniped him. Is what he looked like
Yeah, exactly. It looked
from
like
the
somebody
from the
shot him right in the
bleachers.
knee. My God.
Somebody
It's-
scoped him.
ugh.
How you
It
feel
took
about bringing
Ethan.
Shepard back, Dash?
I don't. I wouldn't. For
I'm
what?
agreeing with
Another
you.
4 or 5 games, and then
I'm agreeing
I'll
with
bring
you.
him back as a coach.
I don't
Some
know
of
Damn
these,
if Shepard
mascot.
comes back as a
some
coach.
people want to bring him back just to
For
bring
what?
OBJ in here. That's and
It
I
ain't
don't
worth
agree
it,
with
man.
that.
Because then you got to
It
pay
ain't
him vet minimum, and
right.
you take him. Yo, I love Shep, man. I love Shep, but he got to. For me, he got to be done, man. He got to retire. And I didn't. Even, it was crazy too because I thought the concussions was going to get him. I'm
Yeah.
glad he didn't get another concussion, but now it's just you got the Achilles, now you got ACL. I don't know how God got to talk to you, but he talking to you, fella. Sit your ass down.
Yeah, he
Like
does.
how many signs do you need, man?
And no,
Because I mean,
Nimrod, do
his
not
dad
think the
died young.
Giants should
Remember his
fire
dad?
their medical. Oh yeah, that's right. That's
I
right.
don't
And
know if it was a
remember,
heart issue or something like that, but something like something's telling you to sit down, man.
and something,
And I
and he been
understand he
going
want to
through some
fight.
shit with his wife. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
Yeah, he
well,
not
got
to get into the
divorce,
divorced.
man's
He got
personal
divorced.
business. I don't really
and
want to
then
do that,
his
but
wife
yeah,
now is dating one of the Patriots players and stuff like come on,
mm,
like that's the
yeah.
crazy thing about that whole situation. And now he's still chasing like he got too much stuff going on for me.
That's too
I don't like
much.
signing
He just
Shepard.
can't let go. And I
It's
hope he does
nostalgia.
retire. I
It's
hope he does
nostalgia.
retire because I would break my heart so much to see him play somewhere else.
I
But
do think that we're gonna need a veteran receiver's presence in that locker room, though, or in that meeting room,
yeah,
to
And I'm gonna
get with
tell you who that is.
who you think it's gonna
Um,
be.
Darius Slayton.
yeah,
Nah,
I
oh boy,
I know y'all don't like
that
him,
man
but
too
look,
goofy. He too
but
goofy, man.
look, man, Darius
He,
Slayton. Look, it's not your leader has to be your quarterback first and foremost. Now you can bring Wandale Robinson in here. Um, if that's Dable and them's guy, maybe Slayton doesn't want to be that. Maybe it's Robinson. You know what I'm saying? But
nah.
I definitely think out of this receiving core, you definitely need to bring back Slayton
Oh, you
because of
but definitely bring him back.
continuity,
I'm bringing back Slayton.
and you bringing back, of course, Robinson. So those are going to be your receivers that you're going to build around. Now you need to go in there and get a number one, an alpha, as everybody want to
Yeah,
say. But
yeah.
that alpha should be the leader. He shouldn't be nobody that you need to be like coddled, I guess, or coached up, or you not coached up, but everybody need to be coached up. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, feel
You
like
need a
somebody need
dog,
to
man.
put right. He's the dog. That's the guy.
Yeah,
So when you draft that receiver, make sure he's the fucking guy. Don't bring no pussyfooting
yeah,
ass receiver
yeah.
around
You
here.
got it
That's
got to
gonna
be.
need
You got to be a grown man. You
We
draft
need to find
right.
a
our
young
we need to
kid.
find our Stephon Diggs. That's what we need to do.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Don't
And it's
bring
funny
no
too.
no. Go ahead.
No, good. I'm sorry.
No, you go. You got the floor.
No, I was gonna say it's funny too because we do all these research or whoever's doing research now on these college players, a lot of these wide receivers, but we don't get a chance to see like their personality yet. There's not a
Yeah.
lot of write ups on them and stuff like that. But it's some guys, man, coming out in this draft, and you're like, yeah, you can see these guys, and I'm not even talking about like I'm down on Njigba from Ohio State. I'm down on him,
Mm-hmm.
injury issues, things like that. I do like the Rashee Rice guy. Um, I'm not as high on Hyatt as other people are because he's not a number one. in my opinion. They're going to draft him like a number one, and he's going to be a good piece on a team. But if you're a wide receiver room that's void of not void of talent, but you need a solid number one. I don't think Hyatt is the guy you go for.
I
He's a
keep hearing
star.
about
Man,
Johnson. What y'all think about him, Quentin Johnson
which Johnson is? Where's that? What college is that?
from TCU?
TCU. TCU.
Okay, 6'3", 6'2", big guy. No,
6'4". Yeah, he's a tall guy. 6'4". I think 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah.
what's his number?
He's like
I'm trying. I
213.
got
Number
my eyes
He
4.
closed. I'm
wears.
trying to picture him.
He's number 4 on
Four.
TCU. 6'4",
Quentin Johnson. That's the
220
Horned
pounds
Frogs.
about.
That's the white and purple. That's white and
Yeah.
purple.
Yes.
All right, I got him. Okay, I ain't watched a lot of tape on TCU, so
He's
I
got good
can't speak on
downfield
it.
speed. He's like a T. Higgins type wide receiver who could go
I,
down
I
the
I'm
know
gonna get
field
to
every
something.
all
play.
these. Yeah, I'm gonna get into all these receivers in the
Yeah, man.
offseason dash if you want to
Oh,
link
you
up,
already know.
we can
You
do
ain't
it.
gotta ask me. I'll be
Yeah,
here for it because around that time when you should have saw me last year. I had all this information with nobody to share it with. I'm just doing mock drafts and
me
tweeting that
too.
shit on
No, bro, I
and
ain't gonna
just
lie.
tweeting.
Me too, man.
I was
I
putting out
wasn't tweeting, but
my wife.
I was doing the mock drafts and shit though. I
My
was.
wife would roll over in the bed at like 4 in the morning, and I'll be sitting there screaming bright as hell, shining off my face. She's like, "What you doing?" Mock drafts. I'm on like my fifth mock draft in the hour. Like
Yeah,
man, I did so many mock drafts. It was ridiculous,
I did.
ridiculous,
I
man.
I had I honestly had us taking Aquanu, and
Mm.
then with the second pick, I think I had us taking at first. I was going with the linebackers. Remember, because it was Devin Lloyd,
Christian
uh,
Harris.
No, it wasn't Harris. It was the other cat, N'Kobe
Oh,
Dean.
I had Harris too.
Oh yeah, Nicole
I
Bettini.
strayed away from the Kobe Dean. I was heavy on Leo Chanel.
A
I was
lot of
heavy
Chanel
on
people
was
Leo
were,
good.
yeah.
Chanel.
A lot of people are heavy on
Um,
Chanel.
Harris
yeah,
was like a
Chanel was my
second
guy.
rounder though, I think.
Yeah, he did. He ended up getting
Yeah.
drafted late second round. That guy, he was Alabama. Alabama. He played for
Yeah.
Minnesota, right? He's in Minnesota.
He's in Houston.
Yeah,
I know
I
we
didn't
just
think we
played. Oh
would
no,
get
no, it is Houston.
Thibodeau.
That's right. You didn't think we can get who?
Thibodeau. I didn't think we would get him. Honestly,
No.
You know, I
Yeah.
drafted him
that's
just
why I
I didn't
never
think we
because
could
he
get
drafted him.
Neal. I didn't think we could get Neal. I thought Neal was going to go like 1 or
Right,
2
I thought we
before
would get
Boyd.
Aquanu. That's what I thought
Yeah,
we'd get.
Yeah, me
Aquanu. I knew
too.
we was
Or
gonna get one
Charles
of them.
Cross.
yeah.
I kind of feel
I
like
had
we was
mocked
gonna get
Abraham Lucas a
Iggy
couple
or
times too in the third round though, and then I did mock Wandell Robinson, but every time I mocked him, it was in like the fourth round, and I doubled up on receiver in fifth round. I was drafting Romeo Dobbs a lot because I liked him a lot, and I
I
think
love
that
Romeo Dobbs.
they don't know what they have in Green Bay yet with that kid, man.
And
I don't
Christian
think so.
Watson. I think they got 2 studs over there
They
with
listen, man.
Dobbs and Watson.
If we had both of those guys, what?
Oh, they'd be our number 1 and 2. We'd be set. I think Green Bay, they talk about Green Bay not having receivers. They got 2 studs over there.
No,
When
it's
they
just
are going to
chemistry. What they
develop.
don't have. What they don't have is
it's
chemistry
Aaron
and
Rodgers,
Exactly.
man.
experience.
That's what it
Exactly.
is. It's Aaron
And
Rodgers.
you saw Jordan Love go right down the field handling business.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is disinterested in his team.
He's just earning it. I think his love for football has gone away,
he
man.
doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't want to play anymore. He knows he's not gonna win a title. He knows that. Like,
Yeah.
dude, you can't even beat the Giants.
I
Like,
tell you what.
and this is not even like real quick, Dash. This is not
No,
even
go ahead.
like this
It's your
year.
show.
This is historically. You know what I'm saying? Like, Aaron Rodgers has trouble in the playoffs historically.
Yeah.
He's a one and done.
You looking at the teams this year, you got your ass whooped by every team in the NFC East.
Pretty much, yeah.
All of them. That's embarrassing. So,
I wish they
outside
would
of
have beat the
Dallas,
Eagles though.
they did lose. They did beat Dallas, thankfully. But
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That's like one of those things to where they just got their number.
His
But-
situation's not even as bad. The one that's even worse is Russell Wilson over there in Denver. You want to talk about something that looks like it's an absolute gargantuan disaster. It's that Russell
I'm gonna
Wilson
tell you what ain't nobody
situation.
talking about. What's Deshaun Watson gonna look like in Cleveland?
That's true. Everybody thinks he's going to be great. The dude
Nah, he
hasn't
gonna look
played
horrible.
football in almost 2
I don't
years.
think so.
I don't
He's
think
gonna look
so
horrible.
either.
What's gonna happen is they're gonna hand that ball off and they're gonna ease him into the offense. They're
Yeah.
gonna give it to Hunt.
That's
give it
why they
to
signed him.
Chubb and then Cooper because he still got to build some chemistry because when you suspend, you can't even be in the facility.
Exactly.
I know he was in there for training camp and all that other stuff, but everybody else is in mid-season shape already or form. Not even just we in the fourth quarter now. So it's like I'm curious to see what happens. Who did they play this week?
Houston. They did. They
Well,
lined
that's
it
a
up
good
on
game to come
purpose, so
back
he's
on.
going to play against his old
That's a
team.
that's a good game to come back.
Of course they would. Man, the NFL is so.
Yeah, they
Y'all
on some
gotta
You
peep
bullshit.
know
what
they
they
set
do,
that
man.
up, MYG. You
Y'all
know they
gotta
set
peep
that
what
up on
they
purpose.
exactly, man. They do that shit on purpose. Y'all gotta
Yeah.
peep
Yeah,
what
because
they do.
what's crazy? When the last time you seen the NFL suspend somebody a odd number of games?
11 games,
An odd
right?
number
They
of
knew what they
games.
were
You
doing.
never see an odd number. It's
They
either
wanted the
6,
drama.
4, 2
Exactly.
games, 8 games. It ain't never been an odd
Yeah.
number really.
Exactly. Oh, Deshaun Watson's going back home to play against Houston. Oh,
They gonna let that
That's the
man
what they
perfect.
wanted to do.
hear
Yeah,
it.
that's the perfect game. Give them those amount.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we can get up
And it's in
this
Houston.
drama.
I think it's in Houston.
Oh my God, man!
Shit,
I hope
shit bites the
Deshaun
same.
Watson can make it out of there. Okay, man. Like I'm seriously concerned about that brother, man. Like, cause fans are they
Yep.
some weird motherfuckers, man.
Yeah,
Paul, I
they
mean, like,
are.
yo,
You get
yeah,
some
they,
overzealous guys,
uh,
people, not even fans, an overzealous person that feels
They're
like he
gonna
needs
want to cancel him.
to defend the honor of these women and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Somebody
mm-hmm.
take business into their own hands. Like, yeah, you're right. People nowadays, people do anything, you know. So hopefully, he got his security right. He ain't just out there. They know what vehicle he in and shit like that.
Yeah.
Word,
That
man. I hope so too, man.
The Russell Wilson situation looks really
Yeah.
bad right now in Denver because they look like they just sold their entire future for a dude that might be on the decline.
You know
But
That's
what, man?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man, and I'm like I'm unpopular opinion sports, but I'm honest, man. Like I'm an honest dude, man, for real. I really thought Russell Wilson would go out there and be something in Denver. I'm
Me
not gonna lie,
too.
I did too.
I really
Me
did.
too. I thought he had good enough receivers. I know it's not Metcalf and Lockett, but you still got it was Judy, Sutton, Hamler. That's good enough to look at least a little bit adequate.
At least be
Those guys are looking
respectable,
It's that coach.
right?
That
They're not even
coach
terrible.
is
respectable.
just. That coach
The
is
coach is
just.
one and done, man. He's
Oh
finished.
yeah.
But the GM should be one and done. Well, not one and done, but who was Elway's not the GM, but
It's
he's the
John Elway, isn't
It's
it?
Sean Elway. Yeah, it is Sean
he's
Yeah,
not
he
Elway.
he
ain't
doesn't
going no
hold the
damn
title of
where.
the GM, right? He doesn't hold the
Yeah.
title.
He's
He's a
president. He's president. He's president.
okay.
Man,
I
that
thought he
dude
was
is locked.
what's that
He's
role they
locked
give you
in.
when they just hire you
Senior
for your expertise?
senior VP, some
Okay.
type of a senior vice president. Just
Oh
and yeah,
shit.
you're right.
Well,
Just
he'll
for his
Yeah.
name.
But
shoot.
they had to do that trade because of the fact they flopped so badly on drafting a quarterback. I mean, look at the guys they drafted over that time. Drew Lock. I mean, they drafted Brock Osweiler, Paxton Lynch. I mean, they had no choice because they
Dallas wanted
blew it so
Jerry
bad.
Jones wanted Paxton Lynch. Remember that?
Yeah, I kind of wish he
Yeah.
took Paxton Lynch.
Jeez, Paxton Lynch. That was Brock Osweiler. Holy smokes! I forgot
Yeah,
about
that's
those
why they
guys.
had to go for Russell Wilson because they flopped so badly in drafting a guy because they haven't been able to draft anybody since John Elway. That's how
Yeah,
bad Denver's been when trying
I'm
to
trying to
find a
think.
quarterback. Trevor
Let me ask y'all
Simeon.
real something before we get out of here. So given what you seen out of Denver, yada yada yada. What like how do you guys feel like this Giants team should or can stack up against the rest of the NFC, more particularly the NFC East? What do you think they need to do? Because, and this is how I'm looking at it, just to give you guys some context. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, now they have strengths in the lines. Okay. The quarterbacks are meh, you know what I'm saying? So what is it that you need to do specifically from a roster standpoint in order to compete with Dallas and Philadelphia? Now, we haven't seen us match up against Philadelphia yet, but what I seen us and how we matched up against Dallas, because remember, Philly beat Dallas. So if Philly can beat Dallas and you can't, then and then you can't beat Philly either, then you need to adjust what you're doing, because remember, guys, it has to start within your division. I'm harping on this because this is important. This is what I
You,
took out of that Dallas loss.
you know,
The Giants aren't ready to compete in this division just quite yet.
let me tell you how I feel really quickly.
Hmm.
I think we match up better against Philly than we do Dallas
Okay.
because of the quarterback position mostly. Dak Prescott just savvy enough in that pocket to make maneuvers. Jalen Hurts is still not saying he's raw. The man makes plays, but he can be what's the word I'm looking for?
Erratic.
Yes, he can, yeah, and he can make mistakes. His accuracy is not on the same level as Dak Prescott. I just like the way we match up against their offense more. And especially since they lost Goddard, they're dealing with that backup tight end, and then of course they have AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. But
They
I just
lost the
like
other
the
kid too. That they
oh not
the
was his
safety
Oh, Charles Gardner Johnson. Yeah, he had
Gardner
a
Johnson.
kidney issue, I
Yeah, they
think.
did.
Yeah,
They just lost him too. I can't. What's Quez Watkins? Is it Quez Watkins? What's the third receiver on that team?
Quez Watkins. Yeah,
It is Quez
he's
Watkins.
that deep speed guy.
is
Yeah.
Boston
So
Scott still playing for them?
Yeah, yeah,
Boston
he's
Scott is
there.
still there. Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh
he's there.
God,
Yeah,
that's
he's
yeah.
the pain in the
He's a giant
ass.
killer.
sucker,
But I
man.
still
Yeah.
think that we match up against the Eagles better than we do the Dallas Cowboys. Um, and so I mean, this is one. I'm biased also. I got hope. Optimistic. But I just think with Jalen Hurts, he's shown that he can make mistakes, and the man's playing very very well this season. He, like you said, he's on a list for MVP. But I just think that we can get these guys. So now, obviously, we got the Commanders' first game, but how we hold up, or what we need to do in the future to keep on competing with these teams is solid middle linebacker play. That's it. That's
Yeah.
what's killing us.
That's what I was looking
And
for.
that's why our run
What
game
is
has
the
been so
key?
bad.
What is missing from this team? Because I feel like we
Solid
got
middle
a good
linebacker play.
defensive line. I feel like we got a we're building a good offensive line. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I was a little ahead of the curve this year when I said the offensive line and the defensive line was going to be the top 10.
It was looking
But
good
it
at
it,
first
it would have
I'm
been
yesterday.
if
not
they would
too
have stayed
far
healthy.
off. Yeah, I'm not too far off. So now
You know,
that's what I'm saying. What's missing? So you said middle linebacker. All
I
right,
actually agree
coach.
with Dash 100%.
it's middle linebacker play. Because
Yeah.
we got some guys we think that can, like, I got high hopes for Beavers, but we still haven't seen them in like a full season. But as far as our weakness, I think it's the interior linebackers. Those two spots is our weakness. We
Yeah.
need to figure out what's going on with that.
And I think that's correlation on why our run defense has been so poor, because I know we're
Absolutely.
lacking in depth on the defensive tackle
Yeah.
position, but our linebackers are not making the plays right now in the middle in the run game
Yeah,
helping out. And these guys are getting to the second and third level. I mean,
yeah, they're
the
getting
guys with the
lost in
most
the
tackles,
wash. They're
exactly.
over pursuit. And as
Mhm.
all over the place as Jalen Smith is, he's still wild, man. He's wild. In some cases, he can't find the damn running back. Like
Yeah.
there was the Dallas game. I think it was a Dallas game. McFadden went up there and filled, but then freaking Jalen Smith is just caught behind the back of the defensive lineman and
Yeah.
can't find a running back. And it's like you can't, because it was right there. The play was right there. He could have made it, and instead, I think it was Pollard. He broke for like 12 yards on a.
And isn't like your
Yeah,
linebackers inside supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be leading the team in tackles? Guess
absolutely.
who's guess who's leading the team in tackles this year?
Our safeties.
Julian Love.
Julian Love, and it's not even
Yeah,
close who's second. That's a problem.
yeah, man.
Our linebackers have been a problem for a very long time. We have not had a
Absolutely.
very good. We have not had a good inside linebacker since Antonio Pierce.
Eh,
That's a
Yeah,
problem. We need
yeah.
to
What
get
you think,
ourselves some good
coach?
inside linebackers.
What you think is missing from this team in order to or order for them to compete really against Dallas and Philadelphia? Like we said, we'll see what they do against Philly, but obviously they're not ready to compete against Dallas and maybe not some of the better teams in the NFL. What do you think is missing from this team
What's missing?
for them to
Oh,
compete
wow,
in their
wow.
division?
To compete, nothing.
Oh,
You said to
la-
compete. You said
Okay,
to
yeah,
all right,
compete.
in
all right,
in the
all right. Well,
division.
let me
Okay.
change the wordage then. So, what do you think they need to do to
Nah,
Win.
nah,
win,
leave it where it's
beat
at. I want to.
Dallas and Philadelphia? This team has not been able to beat those two teams outside of a couple instances where they've had their
To
backups
beat
in.
them consistently, in that regard, hmm, it's way too much.
Is it? Is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, just point out a
Are they
Based
couple
that
on
things.
much? Are
what
they that
base
much
no no
better than
listen
us?
listen no
Uh,
not see first of all I'm not it's not a matter of that you because I get where you're going and,
yeah.
and I get where you're going when you say compete. See, right now I say we can compete with anybody. Nobody is going to sit here and
Uh,
totally dominate us and blow us out
Yeah,
consistently. Are
agree.
we
we
closing
we
the
got
game?
blown out by Dallas and Detroit and Seattle. We lost double digits to all three. Well, Dallas we didn't lose double digits to, but it
Did
was more
we
of a less of a
compete?
double digit game
Did okay
without that
here's
garbage touchdown.
here's
So
my
I
here's
see what
my
Giants fans are
vision.
saying.
Here's my thought when I say compete. Number one, did the opposing team come and take our will to play the game? Period. We saw it last year. That team
Yeah,
quit.
yeah, you're right, but I haven't seen
That
that yet
team
this year.
quit.
Yeah, they quit. I get
This
if you saying quit, no, this team hasn't quit
no,
at
but
all this
see,
season.
you
I get
said
it.
compete, and I get where you're going. That's why, for me, that's why. Remember what I said earlier? I'm different in the way I look at it and see it. That's why I
Mm.
say to consistently win. And I get where you. That's why I say I get where you're going to consistently win. We definitely need to have better interior offensive line play, better play.
It's facts, super facts,
Yeah,
super
1000%.
facts.
I agree.
We need receivers who are not going to consistently be injured. We need them on the field. Period. Case closed. We need better production from our wide receiver. We need consistent play from a backup running back. We definitely need consistent play from inside linebacker. We need a stud nose guard. Either, excuse me, rephrase that. Either a stud nose guard that really pushes the pocket, not in the run game, or an additional interior defensive lineman to go along with Dexter and Leo.
Hmm.
We definitely need that. You want to say we need a number two cornerback if you're not trusting what's his name? I can accept that.
Aaron
I can,
Robinson?
no, the
Talk about
one
Moreau.
Oh,
Moreau.
Fabian
Yeah,
Moreau, yeah.
I can accept that. We definitely, like I said, the extra interior lineman. We also need depth, but okay, if the guys come back as Nick Williams and DJ Davison, I think we'll be fine. But we also need maybe another safety, and we need a slot cornerback because right now I am concerned
Well,
with
damn. I mean, we need a
well,
whole nother goddamn team
Slot
then.
but see,
cornerback,
but
I
Coach,
think, is a bigger
coach,
no,
problem.
coach,
listen
coach.
to me, listen to me. But that's also because of the coaches we have. That's why I love this coaching staff. That's why I love them. Now, I'm not saying these guys can't play because they're getting the best in they're maximizing out of them what they're getting. But the point is to consistently win against Dallas and Philadelphia in the division and also ultimately to win a championship. I'm not delusional enough to sit here and say
Does
the squad
Dallas
we
have
got.
consistent cornerback play, outside linebacker play, all these other things that you named? Do they have all that? That's what
I
I'm
don't care
saying.
about Dallas. I don't give two shits about
I
them.
don't
I get
care
where you're
about them
going,
either. But
but
still, we don't. I don't feel like we need all of that. I feel like we
okay.
need
Listen
a
to where I
couple of
went.
impact players. Let me put it differently to you. I feel
Hmm.
like we need a couple of impact players at a couple
Hmm.
of key positions. Right now, we have
For
two
what? What is the
impact players.
purpose?
We
What
have
is the purpose
Saquon
for?
Barkley and Dexter Lawrence. That's it.
Andrew
The
Okay,
only two
Thomas.
impact
what is the
players we
purpose?
have.
What is the purpose of doing all this? Is it just to win the division and compete with Dallas and Philly, or is it to win a championship?
Well,
That's what I just ended up saying.
yeah, to win a championship, yeah, we need all what you saying.
And
I was talking
Yeah.
about Dallas and Philly in this
but that's the
particular.
point. I'm
Yeah.
building up to Dallas and Philly to ultimately win a championship.
Okay. Well, I
See
see
where
what
I
you're saying.
go? Exactly. I'm not just. I'm. Remember, we were talking about you saying, it's about, you got to beat the
Yeah.
division. And what did I say? I don't care about that. If we beat them in the playoffs, I'm ready to go further than that. That's my whole point. I think I dream. You want to say I'm dreaming? Okay. I think championships. Honestly, I really do.
I do
What do I
too.
have to do to win a championship? This team is on course and they're building to ultimately win a championship. Right now, if you just want to compete with Dallas, everything you're saying is 1,000% true. You just need a couple of impact players. I don't want to just beat Dallas. I don't want to just beat Philly. I want to win a championship.
But don't you have to build up to that? That's what I'm saying. Don't you got to build up to that? Don't you got to
Yes.
start by
Yes.
beating the
Yes.
teams in your division? Or are we
No.
just going to jump from
No. No.
nobody's to a Super Bowl?
That's not
It
what I'm saying.
happens. Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
not.
But
I'm not.
that's why I'm starting with the
You
simplest shit. You know what I'm saying,
okay?
Coach? Like,
Okay.
let's start with how we can beat these two teams that have been whipping our asses for the past 10
Yeah.
fucking years. Let's start there.
I
Let's
guess
crawl
Well,
all
they
the way
always say
back.
you
like
beat
I
the
said,
team. Yeah, you
I'm
build.
different. I'm different. I don't get two shits about the division if I'm going to win a championship. And we've
I hear
already
you.
proved it. Did we win the division when we won in 07 and 11? No,
Nah.
we didn't. We didn't. So
Nah, but we didn't get our
I thought
ass
we
kicked
won the
by Dallas
division in
and Philly either.
2011.
We did not get beat up by. Yeah, I think we did win it in 2011. We
oh
did
yeah,
That's
not
yeah,
that,
you're
win it
right.
that
in
You're
game
right.
we
You're right.
crushed. We
2007.
You're right.
crushed Dallas.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. My point being
Yeah.
is we don't. The way I look at it is like you put in a lot of emphasis on the division, rightfully so. I get it. I understand. I don't put the whole lot of emphasis. I put more in. You know what? Playing our division tough. If we lose the games, but we beat them in the playoff and we win, that's all that
So if you
matters to
go
me.
0-6 in this division, Coach, this year,
And
if
I
you go
win in it.
0-6, what what
Mhm.
what do you think the Giants make the playoffs? If you go on 6, you lose both of these games coming down the stretch.
Right now
And this is
because
very,
of
very,
because
this is very,
no
very
listen
possible. Wait, hold up.
no listen,
Let
I
let
just
me.
said no. I said no.
All
Okay,
right.
but that's also going to make us 9-8. Remember what I was talking before when you talk about a
Yeah.
collapse, when you talked about a collapse.
Yeah,
So
I,
I
I
I,
get
I,
it.
guess.
I need
A
I
the
guess
ten
you
straight
and
up
got
seven.
me
collapse
there.
is if we go 1-5 or 0-6. That's a
I
collapse.
need the 3-3, like Coach said earlier. I need three
Yeah,
and
I
three.
that's all I
That's what I
need.
need. The 3-3.
I
But
need
I'm
3-3.
that. I
saying
need that
though,
10-7 season.
So and
we
3-3.
talking
If you
though.
beat if you
If you
split with
lose,
Washington and beat Minnesota and Indianapolis, that gives you 10-7. You're still in the playoffs. And that's my whole point.
Man.
I look at getting into the playoffs first before anything else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Division then would be next. Yes, division is next.
right? That's what I'm saying. And based
Okay.
off what we dealing with now, that we need to win division games to get into the
No, I get
playoffs.
what you're saying. I get what you're
That's what I'm
saying. I
saying,
do.
Coach.
But we have two games that you know what we don't need the division games per se to not make the playoffs. I get where you're
He's
going.
talking about these
Those
first
two
two games.
icy
These
ass
first two
games,
games,
Q.
we can drop them. That's what you're saying, Coach?
No.
If we
First of
drop
all,
these two games, yeah, then we're gonna have to win the next two, which is against
yes,
Minnesota
Minnesota
and Indianapolis.
exactly.
I don't know how
No,
you guys
No.
feel, but I want Philadelphia and Philadelphia. I'm tired of losing to Philadelphia in
Look,
that damn stadium. I want
yes.
to beat
Look,
them in their
I wonder.
stadium.
I would love to go 6-0.
I don't want that to come down to us making the playoffs because
no.
I don't feel like that's gonna end well. But if it's just us going in there winning straight up and we already got it locked up, they got it locked up, we just go in there and play and bust their ass, I'm for that. But if
Mm-hmm.
we go in there, because you know what Philly's gonna do, they're gonna roll their starters out there
Mm-hmm.
because they just hate the Giants that much. They're gonna roll their starters out there and they're going to try to win and
That's
get us.
fine. I would rather them do that. I want them to do that. Rather kick their
I don't
ass when
want
they're
them to
out there
do
their
that
full
because that
strength.
means we're not going to be in the playoffs because they're going
How
to
do you
fucking
know?
win.
Why can't we
don't.
beat them?
We can, Jeff, but like you said, evidence tells me that that's not a likely scenario. So
True.
Yes,
But
no,
we
that's true.
always play well and close against the Eagles, even when we're not good and they are good.
never
We
beat them
always
in
play.
Philly. When we beat
It's
them,
going to
it's
happen one of
usually
these
in New York.
days. It's going to happen one of these
Look.
days where we will beat them in Philly.
NYG, and I want to make something perfectly clear. I want us to win all these last games.
That's a
If I
fact.
don't,
You
I want
too.
us to
We all
win them
Giants
all.
fans. Look, we all
Yeah,
Giants fans. You
but
know, I go back and forth, man, because we got to make this shit interesting, man. We can't all just sit
No,
up
I
here in
hear
the
you.
street.
I hear you.
no, I get
I
you.
hear
I
you.
get
I
where you're
hear you.
going.
Man,
I
like
know
you
where
know
you're
what I'm
going.
saying?
No, I get that part.
Yeah.
No, I got that part. I got that part. I'm
Oh,
just
I know.
saying to
You know we
those.
share the same
Yeah.
philosophy. I mean,
No, I'm just because there's people who are watching or are going to watch. They're going to be like, "Oh, this coach is." No, I want us to win all the games, but the
right.
bottom line is, for those of you who don't realize it, I just want us to get in the playoffs. That's all it is. Then if
Yeah,
the
me too.
division, and if we don't win the division, but we're in the playoffs and we beat whoever our division teams, whatever, okay, that's even better. The bottom line is win in the playoffs. That's it.
Yeah,
Get in the playoffs and win. That's always
I
how
agree.
I've always thought.
Nah, yeah, that's true.
And that's it. Everything else, okay, good, blah 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 blah, rah rah rah. This person, Daniel Jones, this Daniel, whatever. Go ahead, have your fun.
It's not crazy that we might see these guys, these NFC East opponents, in the playoffs. It's not crazy.
That
We
would be
might see
fun.
the Eagles or the
I would love
Cowboys.
for all.
that means we won
I
a
would love
wild
for
card if
all
that happens.
four.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for
Well,
all
for
four to
all
get
four
in.
to
I
take
would love for us to get
exactly.
the
I
six.
want it. I want to lay the
Watch
paint
Look,
in
Imagine
the
that.
look. Now
playoffs.
Imagine that.
that is the ultimate. All four getting in, and all four. I mean, in the first round, the three NFC East teams win, so it's nothing but NFC East in the
Oh, that'd
semifinals.
be so beautiful.
Now, look, that's
Good
even, and
lord.
that's what amps it up, and that's trust me. Now, guess what? If the Giants are there, guess what? The first round we got to beat whoever in from the NFC East. Then we got to win whoever in the NFC Championship game. So then it's like, okay, now you're gonna come back and you're gonna be like, oh, we won all that to get to the Super Bowl. And we beat you. Ain't you could go whatever, go 0-6 in the division, but we did that to get to the Super Bowl. I'll take that every damn time.
We lost to
Yeah.
Dallas
Yo,
twice again in
that
2007,
was
and
a
we beat them in the
nugget, coach.
playoffs.
Exactly, Jeff. Because I remember that Amani Toomer, that big play down the sideline, got the
Yes,
little
sir. Broke the
Well
tackle.
crossover.
dressed Amani Toomer, and then
No,
who
I
got
know.
the pick in the end zone? R.W.
With the
McQuarters.
recorders. So that's
Sheesh.
my whole point. It's like, yo, we've seen it before. We've done it. That's why it's like, the
That's what I'm
division.
saying. But you don't. I don't
Yeah,
think
but I
you
can.
realize what you just said, coach.
Look.
If all
Mm-hmm.
four teams
I
Mm-hmm.
want
Right
it.
now,
from the
that's the way the
NFC,
playoff picture looks.
I want it.
yo,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that is gonna be so. You know how good that's gonna be
It's
for
gonna
Shit.
the
be lit.
NFL.
All
Exactly.
Like,
that NFC lease crap is out the window.
Exactly. And any
yo,
other division that in the NFC talking about, I'm not watching because they beat up. No, yes, you are. You gonna
Yeah.
watch just because. You gonna
Yeah.
watch just because, and you gonna realize the NFC East really that you need the NFC East for the NFL to really have. You need the division to be good, if not great, for the NFL to be at its highest points. You need
Yeah.
it.
All those big markets, man. Philly,
Exactly.
Dallas, New
The
York,
most storied division in
DC.
NFL history. We have the most
Exactly.
Super Bowls out of all the divisions.
Exactly.
We're the
And
most
we're the
if we
competitive
beat,
division out of all of them.
if we beat Washington once, Philly once, and then the Colts we're
we're
in, and then
in. We're
We're in
in.
there. That's the
Washington,
path
if
right there.
Washington beat us
Yeah.
once, and then they beat
They
Who
have
does
Dallas.
Washington have left?
They
they're
have
not beating the
Dallas.
49ers. I think they got to beat
No.
the Cowboys or the
I'll
They
tell you
play the
in a second.
Cowboys one more time.
yeah, they got to
I'm
beat the
telling you.
Cowboys. I think.
Have they played Philly twice? I know they
beat
played them
Philly.
once.
Yes,
Yeah, they beat Philly the second
Here's
time.
they beat them
Washington's
Okay.
once and lost once.
schedule.
So the only people left
Hold
for
on.
them in the division is one
Let me
more
check.
Dallas game and then us twice.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. And then they got us back to back.
Pretty
Mhm.
much, yeah.
I'm saying if we beat them once and they beat us once, and then
Yeah.
we beat the Colts and Philly once, and then they win one more game, that'll probably
Mhm.
put both of us in there.
I know some of
Here's
it.
it.
Barkley
Here it
complaining about
is.
his shoulder now.
Here
These
it
division
is.
games are gonna be something else.
We got Giants by Giants, Frisco in Frisco, home to Cleveland, and home to Dallas.
Cleveland. That's the team. That's the team they got to beat. They got to beat us once and then beat Cleveland. Nine
Yeah.
times out of 10, they not beating San Francisco.
And they
Mhm.
can beat
Dallas,
Dallas.
maybe.
They can beat
Maybe
Dallas is a
Dallas.
monster right now.
That's a iffy game. That's like the game against
Well,
Philly with us. That's iffy.
it's
'Cause they
also a
could
matter of
want to go out there and just stick it to them. You know what I mean?
it's
And
also
those two
Seattle
teams hate
too.
each other too. They are
Damn.
They
bitter
hate each other
rivals.
probably
Shit.
more than we hate Philly.
Forgot about it.
I don't know.
Hold
It's
on.
close.
You know,
It's close.
Seattle has a because Seattle is at the Rams, hosting Carolina, hosting
Beating
Frisco,
the Rams, they beating the
at
Carolina.
at Kansas City, hosting the
Oof.
Jets, hosting the Rams.
Oof. Oof. Okay.
The
They
Jets
they
and
gonna they
Kansas
might have some
City.
trouble.
That's dicey. That's
They
dicey
might
as
have
They
some
hell.
can go
trouble.
3-3. They can go 3-3.
I'm going to say this. Right
I
now,
need the Jets to take care of business.
Sunday's game is going to be key. I do think they're going to win, but Sunday's game is key. If they lose
Yes,
to the Rams,
absolutely.
I think they're not going to make it. I
You
don't
know
think.
that the NFL ain't gonna make it easy for the Giants. You know this
No, we
shit,
know
y'all.
that. We
No.
know that.
Y'all know this
Well,
shit. So you know
it's
what's
all
gonna happen. It's gonna come down to week 18 against fucking Philadelphia,
Good.
just like Jeff
I want
said,
that.
and it's
I
going to
want
be a
that.
nervous fucking
I want it.
wreck.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I want
man.
it.
That shit's
I
gonna
want
suck.
it.
Oh my
NYG,
god, that's
Nash,
what it's gonna
Coach,
be.
I want that. I
yeah,
want to beat
Jeff.
that
You know
team
we're
in
going to
Philly.
Jeff.
I
You
want
know
it.
we're going to enjoy that because we're gonna call Mitch and all those guys, and you know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I
So
want
yeah,
that. I'm not scared. I want them in Philly. That's the game I'm circling the most. I want to kick their ass in
And
Philadelphia. I am
then, but
so
see,
sick of losing to that
this
team
is
in
the
Philly.
problem. This is the problem, y'all. So you dealing with the Giants and Philly. You dealing with the last game of the season. The Giants haven't been to the playoffs since 2016 and all that. But what you also dealing with is your wife, who's a Philadelphia Eagle fan, and the shit that I'm gonna have to endure if we lose that game. And not only
Some
that,
madness. I feel
but
for you, brother.
there is a potential that we can actually be at that game. So
Well, hopefully
I'm
that happens for you, man.
I'm not going to
Max said he's
want
going to be at that game too. So Max going to be there. That's going to be
I'll
interesting.
tell you what, dress warm for that one.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's gonna be
Dress warm for that one.
nervous. Man, I might have to bring security with me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Dress warm
God,
and be ready to get up out of there.
Yeah.
man, it's gotta be a quick exit, a real quick one.
Well, you know what's crazy though, because I'm pretty sure your wife gonna have her Eagle stuff on. You might be good.
Yeah, you
You know what I mean?
Yeah, she got her,
you know,
her
Dash, I don't know
jersey.
about that one. I don't know about that
You don't
one.
think so?
No, those fans are nuts over there.
it's
don't
not
Nah, they
like
care.
the
don't
old.
care, man. They don't
It's not
care.
like the old. It's not like the old. Yeah, I heard
Oh, the
about
old
it.
days
It's
were
not.
worse. Yeah.
Yeah, the old days were worse. They would throw food at you, beer at you. They had their
Yeah, I heard
own
some
jail
stories
in.
about
They had
Philly.
their own jail in the stadium.
Yeah,
That's
they
why it's
did.
like,
They did.
But
yeah.
I got,
And
you
that
know what I'm
old
saying?
piece of
I got
crap
people in the
stadium.
area, so I'm not
No,
worried about
I don't think anything
I'm not
happens
worried about the
like
riffraff. I'm
yeah.
just worried about more of the, I guess, embarrassment. Like if we lose that game.
Bro, be
I'm not gonna be
confident.
happy, yo.
Be confident. We're gonna,
My brother
NYG, NYG. We're gonna get. Yeah, he's
I'll
got
be
his
so
brother to
mad,
deal with
yo.
too. Coach has got his
Yeah.
brother to deal with on that stuff.
Yo, I just realized something. My brother got me. My brother fucking got me.
Oh,
No,
Uh-oh.
you
no,
got you guys going to the game
no,
together?
no, it's not that. It's not that. It's my niece is having her baby reveal on December the 10th, and he's flying in from Vegas. So, and I'm just like, because I said to him, like, well, why y'all having it on the 10th? He's like, oh, it's something special. And now I know why, because I'm just looking at the schedule, and I'm like, damn, we play the Eagles on the 11th. Son of
Yeah,
a,
he gonna be right there. That He gonna invite you over.
They,
I'm sitting there right there with you.
they
It's
might
gonna
flex
be
that
some
game
brotherly
though.
time together.
No, they're
They
not. They're not.
No, they're
They're
not
not.
flexing it. They
It's the
flexed that other
chart.
game.
It's the Chargers and the
The Dolphins, yeah.
and
They
the
flexed that
Dolphins.
game to Sunday night. We're
They
still
Yeah.
flex
stuck at
that
one.
one. Ew.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who want to watch that shit show?
Ah,
Most of America because of the quarterbacks. Most of
Yeah.
I tell you,
America because
I
of the
tell
Chargers,
you,
I mean, the Dolphins gonna destroy them cats. The Chargers are frauds. I've been
I
called
tell
that.
you what, if we
Yeah, they are
if we end
frauds.
up drumming, if we drum the Commanders, they might think about it because of what it means
It's
in the
already done.
division.
It's
A
already been
better
flexed.
game. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, it's
I don't
already
think
been
they
flexed. Oh, okay, my
Yes,
Yeah,
bad.
it's
it's
already been
already
My bad.
flexed. It's already been
Oh,
announced.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I
it's too
said.
late.
Because
Yeah, that's the better game.
You know why,
I'm not
Cuz?
watching
Because
that
your
shit.
brother wants to sit there and watch you be in misery the whole time. If the Eagles
No.
kick our ass.
I'd rather
See-
watch the Jets. The Jets play.
that's the one thing my brother knows. It won't bother me.
What game got flexed? Probably like a Denver game or something crazy.
It was the
It
Denver
was a
KC.
Denver game.
Remember, they was talking about
How
the
the
Jets.
hell are they always in prime time? The
But
Denver
they was talking about
Broncos.
the Jets and Bills. Wouldn't you rather seen that? Why
Yes.
would they flex that?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I would have rather saw that.
That's gonna be a
Yeah,
fun
I
game
don't want to watch
too.
the Chargers. I hate watching. It's two teams that I cannot stand. Well, actually, three teams I cannot stand watching. That's Washington, that's the Chargers, and that's Pittsburgh.
My
I
wife
don't
is a
know what it
Pittsburgh
is.
fan.
Their
I watch
games are
Pittsburgh all the time.
their games are so uninteresting. Like there's no excitement. Why
I
watch
like Pickens this week.
games all the time. They're boring. So is Pittsburgh games.
That's the Broncos for me. I can't take watching the Broncos anymore.
I never liked the Broncos.
Broncos,
Though.
I
So
can't
it's
take
only
watching
one
the
team.
Jets.
Even when they had what was that? What was that? The long haired the
Palomalo.
guy they got. No, the quarterback they had in Denver.
Oh, in Denver.
Kyle Orton? Kyle Orton?
No, before him,
Jake
Jake
Plummer.
Jake Plummer. I
Yeah.
hate watching him.
Oh my God,
Look,
Jake Plummer.
there's only
So-
one team I can't stand watching. I wish they would destroy them, blow them up, kick them out of the NFL. Y'all know who it is.
Yeah,
Dallas.
and we lost those damn people twice.
I hate that team. That's the only team in
You gotta
all
watch
sports.
the Cowboys because you want
It's
them
Philly
to lose.
more. It's
can't
Philly
watch 'em?
more.
No, no.
But you gotta
No.
watch them. You
Nope.
want them to lose.
Look, I only
I
watch
gotta
them
watch
now
the
because it's
East.
nah.
I'm sorry.
No, anybody
If
else
the-
in the
if
NFC?
the
Nah.
Pittsburgh and Cleveland Browns game is
I'll
on, I'm
watch
not
Pittsburgh.
watching that shit. I'm
See, I
sorry.
thought you was just talking
I'm
about
watching.
teams that you didn't want to watch, not that you hated.
No, I hate it.
Nah,
and I'm
yeah,
gonna watch
not
them.
teams that I hated. I'm
It's
talking about teams I
Philly.
don't want to
It
watch.
is.
No, that's my
I take
point.
it personally when we lose to Philly. I hate losing to that damn football team.
You know, I don't like watching Kyler Murray, man.
Oh my God, that's Kyler
Arizona
Murray.
is a boring team to watch. I don't
Yeah.
like. I
With
hate
all
watching
those weapons,
teams.
man.
Yeah,
And they say he's
uh,
exciting.
Bro, he's funny to
They're
watch.
ass.
He's
Kyler
funny.
Murray.
Yeah,
I don't-
he's like one of those little wind up dolls. You wind it up,
Yeah,
just let
it's
him run,
crazy.
watch it
I
run.
don't
Like
like
it don't
I
seem
would
real to
bash
me.
it this way. I don't
Also,
like
the
it.
Raiders too. I never liked watching the Raiders. So yeah,
Oh my God, they won 2 in a row. I don't know how, but they actually won 2 in a row.
I don't
Devontae
like the
Adams,
Raiders
man.
either.
And Baltimore lost to Jacksonville on the last play of the game. I was sitting there with my guy Philly Sports Rap, and he's having he's having a meltdown on stream because he actually put a bet down for Baltimore to beat them, and then you see Marvin Jones catching that touchdown in the end zone.
I didn't want to watch the New England.
The game,
The New England was
and then
another
catches
one.
the 2-point conversion.
I hated watching Tom Brady.
Oh my God!
But you know what's crazy though? When I was Peyton got there in '98.
Yeah.
He got there in '98, and I would avoid watching the Colts. And I remember the first time I watched the Colts, and I was like, "Holy shit!" It's almost like these guys have got telekinesis. Him and Marvin Harrison, and I was like, and then after that, I watched every Colts game after that, man, because I was like, I'm not watching Peyton Manning, and then I saw that first game, I was like, how? How are they on page like this? It was crazy to me. Just the chemistry between him and Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne. Yeah, and then you had Edgerrin, and I was like, yo, this offense is fantastic.
Dude, he turned Brandon Stokely into a 1,000-yard receiver for 1 year. Brandon Stokely,
Man.
we remember when he was on our team.
The defense
so
wasn't shit,
bad.
but
Yeah, they had Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis over there.
yeah,
and
but their
Bob
defense was
Sanders.
still a little trash though.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
Yeah, man. We're gonna wrap it up though, man.
all right.
Appreciate all y'all pulling up. Got me
Damn good
again.
football discussion.
Yeah, man.
I enjoyed it, man.
Dash, bring that energy, man. I love it, man.
And I'm gonna
I'm
say
trying to
this
get my
one real
win back,
quick.
man. I'm trying to get back in the flow of things, man. I'm feeling a little bit better.
Get better first, bro. And
No,
I'm gonna say
absolutely.
this real quick.
Definitely.
I'm gonna say this real quick. Guess who
Alright.
the best quarterback in the 2019 NFL draft is? It ain't Kyler Murray. It's Daniel freaking Jones. And I'm not shy of saying
Yeah,
it.
I
I do not
mean,
like Kyler Murray. I never have.
He's a diva.
yeah.
He is.
Daniel Jones is a he's one of the quarterbacks. You either gonna love him or hate him. Like
Yeah.
there's
Table
like
set for him though.
he's
The table
he's
set.
polarizing. I guess that's what they call it.
Yeah. The
There's
table
no
is
in
set.
between.
Now everybody that said that no excuses and the table is set for Daniel Jones. He's in a must-win situation, and we got to have it. We got to see who he is, man.
That dude's gonna
Get
go
on
out there
DJ.
and whoop up on Washington.
I hope so.
I can almost guarantee it. It won't be because of Daniel Jones. The Giants lose that game, just like it wasn't last time in the game
Yeah.
he played. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That wasn't his fault. That was some bullshit
Yeah.
calls, and then the Slayton drop. Everybody want to
And Dexter
pull him for.
Lawrence.
And yeah, and Lawrence, even though that was a bullshit call,
Oh
but
yeah, they said they got it wrong.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. So the
Hey,
Giants have
thanks for
lost.
saying you. Thanks for saying you called it
After the
wrong
fact,
right
right?
after
The
the fact.
Giants have
Yeah,
lost
it
a
really
lot of
helps.
games because of the referees, but I think they try to balance it out by giving us, we might have got a few calls in our Super Bowl run, so
Mm,
I think that's how they try to balance it out. But we've been getting killed with the refs recently, man.
yes,
I'm
man.
like, what the fuck, man? They always call it, and it's not like they'll say, well, the Cowboys had 82 penalty yards. It's like, yeah, but they get called for their penalties on 1st and 10. We
Yep.
get called for our penalties on fucking 3rd
Third
and
down.
9 touchdown plays. Like, what the fuck? That's
First
different.
downs getting
Tyree
called back.
Phillips,
Touchdowns being
You know what I'm
called
saying?
back.
Touchdowns
coach's
getting
favorite
called
player,
back.
Tyree Phillips.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
he
saying?
gonna
They
see the
get
field
false
this week.
starts on 1st and 10 from they fucking, you know what I'm saying,
Mm.
45-yard line. Like,
A touchdown being called back. That one hurt, man. Because you know what's crazy, and I know you're gonna wrap it up, but you know what's crazy. You know what's crazy?
Good.
I was like I said, I was dealing with like 102 fever for that game, right? And I'm sitting there watching. I can't even eat my Thanksgiving food. I ain't had no appetite or nothing. And I'm watching this game, and I remember that Dallas went for it on 4th down. Super disrespectful. Super
Yeah.
disrespectful, right? And then
Yeah.
we stopped them, and then we turn around and get that touchdown. Yo, I'm sick as hell. I'm jumping up and down in my living room, sick, just excited. And then I saw the flag, and it was all downhill after that,
You're
fellas.
like, yeah, like
The
what
last little bit of energy
uh
that I had, man, the little bit that I had, I was in there,
took it
and I
all
just
the
I
way.
was
It was 4th
done.
and 1 that did it for me. 4th and 1 is
Uh,
the one thing that just reminds me.
oh shit.
Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley not able to execute a simple play that was right there.
Yeah,
That's
man.
the one that got me.
I mean, but it was such a bang play. Like everybody sit up here trying to
Make
dissect
the
it.
play.
I just
Dak made it.
it's,
Make the
it's
play.
chemistry,
Make
man.
the
It's
damn
it's
play.
chemistry, and it's just this team just not being in sync, man. And I don't know what it is, but Daniel Jones has got to get his timing right down with his
Yeah.
receivers and his.
But we seen Barkley make that catch with one hand before.
Yeah.
We seen Barkley make it,
Look.
but it's
He's
a
also
time.
dropped
It's
wide
got to be a
open
time.
ones too.
It's got to be a timing issue. And I pointed out Barkley's drops before when people wanted to say Darius Slayton had drop problems, and this is why I keep coming back to the center of attention, which is like that's why I asked you guys. I'm not trying to bash Daniel Jones, but it's like why are all these receivers dropping his passes? Are
Yeah.
they just trash, or is it a touch/chemistry issue with him and the receivers and the timing? And he throws it either too early or too late or yada yada yada. I don't think he's throwing bad passes. The guy's accurate. It's timing. It's a
Yeah, there's no touch.
chemistry. It's a
There's no touch.
feel.
You can see it.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
can see it. It's all about the touch, man. He ain't got it. The Midas is not there.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm not trying to like stir the conversation that way, but I'm just looking at it to where it's like, okay, we see that there's some type of issue here. So you either sign Daniel Jones and you bring in a receiver that he's 100% comfortable with and you know he can work with, or
Okay.
you turn it around and you go get a quarterback that you think can hit those passes with what you got. You know what I'm
Well, you
saying?
say a receiver that he can work with. What about the one he worked with in college?
Who's that?
Um,
Isn't it Jamison Crowder?
Wow, that was Crowder at Duke.
That's right. You did have Crowder over there in Duke.
yeah,
And Crowder
well,
came out
Where's
the year before or 2 years before him, right?
I think it
that
was
would be
2
the
years ago.
veteran that you guys are asking for.
Mhm.
So
Where
you
is
know
he
what
right
I'm saying?
now? Is he
Isn't he in
signed?
Buffalo? Isn't he in Buffalo?
I don't know. I haven't seen him
Oh,
play
I
at
don't know
all.
where he
He got
is. I
hurt.
haven't seen him either. I remember last he was on what Washington, right?
No, he was with the Jets.
He was with the
The
Jets.
Jets, the Jets. Yeah, last time I seen him, before they was Washington, then the Jets.
Yeah,
Then
he
yeah,
was
I
with
haven't
the
seen him
Jets
at it.
last year, and then they let him go
Yeah.
after they drafted Elijah Moore.
Mm.
And he's with the Buffalo Bills right now.
Yeah, good point.
Was he hurt?
Damn good point.
He's 29. Was he? Wait a minute. Oh, he's older than Daniel Jones because Daniel Jones is what, 25, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Just turned
I think he
25.
might have been a senior when Daniel Jones was a
No,
freshman.
then he might not
Yeah,
have
because
played with him. Who was
like
the
I said, if he
receiver?
did,
Wait
if
a
he did,
minute.
he it was like a number 5, I think it was.
Wait a minute. Who was the receiver?
Maybe they never made it to the league.
Maybe not, because I don't think there was any really receivers that Jones played with that was NFL caliber.
Yeah, Crowder might be a little too old. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I
He
think
Hmm.
was,
I think that's a lot of the arguments that some of the Daniel Jones supporters make, that like he hasn't really played with a quarterback. I mean a receiver that what I'm saying was NFL caliber, not even
He
in
might not
college.
ever.
That's what I'm saying, ever. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying?
You better get it done.
I feel good about Slay. I just don't think Slay's a number one. I think he's an NFL caliber receiver. I think he's inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes him a 2. I think if he put his talent all together and he was 100% focused, he could be a number 1 receiver. He's got the talent. He's just
yeah.
inconsistent. So I think that's where the Giants need to go get a number 1 and then have him be that complimentary receiver.
I
You know what
want
I'm
2
saying?
outside guys. I don't want just one. I want 2. I want
Slay's gonna
Slade.
be the number 2. That's what I'm saying.
I'd
You
rather him be like
need
a 3 or 4. I want a true
nah.
number
He's a
2
good
on the
2.
outside.
He's a good number 2. You don't understand. The Giants have not had a number 1 receiver. That's why Slayton has gotten so much flack. He's
Who
always had to play the
the
number 1
hell?
role. So
I have
that's what I'm
no
looking at.
idea
I
who the
think what you got, Coach?
fuck is this?
Huh?
TJ
All right,
Raming?
let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah,
Man,
now
all right,
you're gonna
folks.
have me research who this is. All right, Dash.
You
All
said,
You
right.
guys have a good one,
Yo,
man.
I need to
You
know
too,
who the
Dash.
hell
Have a
this
good
guy.
Y'all
night.
doing
Thanks
anything
for coming
tomorrow?
in, Dash.
You got anything scheduled tomorrow?
Uh,
Anybody
I
doing
got a
anything?
basketball show in the afternoon.
right
I
now.
Oh
have
man.
my show Sunday
Okay.
morning at 11. I usually do it at 11:15.
I know a lot of you guys go early on Sunday. I know Jeffy go, but it was it hardcore sports on
Yeah, I
Sunday.
got that football Sunday show. I'm like on
Yeah,
literally the entire day on Sunday.
Jeffy's I think their show comes on before mine.
Okay.
Yeah, we
What
start
I
at
try to
10.
do on Sunday is
Mhm.
I try to like bring the conversation focus on the Giants. It's called Giants Conversation. and then we're gonna talk about the Giants, and then we're gonna build up to the game like almost to kickoff, and then I'll let everybody go like
Okay.
20, 15, 20 minutes for the game, whatever.
Yeah. And
I'll
then we
end the
hop on the
stream.
Max thing later on
I
with the
might do
And then
that
James
then.
Gunn
yeah,
aftermath.
they do their own streams, and then
Oh, Mac,
everybody
Mac
go.
and Adam.
Yeah,
No, Mac
it's
just
really
does the
Mac.
True
No,
Blue
it's Mac.
aftermath on
Okay.
on Sunday after the
Okay.
Giants game.
Yeah, I go
All right.
solo on Sunday. I just started doing that.
Okay.
That's gonna be kind of like my Giants preview because I just don't have
Mm.
time to like make a pre-recorded
Nah,
video.
it's crazy because I know I see Jeff go early because that's usually the time I get up and I take my walk before I come back in the house and do breakfast. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm usually walking when I jump in there real quick to show Jeff some love with his people. I usually just
Appreciate it.
hop in the chat real quick and say say a couple things while
Yeah.
I'm out and about. But yeah, usually after that, but I'll try to see if I can hop on not hop on your stream, but at least check out your stream on Sunday. And why?
Yeah, I'll be on, man. I'm gonna try to do some more collaborations. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Maybe I could get on with Jeff and them. You know what I'm saying? Just to try to make it like so you get
I
content
want
like
both you
all
guys. I
day.
want all three of you
You see
guys
what I'm saying?
on. I want all three of you guys on for Eagles week. All three of you
So
guys.
you get
We need giant representation for Giants Eagles because the Eagles
Oh,
fans are
man.
gonna be loud and proud that one.
they
So I
not
need
gonna
my
be able to
Giants
take me,
fans.
man. They not gonna be able to
Then
handle me.
yeah, good. You bring it, bring the pain, bring the fire, bring it all coming out. Because Mac and I, we ain't backing down on that week,
Oh, damn,
and we
I
want
ain't
you
even
guys
noticed the
there
time.
too.
It's
I
1:30
don't
for
know,
y'all,
man.
huh?
I just
Damn.
be like, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's gonna get vicious that
They
week.
be like,
It's gonna get vicious.
NYG, you're not saying what we said. You're not being rational. Yada yada yada. Because I like
So I don't
ration goes
care.
out the
Like
door.
I did with Adam.
When it
It's
comes
out
to
the
Adam
window
goes
on Philly
rational
week.
too.
Philly week, it ain't even about rationale.
No, there's no rationale during Philly week. It's a different story.
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna
hate them
go
the
down
most.
that week.
I don't want to hear that. Yeah, but the Eagles are a better team. They're gonna
Nah,
beat us. They
No,
got
it's ass
brag.
kicking week.
I'm not
I
doing
hate
that
that,
type of
man,
It's
shit,
so
ass
bro.
much.
wicked.
I'm
It's
going in
ass
there
kicking
and
week
I'm
when
going
Philly
to
comes up.
talk cash
Oh,
money
shit.
fucking shit straight up. I'm not going in there to boost up the fucking Eagles. And I got an Eagle fan in my household, and she know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Nah, I
coming
feel
in
that.
to boost up the damn Eagles. Shit. What the hell?
It's a
You know what I'm
different type of
saying?
energy as soon as you wake up in the morning.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
different. It's different when the Eagles are on the
What are we
schedule,
talking
like
about?
Dallas.
She, oh, y'all losing over there? Yeah. Mind your business. You know, my wife's not a
that
hardcore
hurt.
fan. She's a casual fan. She don't get into it like
That's
I
how my
do.
wife is with Pittsburgh. She's a Steelers fan, and we haven't played them in what 2 years now,
Yeah.
and they got the best of us twice, and she be over
Yeah.
there doing the same.
At least
Yeah.
coach is gonna take it nicely with his brother sitting over there if the Eagles are beating the
At
Giants.
at
Coach gonna
least
let
with
it
a brother,
slide.
you can put hands on him a little bit. You can be a
Right. That's
little
what I'm
aggressive.
saying.
Yeah, coach gonna
Coach
put
and them
the
gonna be
hands
over
on.
there in the like it's gonna be like the Royal
Nah,
Rumble.
They over there slapping
Jeff
food out
gonna
each
be
other's
in
nah.
there
hands.
calling the shit. Jeff gonna
The
be calling the shit.
all
And
I
coach comes off the top of the bang.
Slap that man hoagie out his hand.
nah. I just do that. I just go like
Clothesline,
this.
clothesline.
I just do like this. That's all I do. When he shuts up, when I
Tell
do this.
tell him go
That's
make
all I
slap a
have to
sandwich.
do.
So you'll go make yourself another sandwich
Yeah.
while you at it.
Mm-hmm. So,
Coach, I know
Nah,
Coach
that's
gonna hold it
funny.
down
But all right,
automatically,
fellas,
man. That's gonna be good stuff, man. But good
you
stuff,
guys
man.
stay safe, man. I know it's late over there. I'm gonna hop
You
off.
too. You have a good night, Dash, and feel better,
be
bro.
safe,
Thank you,
bro.
man. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Thanks,
All
sir.
right, Dash, man. Be good, man.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna
we're
probably
going.
head to sleep soon too. I'm exhausted.
Yeah. I'm gonna just close it out. You know what I'm saying? I always give
Mm-hmm.
Coach his show. I'm never gonna forget about you. All right.
No,
So
yo, close it out. Let's close it out. Let's close it out. We good.
nah, we're gonna do Coach's corner, man, because I want to hear some shit about This
Okay.
Syracuse
Okay.
shit.
Coach, I want you to be
Y'all
unfiltered like
lucky.
you were about Rutgers. You want you to be
You you
unfiltered.
you are
Go
you're
Wall.
so lucky. No, it's not that. I was about ready to close out because I have it open, and I'm like, okay, no. All right, let's
Nah,
go.
yeah, no. We always gonna close out with Coach's Corner.
Fellas. Rough weekend for. I'm just gonna start with my Scarlet Knights. Got
Mhm.
got their asses spanked by Maryland,
Mhm.
37-0. Um, this
Oh,
game, to be honest with you, was all about the Rutgers offense or lack thereof.
Salute, Alex, man. Appreciate you
The
popping in, man. Yeah, we go late.
back to back.
Rutgers, started off. I mean, shutting down Maryland, getting turnovers, but um, the offense couldn't do anything for the whole game. Rutgers was in across the 50 one time, and they didn't even go deep. They ended up with a total of 135 yards of total offense.
Mm.
Maryland just in rushing yards had 134 yards. They ended up with 513 yards. Third down efficiency, Maryland was 6 for 18. Rutgers was 1 for 3. Fourth down, Maryland was 4 for 4. Rutgers was 0 for 1. Bottom line, it's just the offense. Coach Shiano, he has to. It's important that he gets the hire because if not, um, the fan base might start to turn on him, and I definitely don't want to see it. They're patient, but they're ready to see some type of progression, especially after last year, 5-7, make a bowl. I mean, I did think it was going to be a 4-win season, somewhere around there, but I mean, the last few games, the way they've been just beaten up, I don't know what it is with the kids over there, but I mean, I really don't want to even go into the stats. So that's pretty much it for
It
that.
started off so hot though, man. It
Mm-hmm.
started off really good,
Yeah.
man.
They ended up 1-8 in the Big Ten. That's what it was. They were 3-0 outside the Big Ten, 1-8 in the Big Ten. Now I will say
They could
this
be
to
in a
be
division.
it's not just that. They should have beaten Nebraska, they should have beaten Iowa, and they should have beaten Michigan State. Those are 3 wins right there. That gives you 7 wins. And they were,
Mm.
I mean, even though they did lose to Minnesota, and Minnesota did take it to them, I mean, if they did what they were supposed to do, they should have won that. And realistically, they could have competed with Maryland, but it's always the offense. That's what it boils down to. So that's why this offseason is critical. They did just get a kid. They flipped a kid from Old Dominion. He's from New York, 6'2", 230-pound kid at quarterback. So, and I think he's going to be signing his letter of intent in January. No, in next month. So he'll be here in January. So I did look a little bit at the video. I mean, if he develops, he looks like he can be a gunslinger. Plus, he's thick-bodied, dual threat. So we'll see what happens. But it still depends on who the offensive coordinator is and what type of offense Shiano wants to run. As far as Syracuse, they beat Boston College to end the season 7-5. So they'll be going to a bowl game. They beat BC 32-23, and that was I think that was up in Chestnut Hill. Yeah, it was in Boston. So, um, in total yards, I mean, pretty offensive game, 443 to 341, 285 passing, 158 rushing, while BC was 252 passing, 89 rushing. Third down efficiency, that didn't matter. They were 3 for 10, while Boston College was 7 for 14. But the bottom line is, they took advantage of their opportunities, scoring opportunities, and they were more efficient with the opportunity to score. So um, Garrett Schrader was 21 for 27, 285 yards. Sean Tucker was 21, and 2 touchdowns. Sean Tucker was 21 for 125 and 2 touchdowns. So, their primetime players definitely stepped up. And Aronde Gatson was 6 receptions for 106 yards. So, like I said, Syracuse definitely, stepped up and closed out well. So I'm just waiting to see what bowl game they're going to go to. In terms of basketball, Rutgers women, They just won today. They beat Cornell 71-52. So they're right now they're at 4-4 on the season. Tomorrow they play Boston College, and yeah, that's in Boston College. Before Sunday they host number 4 Ohio State. So it's about ready to step up. I mean, I was talking about one of the players earlier, Kayleen Smichael. She's a freshman from Farmingdale, New York. Um, she's the leading scorer right now, 13.9 points per game. So I think her future is bright. Her and Antonia, the other freshman. I was looking. They have 3 seniors and 1 graduate student that are going to be. One of them I think is staying, but the other 3 are leaving. So they'll have 3 more scholarships and to go along with the other. I think they have 7 other scholarships or 6 other scholarships. So I'm waiting to see, if they hit the grad transfer portal and what they bring in. So, but definitely pleased with that. They play hard and they go out there and compete. So, definitely kudos to the women for doing their thing and looking forward to more. Also, I'm sorry, let me go back to Rutgers football. That's also going to be the big thing. Rutgers hitting the transfer portal. They have to hit it very hard, and they have to come in with some players on the offensive side to help out there. So going back to basketball, and for Syracuse, they lost tonight to Illinois, 73-44. Um, they're now at 3-4. I mean, they just
Illinois has
yeah
been tearing it up.
yeah
And
Illinois
they
is six
just
and
beat
one.
North Carolina.
Yeah, the Illinois is
Yeah.
6-1, number
I'm a
16 in the
UNC fan,
country.
so I keep up with that
Yeah,
shit.
I mean
They beat
Saturday
Syracuse too. Wow.
Saturday, I mean, the last 3 games they've lost to St. John's. They lost to Bryant. That's a
Yeah.
low
St.
mid
John's
major.
is ain't St. John's like 6-0 though?
I'm gonna get to them, but yeah, I believe they're 6-0. Yeah, but I'll go over
Yeah.
them in a second. But yeah, they lost to Bryant, 73-72. Bryant is 5-1, I think, right now. But that was a bad loss for Syracuse. I mean, they even had a kid slap another kid from Bryant that started an altercation where the
Oh
benches.
wow.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was a playful slap, and then the kid from Bryant who played at St. Peter's actually last year. He was one of the key players that helped them to get to the NCAAs. So he came back and started smacking them back. And then next thing you know, guys are running all onto the court, and those 2 got kicked out. But for Syracuse, to lose these 3 games and now they're 3-4, it doesn't get any better because Saturday they're going to Notre Dame, and it's not going to be a good look, right now out in Syracuse land, the way they're playing. So hopefully they start to swing it around, but it's not looking good out in Syracuse. St. John's, like you just said, they're actually 8-0, and they just beat Long Island University today, 95-68. So St. John's is definitely doing their thing. Looks like their next game is against Iowa State. Yeah, they're playing number 23 Iowa State out in Ames, Iowa. So that's going to be a test for them because I know Iowa State definitely has a good team. I think who did they just beat? Who did they just beat? Iowa State just beat. Iowa State lost to UConn. They beat UNC. That's who it was. They beat UNC 75-60. 70-65 the other day on
Iowa
Friday.
State did?
Yeah, yeah, they beat UNC.
They lost another one? Dang, what the
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
it's gonna be a test for St. John's. That's what I mean. St. John's is their level. They play Iowa State and then they host DePaul. So it's definitely going to step up for them. But right now they're undefeated. So they beat Iowa State. I think they're going to be ranked. So it's going to be very interesting. Seton Hall. They played Memphis on Thursday. They beat Memphis 70-69. Then Friday they lost to Oklahoma 77-64. They lost to Siena on Sunday 60-55. And then on Thursday they traveled to Kansas to play Kansas. So it's going to be tough, for Seton Hall right now. With the games that's starting to pick up. Right now on
Mhm.
the season, Seton Hall is, where's the CN again? Here it is. They're 4-4. So, it's an up and down season, but you know, that's Seton Hall. I mean, that Kansas game is going to be a real tough one. And bringing it home is, of course, Rutgers. They just beat Connecticut State on Saturday, 83-49. Well-rounded game for Rutgers. Um, Cam Spencer led them again for 18 points. Derek Simpson, freshman phenoms, 14 points. Cliff Omori, only had 11 points. 11 points, 6 rebounds. Really didn't have to play. He played, but he didn't have to play, too hard. Next up is tomorrow. They're traveling down to play Miami down in Miami for as part of the Big Ten ACC Challenge. So they have Miami, then they host Indiana on Saturday. Um, their next 5 games are really going to test tell you where they're going, long term because they're in Miami, play host Indiana, they're at Ohio State, host Seton Hall, and host Wake Forest. So right now, this is going to be a test. And right now, Rutgers is 5-1. Double check that. I think they're 5-1. Wait a minute. Wait. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-1. Yeah, they're 5-1. So that's pretty much it. There you go for Coach's Corner.
Good stuff, Coach, man. I was just
Yeah, I say I know you had to block something.
yeah. I was just looking at some of the comments, man. But shout out to Alex, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's my
Yeah,
guy,
two in a
man.
row.
You know what I'm
2 in a
saying?
row.
We
Mm-hmm.
definitely go. We definitely go in here. I really don't mean to, but I just got such a passion for this thing, man. Like it's it really is my passion. You know what I'm saying? It's my calling. You know what I'm saying? I actually found it. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna be any good at this thing, but I think I will grow. And I kind of feel like this is what I want to do, man. I just love talking about sports, Giants. You know what I'm saying? Nets, Yankees, Rangers, UNC, Mets, Knicks, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what we trying to do here. Trying to give you the authentic, not to say something about authentic, the content creator, but we
Mm-hmm.
trying to give you the real spill here. Let's put it like that, man. But shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to the people that pulled up. Big fan Breezy. You already know what it is. Got my man Nimmer always with his nervous Knicks comments. Nervous Nick fan, yeah. Never nervous Nimmer. That's what I'm gonna call him. Like you remember Never
Never
Nervous
nervous
Purvis? That was
purpose.
it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Call him Never Nervous Nimmer.
Triple N.
So never nervous
Put
pulling
on
up.
coach.
Um Got my man Bookends in the house. Always, you already know what it is. Levance, you know, he always hold us down. Big facts, that's my bro.
Mhm.
Reels, that's my bro. You already know. He gonna pull
Almighty.
up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Dash, man. Big Dash pulled up, man. Big shout out to him, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my man. You know what I'm saying? He Big Dash is an excellent content creator, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because he evaluates the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? He's not just stuck on Daniel Jones or stuck on Kayvon Thibodeau or stuck on the defense. He evaluates the whole team, man, and you ain't gonna get much better, man. You know what I'm saying? There's a top 5 of content creators I got, man. You know what I'm saying? And Dash is in it. Ryan A, always pulling up, man. Love you, Miss Ronnie. The relevant franchise, man. You already know, man. Always good to stop around here, man. You know what I'm saying? We do this every Tuesday night. You know what I'm saying? What else did I get?
I'm just reading his photo. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is interesting. I didn't even look at it.
Yeah, I just started reading. I'm like, okay, he's got a point.
Tudo, always holding us down, man. Wells, always holding us down. Go sub to Wells and G Nation, man. They do excellent boxing content over there.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I'm only one man. I can't keep up with every single piece of content that's being created on YouTube, but I do my
It's
best
hard. It's
to
hard.
support all my bros, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Wells and G Nation is definitely one of them, man. So definitely go check out their podcast, man. Saturday nights, man. Leather to the face, man. It's dope. Who else we got here?
Almighty Finesse, can't forget about him.
Almighty Finesse.
Coach's favorite.
Yeah.
Coach's favorite.
In the house, causing ruckus. Jack City. Yeah, man.
Jack.
Pull up anytime, man. Please go support our podcast and the Brooklyn Pets.
The Brooklyn Pets.
If
I
you
like that
don't
nickname.
mind. Yeah. If you don't mind, of course, man. The OG, man. A young G, but an OG. Super Taj. A young OG. Yeah, I like him. A young OG, man.
Yeah.
Hit Squad, another young OG. That's
Yes.
what it do, man. My mans. All right, y'all, man. Let's get up out of here, man. We're gonna play the outro, man. Please like, share, subscribe. You already know what it is. Coach Ed Gladney's Amazing World of Sports and Jeffy T 85, man. Bring you all the headlines and the breaking stories. But thanks for watching, man. Shout out to y'all, man. See y'all next Tuesday, man. Until next time, peace.